Chapter 1. And these are the words of the book, which Baruch the son of Nerius, the son of Macias, the son of Sedechias, the son of Sede, the son of Helkias, wrote in Babylonia, in the 5th year, in the 7th day of the month, at the time that the Chaldeans took Jerusalem, and burnt it with fire. And Baruch read the words of this book in the hearing of Jeconias, the son of Joachim king of Judah, and in the hearing of all the people that came to hear the book, and in the hearing of the nobles, the sons of the kings, and in the hearing of the ancients, and in the hearing of the people, from the least even to the greatest of them, that dwelt in Babylonia, by the river Sedi. And when they heard it, they wept, and fasted and prayed before the Lord. And they made a collection of money, according to every man's power. And they sent it to Jerusalem to Joachim the priest, the son of Helkias, the son of Salom, and to the priests, and to all the people that were found with him in Jerusalem. At the time when he received the vessels of the temple of the Lord, which had been taken away out of the temple, to return them into the land of Judah, the 10th day of the month Sivan, the silver vessels, which Sedechias the son of Josias king of Judah had made, after that Nabuchodonosor the king of Babylon had carried away Jeconias, and the princes, and all the powerful men, and the people of the land from Jerusalem, and brought them bound to Babylon. And they said, Behold, we have sent you money, buy with it holocausts and frankincense, and make meat offerings, and offerings for sin at the altar of the Lord our God. And pray ye for the life of Nabuchodonosor the king of Babylon, and for the life of Balthazar his son, that their days may be upon earth as the days of heaven, and that the Lord may give us strength and enlighten our eyes, that we may live under the shadow of Nabuchodonosor the king of Babylon, and under the shadow of Balthazar his son, and may serve them many days, and may find favor in their sight. And pray ye for us to the Lord our God, for we have sinned against the Lord our God, and his wrath is not turned away from us even to this day. And read ye this book, which we have sent to you to be read in the temple of the Lord, on feasts and proper days. And you shall say, To the Lord our God belongeth justice, but to us confusion of our face, as it is come to pass at this day to all Judah, and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, to our kings, and to our princes, and to our priests, and to our prophets, and to our fathers. We have sinned before the Lord our God, and have not believed him, nor put our trust in him, and we were not obedient to him, and we have not hearkened to the voice of the Lord our God, to walk in his commandments which he hath given us. From the day that he brought our fathers out of the land of Egypt, even to this day, we were disobedient to the Lord our God, and going astray, we turned away from hearing his voice. And many evils have cleaved to us, and the curses which the Lord foretold by Moses his servant, who brought our fathers out of the land of Egypt, to give us a land flowing with milk and honey, as at this day. And we have not hearkened to the voice of the Lord our God, according to all the words of the prophets whom he sent to us. And we have gone away every man after the inclinations of his own wicked heart, to serve strange gods, and to do evil in the sight of the Lord our God. Chapter 2. Wherefore the Lord our God hath made good his word, that he spoke to us, and to our judges that have judged Israel, and to our kings, and to our princes, and to all Israel and Judah, that the Lord would bring upon us great evils, such as never happened under heaven, as they have come to pass in Jerusalem, according to the things that are written in the law of Moses, that a man should eat the flesh of his own son, and the flesh of his own daughter. And he hath delivered them up to be under the hand of all the kings that are round about us, to be a reproach and desolation among all the people, among whom the Lord hath scattered us, and we are brought under and are not uppermost, because we have sinned against the Lord our God by not obeying his voice. To the Lord our God belongeth justice, but to us and to our fathers confusion of face, as at this day. For the Lord hath pronounced against us all these evils that are come upon us, and we have not entreated the face of the Lord our God, that we might return every one of us from our most wicked ways. And the Lord hath watched over us for evil, and hath brought it upon us. For the Lord is just in all his works which he hath commanded us. And we have not hearkened to his voice to walk in the commandments of the Lord, which he hath set before us. And now, O Lord God of Israel, who hast brought thy people out of the land of Egypt with a strong hand, and with signs, and with wonders, and with thy great power, and with a mighty arm, and hast made thee a name as at this day, we have sinned, we have done wickedly, we have acted unjustly, O Lord our God, against all thy justices. Let thy wrath be turned away from us, for we are left a few among the nations where thou hast scattered us. Hear, O Lord, our prayers and our petitions, and deliver us for thy own sake, and grant that we may find favour in the sight of them that have led us away, that all the earth may know that thou art the Lord our God, and that thy name is called upon Israel and upon his posterity. Look down upon us, O Lord, from thy holy house, and incline thy ear, and hear us. Open thy eyes, and behold, for the dead that are in hell, whose spirit is taken away from their bowels, shall not give glory and justice to the Lord. But the soul that is sorrowful for the greatness of evil she hath done, and goeth bowed down, and feeble, and the eyes that fail, and the hungry soul giveth glory and justice to thee the Lord. For it is not for the justices of our fathers that we pour out our prayers, and beg mercy in thy sight, O Lord our God, but because thou hast sent out thy wrath and thy indignation upon us, as thou hast spoken by the hand of thy servants the prophets, saying, Thus saith the Lord, Bow down your shoulder and your neck, and serve the king of Babylon, and you shall remain in the land which I have given to your fathers. But if you will not hearken to the voice of the Lord your God, to serve the king of Babylon, I will cause you to depart out of the cities of Judah and from without Jerusalem, and I will take away from you the voice of mirth, and the voice of joy, and the voice of the bridegroom, and the voice of the bride, and all the land shall be without any footstep of inhabitants. And they hearkened not to thy voice, to serve the king of Babylon, and thou hast made good thy words, which thou spokest by the hands of thy servants the prophets, that the bones of our kings and the bones of our fathers should be removed out of their place. And behold, they are cast out to the heat of the sun, and to the frost of the night, and they have died in grievous pains by famine and by the sword and in banishment. And thou hast made the temple in which thy name was called upon, as it is at this day, for the iniquity of the house of Israel and the house of Judah. And thou hast dealt with us, O Lord our God, according to all thy goodness, and according to all that great mercy of thine. As thou spokest by the hand of thy servant Moses, in the day when thou didst command him to write thy law before the children of Israel, saying, If you will not hear my voice, this great multitude shall be turned into a very small number among the nations, where I will scatter them. For I know that the people will not hear me, for they are a people of a stiff neck, but they shall turn to their heart in the land of their captivity. And they shall know that I am the Lord their God, and I will give them a heart, and they shall understand, and ears, and they shall hear, and they shall praise me in the land of their captivity, and shall be mindful of my name, and they shall turn away themselves from their stiff neck, and from their wicked deeds, for they shall remember the way of their fathers that sinned against me, and I will bring them back again into the land which I promised with an oath to their fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and they shall be masters thereof, and I will multiply them, and they shall not be diminished, and I will make with them another covenant that shall be everlasting, to be their God, and they shall be my people, and I will no more remove my people, the children of Israel, out of the land that I have given them. Chapter 3. And now, O Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, the soul in anguish, and the troubled spirit crieth to thee. Hear, O Lord, and have mercy, for thou art a merciful God, and have pity on us, for we have sinned before thee. For thou remainest for ever, and shall we perish everlastingly? O Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, hear now the prayer of the dead of Israel, and of their children that have sinned before thee, and have not hearkened to the voice of the Lord their God, wherefore evils have cleaved fast to us. Remember not the iniquities of our fathers, but think upon thy hand, and upon thy name at this time. For thou art the Lord our God, and we will praise thee, O Lord, because for this end thou hast put thy fear in our hearts, to the intent that we should call upon thy name, and praise thee in our captivity. For we are converted from the iniquity of our fathers, who sinned before thee. And behold, we are at this day in our captivity, whereby thou hast scattered us to be a reproach, and a curse, and an offence, according to all the iniquities of our fathers, who departed from thee, O Lord our God. Hear, O Israel, the commandments of life. Give ear, that thou mayst learn wisdom. How happeneth it, O Israel, that thou art in thy enemy's land? Thou art grown old in a strange country. Thou art defiled with the dead. Thou art counted with them that go down into hell. Thou hast forsaken the fountain of wisdom. For if thou hadst walked in the way of God, thou hadst surely dwelt in peace forever. Learn where is wisdom, where is strength, where is understanding, that thou mayst know also where is length of days and life, where is the light of the eyes and peace. Who hath found out her place, and who hath gone into her treasures? Where are the princes of the nations, and they that rule over the beasts that are upon the earth, that take their diversion with the birds of the air, that hoard up silver and gold, wherein men trust, and there is no end of their getting, who work in silver and are solicitous, and their works are unsearchable. They are cut off, and are gone down to hell, and others are risen up in their place. Young men have seen the light, and dwelt upon the earth. But the way of knowledge they have not known, nor have they understood the paths thereof. Neither have their children received it. It is far from their face. It hath not been heard of in the land of Chanaan, neither hath it been seen in Teman. The children of Agar also, that search after the wisdom that is of the earth, the merchants of Merah and of Teman, and the tellers of fables, and searchers of prudence and understanding. But the way of wisdom they have not known, neither have they remembered her paths. O Israel, how great is the house of God, and how vast is the place of his possession. It is great, and hath no end. It is high and immense. There were the giants, those renowned men that were from the beginning, of great stature, expert in war. The Lord chose not them, neither did they find the way of knowledge. Therefore did they perish. And because they had not wisdom, they perished through their folly. Who hath gone up into heaven, and taken her, and brought her down from the clouds? Who hath passed over the sea, and found her, and brought her preferably to chosen gold? There is none that is able to know her ways, nor that can search out her paths. But he that knoweth all things knoweth her, and hath found her out with his understanding. He that prepared the earth for evermore, and filled it with cattle and four-footed beasts. He that sendeth forth light, and it goeth, and hath called it, and it obeyeth him with trembling. And the stars have given light in their watches, and rejoiced. They were called, and they said, Here we are. And with cheerfulness they have shined forth to him that made them. This is our God, and there shall no other be accounted of in comparison of him. He found out all the way of knowledge, and gave it to Jacob his servant, and to Israel his beloved. Afterwards he was seen upon earth, and conversed with men. Chapter 4. This is the book of the commandments of God, and the law that is forever. All they that keep it shall come to life, but they that have forsaken it to death. Return, O Jacob, and take hold of it. Walk in the way by its brightness, in the presence of the light thereof. Give not thy honor to another, nor thy dignity to a strange nation. We are happy, O Israel, because the things that are pleasing to God are made known to us. Be of good comfort, O people of God. The memorial of Israel. You have been sold to the Gentiles, not for your destruction, but because you provoked God to wrath. You are delivered to your adversaries, for you have provoked him who made you, the eternal God, offering sacrifice to devils, and not to God. For you have forgotten God, who brought you up, and you have grieved Jerusalem that nursed you. For she saw the wrath of God coming upon you, and she said, Give ear, all you that dwell near Sion, for God hath brought upon me great mourning. For I have seen the captivity of my people, of my sons and my daughters, which the Eternal hath brought upon them. For I nourished them with joy, but I sent them away with weeping and mourning. Let no man rejoice over me, a widow and desolate. I am forsaken of many for the sins of my children, because they departed from the law of God, and they have not known his justices, nor walked by the ways of God's commandments, neither have they entered by the paths of his truth and justice. Let them that dwell about Sion come, and remember the captivity of my sons and daughters, which the Eternal hath brought upon them. For he hath brought a nation upon them from afar, a wicked nation, and of a strange tongue, who have neither reverenced the ancient nor pitied children, and have carried away the beloved of the widow, and have left me all alone without children. But as for me, what help can I give you? But he that hath brought the evils upon you, he will deliver you out of the hands of your enemies. Go your way, my children, go your way, for I am left alone. I have put off the robe of peace, and have put upon me the sackcloth of supplication, and I will cry to the Most High in my days. Be of good comfort, my children, cry to the Lord, and he will deliver you out of the hand of the princes your enemies. For my hope is in the Eternal, that he will save you. And joy is come upon me from the Holy One, because of the mercy which shall come to you from our everlasting Saviour. For I send you forth with mourning and weeping, but the Lord will bring you back to me with joy and gladness forever. For as the neighbours of Sion have now seen your captivity from God, so shall they also shortly see your salvation from God, which shall come upon you with great honour and everlasting glory. My children, suffer patiently the wrath that is come upon you, for thy enemy hath persecuted thee. But thou shalt quickly see his destruction, and thou shalt get up upon his neck. My delicate ones have walked rough ways, for they were taken away as a flock made a prey by the enemies. Be of good comfort, my children, and cry to the Lord, for you shall be remembered by him that hath led you away. For as it was your mind to go astray from God, so when you return again, you shall seek him 10 times as much. For he that hath brought evils upon you shall bring you everlasting joy again with your salvation. Be of good heart, O Jerusalem, for he exalteth thee, that name thee. The wicked that have afflicted thee shall perish, and they that have rejoiced at thy ruin shall be punished. The cities which thy children have served shall be punished, and she that received thy sons. For as she rejoiced at thy ruin, and was glad of thy fall, so shall she be grieved for her own desolation. And the joy of her multitude shall be cut off, and her gladness shall be turned to mourning. For fire shall come upon her from the Eternal, long to endure, and she shall be inhabited by devils for a great time. Look about thee, O Jerusalem, towards the east, and behold the joy that cometh to thee from God. For behold, thy children come, whom thou sentest away scattered. They come gathered together from the east even to the west, at the word of the Holy One, rejoicing for the honour of God. Chapter 5. Put off, O Jerusalem, the garment of thy mourning and affliction, and put on the beauty and honour of that everlasting glory which thou hast from God. God will clothe thee with the double garment of justice, and will set a crown on thy head of everlasting honour. For God will show his brightness in thee to every one under heaven. For thy name shall be named to thee by God forever, the peace of justice and honour of piety. Arise, O Jerusalem, and stand on high, and look about towards the east, and behold thy children gathered together from the rising to the setting sun, by the word of the Holy One, rejoicing in the remembrance of God. For they went out from thee on foot, led by the enemies, but the Lord will bring them to thee exalted with honour as children of the kingdom. For God hath appointed to bring down every high mountain, and the everlasting rocks, and to fill up the valleys, to make them even with the ground, that Israel may walk diligently to the honour of God. Moreover, the woods and every sweet-smelling tree have overshadowed Israel by the commandment of God. For God will bring Israel with joy in the light of his majesty, with mercy and justice that cometh from him. Chapter 6. For the sins that you have committed before God, You shall be carried away captives into Babylon by Nabuchodonosor, the king of Babylon. And when you are come into Babylon, you shall be there many years, and for a long time, even to 7 generations. And after that I will bring you away from thence with peace. But now you shall see in Babylon gods of gold, and of silver, and of stone, and of wood borne upon shoulders, causing fear to the Gentiles. Beware therefore that you imitate not the doings of others, and be afraid, and the fear of them should seize upon you. But when you see the multitude behind and before adoring them, say you in your hearts, Thou oughtest to be adored, O Lord. For my angel is with you, and I myself will demand an account of your souls. For their tongue that is polished by the craftsman, and themselves laid over with gold and silver, are false things, and they cannot speak. And as if it were for a maiden that loveth to go gay, so do they take gold and make them up. Their gods have golden crowns upon their heads, whereof the priests secretly convey away from them gold and silver, and bestow it on themselves. Yea, and they give thereof to prostitutes, and they dress out harlots. And again, when they receive it of the harlots, they adorn their gods. And these gods cannot defend themselves from the rust and the moth. But when they have covered them with a purple garment, they wipe their face because of the dust of the house, which is very much among them. This holdeth a sceptre as a man, as a judge of the country, but cannot put to death one that offendeth him. And this hath in his hand a sword or an axe, but cannot save himself from war or from robbers, whereby be it known to you that they are not gods. Therefore fear them not. For as a vessel that a man uses when it is broken becometh useless, even so are their gods. When they are placed in the house, their eyes are full of dust by the feet of them that go in. And as the gates are made sure on every side upon one that hath offended the king, or like a dead man carried to the grave, so do the priests secure the doors with bars and locks, lest they be stripped by thieves. They light candles to them, and in great number, of which they cannot see one, but they are like beams in the house. And they say that the creeping things which are of the earth gnaw their hearts, while they eat them and their garments, and they feel it not. Their faces are black with the smoke that is made in the house. Owls and swallows and other birds fly upon their bodies and upon their heads, and cats in like manner, whereby you may know that they are no gods. Therefore fear them not. The gold also which they have is for show, but except a man wipe off the rust, they will not shine. For neither when they were molten did they feel it. Men buy them at a high price, whereas there is no breath in them. And having not the use of feet, they are carried upon shoulders, declaring to men how vile they are. Be they confounded also that worship them. Therefore, if they fall to the ground, they rise not up again of themselves, nor if a man set them upright, will they stand by themselves, but their gifts shall be set before them, as to the dead. The things that are sacrificed to them, their priests sell and abuse. In like manner also their wives take part of them, but give nothing of it either to the sick or to the poor. The childbearing and menstruous women touch their sacrifices. Knowing therefore by these things that they are not gods, fear them not. For how can they be called gods? Because women set offerings before the gods of silver and of gold and of wood, and priests sit in their temples, having their garments rent. and their heads and beards shaven, and nothing upon their heads. And they roar and cry before their gods, as men do at the feast when one is dead. The priests take away their garments, and clothe their wives and their children. And whether it be evil that one doth unto them or good, they are not able to recompense it, neither can they set up a king nor put him down. In like manner they can neither give riches nor requite evil. If a man make a vow to them and perform it not, they cannot require it. They cannot deliver a man from death, nor save the weak from the mighty. They cannot restore the blind man to his sight, nor deliver a man from distress. They shall not pity the widow, nor do good to the fatherless. Their gods of wood and of stone, and of gold and of silver, are like the stones that are hewn out of the mountains, and they that worship them shall be confounded. How then is it to be supposed, or to be said, that they are gods? Even the Chaldeans themselves dishonor them, who, when they hear of one dumb that cannot speak, they present him to Baal, entreating him that he may speak, as though they could be sensible that have no motion themselves, and they, when they shall perceive this, will leave them, for their gods themselves have no sense. The women also with cords about them sit in the ways, burning olive stones, and when any one of them, drawn away by some passenger, lieth with him, she upbraideth her neighbour, that she was not thought as worthy as herself, nor her cord broken, but all things that are done about them are false. How is it then to be thought or to be said that they are gods, and they are made by workmen and by goldsmiths? They shall be nothing else but what the priests will have them to be. For the artificers themselves that make them are of no long continuance. Can those things then that are made by them be gods? But they have left false things and reproach to them that come after. For when war cometh upon them, or evils, the priests consult with themselves where they may hide themselves with them. How then can they be thought to be gods, that can neither deliver themselves from war, nor save themselves from evils? For seeing they are but of wood, and laid over with gold and with silver, it shall be known hereafter that they are false things, by all nations and kings, and it shall be manifest that they are no gods, but the work of men's hands, and that there is no work of God in them. Whence therefore is it known that they are not gods, but the work of men's hands, and no work of God is in them? They cannot set up a king over the land, nor give rein to men. They determine no causes, nor deliver countries from oppression, because they can do nothing, and are as doors between heaven and earth. For when fire shall fall upon the house of these gods of wood, and of silver, and of gold, their priests indeed will flee away, and be saved. But they themselves shall be burnt in the midst like beams, and they cannot withstand a king and war. How then can it be supposed, or admitted that they are gods? Neither are these gods of wood, and of stone, and laid over with gold, and with silver, able to deliver themselves from thieves or robbers. They that are stronger than them shall take from them the gold, and silver, and the raiment wherewith they are clothed, and shall go their way, neither shall they help themselves. Therefore it is better to be a king that showeth his power, or else a profitable vessel in the house, with which the owner thereof will be well satisfied, or a door in the house to keep things safe that are therein, than such false gods. The sun and the moon and the stars being bright, and sent forth for profitable uses, are obedient. In like manner, the lightning, when it breaketh forth, is easy to be seen, and after the same manner the wind bloweth in every country. And the clouds, when God commandeth them to go over the whole world, do that which is commanded them. The fire also being sent from above to consume mountains and woods, doth as it is commanded. But these neither in show nor in power are like to any one of them. Wherefore it is neither to be thought nor to be said that they are gods, since they are neither able to judge causes nor to do any good to men. Knowing, therefore, that they are not gods, fear them not, for neither can they curse kings nor bless them. Neither do they show signs in the heaven to the nations, nor shine as the sun, nor give light as the moon. Beasts are better than they, which can fly under a covert and help themselves. Therefore there is no manner of appearance that they are gods, so fear them not. For as a scarecrow in a garden of cucumbers keepeth nothing, so are their gods of wood and of silver, and laid over with gold. They are no better than a white thorn in a garden, upon which every bird sitteth. In like manner also their gods of wood, and laid over with gold and with silver, are like to a dead body cast forth in the dark. By the purple also and the scarlet, which are moth-eaten upon them, you shall know that they are not gods, and they themselves at last are consumed, and shall be a reproach in the country. Better, therefore, is the just man that hath no idols, for he shall be far from reproach. The Book of Maccabees, chapter 1. Now it came to pass, after that Alexander, the son of Philip the Macedonian, who first reigned in Greece, coming out of the land of Chethim, had overthrown Darius king of the Persians and Medes. He fought many battles, and took the strongholds of all, and slew the kings of the earth. And he went through even to the ends of the earth, and took the spoils of many nations. And the earth was quiet before him, and he gathered a power, and a very strong army. And his heart was exalted and lifted up. And he subdued countries of nations and princes, and they became tributaries to him. And after these things, he fell down upon his bed, and knew that he should die. And he called his servants the nobles that were brought up with him from his youth, and he divided his kingdom among them, while he was yet alive. And Alexander reigned 12 years, and he died, and his servants made themselves kings every one in his place, and they all put crowns upon themselves after his death, and their sons after them many years. And evils were multiplied in the earth. And there came out of them a wicked root, Antiochus the illustrious, the son of King Antiochus, who had been a hostage at Rome. And he reigned in the 137th year of the kingdom of the Greeks. In those days there went out of Israel wicked men, and they persuaded many, saying, Let us go, and make a covenant with the heathens that are round about us. For since we departed from them, many evils have befallen us. And the word seemed good in their eyes. And some of the people determined to do this, and went to the king. And he gave them license to do after the ordinances of the heathens. And they built a place of exercise in Jerusalem, according to the laws of the nations. And they made themselves prepuces, and departed from the holy covenant, and joined themselves to the heathens, and were sold to do evil. And the kingdom was established before Antiochus, and he had a mind to reign over the land of Egypt, that he might reign over 2 kingdoms. And he entered into Egypt with a great multitude, with chariots and elephants and horsemen, and a great number of ships. And he made war against Ptolemy king of Egypt. But Ptolemy was afraid at his presence, and fled, and many were wounded unto death. And he took the strong cities in the land of Egypt, and he took the spoils of the land of Egypt. And after Antiochus had ravaged Egypt in the 143rd year, he returned and went up against Israel. And he went up to Jerusalem with a great multitude. And he proudly entered into the sanctuary, and took away the golden altar, and the candlestick of light, and all the vessels thereof, and the table of proposition, and the pouring vessels, and the vials, and the little mortars of gold, and the veil, and the crowns, and the golden ornament that was before the temple. And he broke them all in pieces. And he took the silver and gold, and the precious vessels, and he took the hidden treasures which he found. And when he had taken all away, he departed into his own country. And he made a great slaughter of men, and spoke very proudly. And there was great mourning in Israel, and in every place where they were. And the princes and the ancients mourned, and the virgins and the young men were made feeble, and the beauty of the women was changed. Every bridegroom took up lamentation, and the bride that sat in the marriage bed mourned, and the land was moved for the inhabitants thereof, and all the house of Jacob was covered with confusion. And after 2 full years the king sent the chief collector of his tributes to the cities of Judah, And he came to Jerusalem with a great multitude. And he spoke to them peaceable words in deceit, and they believed him. And he fell upon the city suddenly, and struck it with a great slaughter, and destroyed much people in Israel. And he took the spoils of the city, and burnt it with fire, and threw down the houses thereof, and the walls thereof round about. And they took the women captive, and the children, and the cattle they possessed. And they built the city of David with a great and strong wall, and with strong towers, and made it a fortress for them. And they placed there a sinful nation, wicked men, and they fortified themselves therein. And they stored up armor and victuals, and gathered together the spoils of Jerusalem, and laid them up there. And they became a great snare. And this was a place to lie in wait against the sanctuary, and an evil devil in Israel. And they shed innocent blood round about the sanctuary, and defiled the holy place. And the inhabitants of Jerusalem fled away by reason of them. And the city was made the habitation of strangers, and she became a stranger to her own seed, and her children forsook her. Her sanctuary was desolate like a wilderness. Her festival days were turned into mourning, her Sabbaths into reproach. Her honors were brought to nothing. Her dishonor was increased according to her glory, and her excellency was turned into mourning. And King Antiochus wrote to all his kingdom that all the people should be one, and everyone should leave his own law. And all nations consented according to the word of King Antiochus. And many of Israel consented to his service, and they sacrificed to idols, and profaned the Sabbath. And the king sent letters by the hands of messengers to Jerusalem, and to all the cities of Judah, that they should follow the law of the nations of the earth, and should forbid holocausts and sacrifices, and atonements to be made in the temple of God, and should prohibit the Sabbath and the festival days to be celebrated. And he commanded the holy places to be profaned, and the holy people of Israel. And he commanded altars to be built, and temples and idols and swine's flesh to be immolated, and unclean beasts, and that they should leave their children uncircumcised, and let their souls be defiled with all uncleannesses and abominations, to the end that they should forget the law, and should change all the justifications of God, and that whosoever would not do according to the word of King Antiochus should be put to death. According to all these words he wrote to his whole kingdom, and he appointed rulers over the people that should force them to do these things. And they commanded the cities of Judah to sacrifice. Then many of the people were gathered to them that had forsaken the law of the Lord, and they committed evils in the land. And they drove away the people of Israel into lurking holes, and into the secret places of fugitives. On the 15th day of the month Casler, in the 145th year, King Antiochus set up the abominable idol of desolation upon the altar of God, and they built altars throughout all the cities of Judah round about, and they burned incense and sacrificed at the doors of the houses and in the streets, and they cut in pieces and burnt with fire the books of the law of God, and every one with whom the books of the testament of the Lord were found, and whosoever observed the law of the Lord, they put to death, according to the edict of the king. Thus by their power did they deal with the people of Israel, that were found in the cities month after month. And on the 25th day of the month they sacrificed upon the altar of the idol. that was over against the altar of God. Now the women that circumcised their children were slain according to the commandment of King Antiochus. And they hanged the children about their necks in all their houses. And those that had circumcised them they put to death. And many of the people of Israel determined with themselves that they would not eat unclean things, and they chose rather to die than to be defiled with unclean meats. And they would not break the holy law of God, and they were put to death. And there was very great wrath upon the people. Chapter 2. In those days arose Mattathias the son of John, the son of Simeon, a priest of the sons of Jorib, from Jerusalem, and he abode in the mountain of Modin. And he had 5 sons, John, who was surnamed Gaddis, and Simon, who was surnamed Darcy, and Judas, who was called Maccabees, and Eleazar, who was surnamed Abaron, and Jonathan, who was surnamed Apphus. These saw the evils that were done in the people of Judah and in Jerusalem. And Mattathias said, Woe is me! Wherefore was I born to see the ruin of my people, and the ruin of the holy city, and to dwell there when it is given into the hands of the enemies. The holy places are come into the hands of strangers. Her temple is become as a man without honor. The vessels of her glory are carried away captive. Her old men are murdered in the streets, and her young men are fallen by the sword of the enemies. What nation hath not inherited her kingdom, and gotten of her spoils? All her ornaments are taken away. She that was free is made a slave. And behold, our sanctuary, and our beauty, and our glory is laid waste, and the Gentiles have defiled them. To what end then should we live any longer? And Mattathias and his sons rent their garments, and they covered themselves with haircloth, and made great lamentation. And they that were sent from King Antiochus came thither, to compel them that were fled into the city of Modin, to sacrifice, and to burn incense, and to depart from the law of God. And many of the people of Israel consented, and came to them. But Mattathias and his sons stood firm. And they that were sent from Antiochus, answering, said to Mattathias, Thou art a ruler, and an honourable and great man in this city, and adorned with sons and brethren. Therefore come thou first, and obey the king's commandment, as all nations have done, and the men of Judah, and they that remain in Jerusalem, and thou and thy sons shall be in the number of the king's friends, and enriched with gold, and silver, and many presents. Then Mattathias answered, and said with a loud voice, Although all nations obey King Antiochus, so as to depart every man from the service of the law of his fathers, and consent to his commandments, I and my sons and my brethren will obey the law of our fathers. God be merciful unto us. It is not profitable for us to forsake the law and the justices of God. We will not hearken to the words of King Antiochus, neither will we sacrifice and transgress the commandments of our law to go another way. Now as he left off speaking these words, there came a certain Jew in the sight of all to sacrifice to the idols upon the altar in the city of Modin, according to the king's commandment. And Mattathias saw and was grieved, and his reins trembled, and his wrath was kindled according to the judgment of the law. And running upon him, he slew him upon the altar. Moreover, the man whom King Antiochus had sent, who compelled them to sacrifice, he slew at the same time, and pulled down the altar, and showed zeal for the law, as Phinehas did by Zamri the son of Salomi. And Mattathias cried out in the city with a loud voice, saying, Every one that hath zeal for the law, and maintaineth the testament, let him follow me. So he and his sons fled into the mountains, and left all that they had in the city. Then many that sought after judgment and justice went down into the desert, and they abode there, they and their children, and their wives, and their cattle, because afflictions increased upon them. And it was told to the king's men, and to the army that was in Jerusalem in the city of David, that certain men who had broken the king's commandment were gone away into the secret places in the wilderness, and that many were gone after them. And forthwith they went out towards them, and made war against them on the Sabbath day. And they said to them, Do you still resist? Come forth, and do according to the edict of King Antiochus, and you shall live. And they said, We will not come forth, neither will we obey the king's edict, to profane the Sabbath day. And they made haste to give them battle. But they answered them not, neither did they cast a stone at them, nor stopped up the secret places, saying, Let us all die in our innocency, and heaven and earth shall be witnesses for us, that you put us to death wrongfully. So they gave them battle on the Sabbath, and they were slain with their wives, and their children, and their cattle, to the number of 1,000 persons. And Mattathias and his friends heard of it, and they mourned for them exceedingly. And every man said to his neighbor, If we shall all do as our brethren have done, and not fight against the heathens for our lives and our justifications, they will now quickly root us out of the earth. And they determined in that day, saying, Whosoever shall come up against us to fight on the Sabbath day, we will fight against him, and we will not all die, as our brethren that were slain in the secret places. Then was assembled to them the congregation of the Assadeans, the stoutest of Israel, every one that had a good will for the law. And all they that fled from the evils joined themselves to them, and were a support to them. And they gathered an army, and slew the sinners in their wrath, and the wicked men in their indignation, and the rest fled to the nations for safety. And Mattathias and his friends went round about, and they threw down the altars, and they circumcised all the children whom they found in the confines of Israel that were uncircumcised, and they did valiantly. And they pursued after the children of pride, and the work prospered in their hands. And they recovered the law out of the hands of the nations, and out of the hands of the kings. And they yielded not the horn to the sinner. Now the days drew near that Mattathias should die. And he said to his sons, Now hath pride and chastisement gotten strength, and the time of destruction, and the wrath of indignation. Now therefore, O my sons, be ye zealous for the law, and give your lives for the covenant of your fathers, and call to remembrance the works of the fathers, which they have done in their generations, and you shall receive great glory, and an everlasting name. Was not Abraham found faithful in temptation, and it was reputed to him unto justice? Joseph in the time of his distress kept the commandment, and he was made Lord of Egypt. Phinehas our father, by being fervent in the zeal of God, received the covenant of an everlasting priesthood. Jesus, whilst he fulfilled the word, was made ruler in Israel. Caleb, for bearing witness before the congregation, received an inheritance. David, by his mercy, obtained the throne of an everlasting kingdom. Elias, while he was full of zeal for the law, was taken up into heaven. Ananias and Azarias and Misael, by believing, were delivered out of the flame. Daniel, in his innocency, was delivered out of the mouth of the lions. And thus consider through all generations, that none that trust in him fail in strength. And fear not the words of a sinful man, for his glory is dung and worms. Today he is lifted up, and tomorrow he shall not be found, because he is returned into his earth, and his thought is come to nothing. You therefore, my sons, take courage, and behave manfully in the law, for by it you shall be glorious. And behold, I know that your brother Simon is a man of counsel. Give ear to him always, and he shall be a father to you. And Judas Maccabeus, who is valiant and strong from his youth up, let him be the leader of your army, and he shall manage the war of the people. And you shall take to you all that observe the law, and revenge ye the wrong of your people. Render to the Gentiles their reward, and take heed to the precepts of the law. And he blessed them, and was joined to his fathers. And he died in the 146th year. And he was buried by his sons in the sepulchres of his fathers in Modan. And all Israel mourned for him with great mourning. Chapter 3. Then his son Judas, called Maccabeus, rose up in his stead, and all his brethren helped him, and all they that had joined themselves to his father, and they fought with cheerfulness the battle of Israel. And he got his people great honour, and put on a breastplate as a giant, and girt his warlike armour about him in battles, and protected the camp with his sword. In his acts he was like a lion, and like a lion's whelp roaring for his prey. And he pursued the wicked and sought them out, and them that troubled his people he burnt with fire. And his enemies were driven away for fear of him, and all the workers of iniquity were troubled, and salvation prospered in his hand. And he grieved many kings, and made Jacob glad with his works, and his memory is blessed forever. And he went through the cities of Judah, and destroyed the wicked out of them, and turned away wrath from Israel. And he was renowned even to the utmost part of the earth, and he gathered them that were perishing. And Apollonius gathered together the Gentiles, and a numerous and great army from Samaria, to make war against Israel. And Judas understood it, and went forth to meet him, and he overthrew him and killed him, and many fell down slain, the rest fled away. And he took their spoils, and Judas took the sword of Apollonius, and fought with it all his lifetime. And Sirach, captain of the army of Syria, heard that Judas had assembled a company of the faithful, and a congregation with him, and he said, I will get me a name, and will be glorified in the kingdom, and will overthrow Judas, and those that are with him, that have despised the edict of the king. And he made himself ready, and the host of the wicked went up with him strong succors, to be revenged of the children of Israel. And they approached even as far as Betharon, and Judas went forth to meet him, with a small company. But when they saw the army coming to meet them, they said to Judas, How shall we, being few, be able to fight against so great a multitude and so strong? And we are ready to faint with fasting today. And Judas said, It is an easy matter for many to be shut up in the hands of a few, and there is no difference in the sight of the God of heaven to deliver with a great multitude or with a small company. For the success of war is not in the multitude of the army, but strength cometh from heaven. They come against us with an insolent multitude, and with pride, to destroy us and our wives and our children, and to take our spoils. But we will fight for our lives and our laws, and the Lord himself will overthrow them before our face. But as for you, fear them not. And as soon as he had made an end of speaking, he rushed suddenly upon them. And Sihon and his host were overthrown before him, and he pursued him by the descent of Bethhoron even to the plain. And there fell of them 800 men, and the rest fled into the land of the Philistines. And the fear of Judas and of his brethren, and the dread of them fell upon all the nations round about them. And his fame came to the king, and all nations told of the battles of Judas. Now when King Antiochus heard these words, he was angry in his mind, and he sent and gathered the forces of all his kingdom, an exceeding strong army. And he opened his treasury, and gave out pay to the army for a year, and he commanded them that they should be ready for all things. And he perceived that the money of his treasures failed, and that the tributes of the country were small because of the dissension, and the evil that he had brought upon the land, that he might take away the laws of old times. And he feared that he should not have as formerly enough for charges and gifts, which he had given before with a liberal hand, for he had abounded more than the kings that had been before him. And he was greatly perplexed in mind, and purposed to go into Persia, and to take tributes of the countries, and to gather much money. And he left Lysias, a nobleman of the blood royal, to oversee the affairs of the kingdom, from the river Euphrates even to the river of Egypt, and to bring up his son Antiochus till he came again. And he delivered to him half the army and the elephants, and he gave him charge concerning all that he would have done, and concerning the inhabitants of Judea and Jerusalem, and that he should send an army against them, to destroy and root out the strength of Israel and the remnant of Jerusalem, and to take away the memory of them from that place, and that he should settle strangers to dwell in all their coasts, and divide their land by lot. So the king took the half of the army that remained, and went forth from Antioch, the chief city of his kingdom, in the 147th year. And he passed over the river Euphrates, and went through the higher countries. Then Lysias chose Ptolemy, the son of Doramenus, and Nicanor and Gorgias, mighty men of the king's friends. And he sent with them 40,000 men, and 7,000 horsemen, to go into the land of Judah, and to destroy it according to the king's orders. So they went forth with all their power, and came, and pitched near Emmaus in the plain country. And the merchants of the countries heard the fame of them, and they took silver and gold in abundance, and servants, and they came into the camp, to buy the children of Israel for slaves. And there were joined to them the forces of Syria, and of the land of the strangers. And Judas and his brethren saw that evils were multiplied, and that the armies approached to their borders, and they knew the orders the king had given to destroy the people and utterly abolish them. And they said every man to his neighbor, let us raise up the low condition of our people, and let us fight for our people and our sanctuary. And the assembly was gathered that they might be ready for battle, and that they might pray and ask mercy and compassion. Now Jerusalem was not inhabited, but was like a desert. There was none of her children that went in or out, and the sanctuary was trodden down, and the children of strangers were in the castle. There was the habitation of the Gentiles, and joy was taken away from Jacob, and the pipe and harp ceased there. And they assembled together, and came to Masphah over against Jerusalem. For in Masphah was a place of prayer heretofore in Israel. And they fasted that day, and put on haircloth, and put ashes upon their heads. And they rent their garments, and they laid open the books of the law. The Gentiles searched for the likeness of their idols, and they brought the priestly ornaments, the firstfruits and tithes, and stirred up the Nazarites that had fulfilled their days. And they cried with a loud voice toward heaven, saying, What shall we do with these, and whither shall we carry them? For thy holies are trodden down, and are profaned, and thy priests are in mourning, and are brought low. And behold, the nations are come together against us to destroy us. Thou knowest what they intend against us. How shall we be able to stand before their face unless thou, O God, help us? Then they sounded with trumpets, and cried out with a loud voice. And after this Judas appointed captains over the people, over thousands, and over hundreds, and over 50s, and over 10s. And he said to them that were building houses, or had betrothed wives, or were planting vineyards, or were fearful, that they should return every man to his house according to the law. So they removed the camp, and pitched on the south side of Emmaus. And Judah said, Gird yourselves, and be valiant men, and be ready against the morning, that you may fight with these nations that are assembled against us to destroy us and our sanctuary. For it is better for us to die in battle than to see the evils of our nation and of the holies. Nevertheless, as it shall be the will of God in heaven, so be it done. Chapter 4. Then Gorgias took 5,000 men, and 1,000 of the best horsemen, and they removed out of the camp by night, that they might come upon the camp of the Jews, and strike them suddenly. And the men that were of the castle were their guides. And Judas heard of it, and rose up, he and the valiant men, to attack the king's forces that were in Emmaus. For as yet the army was dispersed from the camp. And Gorgias came by night into the camp of Judas, and found no man. And he sought them in the mountains. For he said, These men flee from us. And when it was day, Judas showed himself in the plain with 3,000 men only, who neither had armor nor swords. And they saw the camp of the Gentiles that it was strong, and the men in breastplates, and the horsemen round about them, and these were trained up to war. And Judas said to the men that were with him, Fear ye not their multitude, neither be ye afraid of their assault. Remember in what manner our fathers were saved in the Red Sea, when Pharaoh pursued them with a great army. And now let us cry to heaven, and the Lord will have mercy on us, and will remember the covenant of our fathers, and will destroy this army before our face this day. And all nations shall know that there is one that redeemeth and delivereth Israel. And the strangers lifted up their eyes, and saw them coming against them. And they went out of the camp to battle. And they that were with Judas sounded the trumpet, and they joined battle. And the Gentiles were routed, and fled into the plain. But all the hindmost of them fell by the sword, and they pursued them as far as Gezeron, and even to the plains of Idumea. and of Azotus, and of Jamnia, and there fell of them to the number of 3,000 men. And Judas returned again with his army that followed him, and he said to the people, Be not greedy of the spoils, for there is war before us, and Gorgias and his army are near us in the mountain. But stand ye now against our enemies and overthrow them, and you shall take the spoils afterwards with safety. And as Judas was speaking these words, behold, part of them appeared looking forth from the mountain. And Gorgias saw that his men were put to flight, and that they had set fire to the camp. For the smoke that was seen declared what was done. And when they had seen this, they were seized with great fear, seeing at the same time Judas and his army in the plain, ready to fight. So they all fled away into the land of the strangers. And Judas returned to take the spoils of the camp, and they got much gold and silver and blue silk and purple of the sea and great riches. And returning home they sung a hymn, and blessed God in heaven, because he is good, because his mercy endureth forever. So Israel had a great deliverance that day. And such of the strangers as escaped went and told Lysias all that had happened. And when he heard these things, he was amazed and discouraged, because things had not succeeded in Israel according to his mind, and as the king had commanded. So the year following Lysias gathered together 70,000 chosen men, and 5,000 horsemen, that he might subdue them. And they came into Judea, and pitched their tents in Bethhoron, and Judas met them with 10,000 men. And they saw that the army was strong, and he prayed and said, Blessed art thou, O Saviour of Israel, who didst break the violence of the mighty by the hand of thy servant David, and didst deliver up the camp of the strangers into the hands of Jonathan, the son of Saul, and of his armor-bearer. Shut up this army in the hands of thy people Israel, and let them be confounded in their host and their horsemen. Strike them with fear, and cause the boldness of their strength to languish, and let them quake at their own destruction. Cast them down with the sword of them that love thee, and let all that know thy name praise thee with hymns. And they joined battle. And there fell of the army of Lysias 5,000 men. And when Lysias saw that his men were put to flight, and how bold the Jews were, and that they were ready either to live or to die manfully, he went to Antioch and chose soldiers, that they might come again into Judea with greater numbers. Then Judas and his brethren said, Behold, our enemies are discomfited. Let us go up now to cleanse the holy places and to repair them. And all the army assembled together, and they went up into Mount Sion. And they saw the sanctuary desolate, and the altar profaned, and the gates burned, and shrubs growing up in the courts as in a forest, or on the mountains, and the chambers joining to the temple thrown down. And they rent their garments, and made great lamentation, and put ashes on their heads. And they fell face down to the ground on their faces, and they sounded with the trumpets of alarm, and they cried towards heaven. Then Judas appointed men to fight against them that were in the castle, till they had cleansed the holy places. And he chose priests without blemish, whose will was set upon the law of God. And they cleansed the holy places, and took away the stones that had been defiled into an unclean place. And he considered about the altar of holocaust that had been profaned, what he should do with it. And a good counsel came into their minds to pull it down. lest it should be a reproach to them, because the Gentiles had defiled it. So they threw it down. And they laid up the stones in the mountain of the temple in a convenient place, till there should come a prophet, and give answer concerning them. Then they took whole stones according to the law, and built a new altar according to the former. And they built up the holy places, and the things that were within the temple. And they sanctified the temple, and the courts. And they made new holy vessels, and brought in the candlestick, and the altar of incense, and the table into the temple. And they put incense upon the altar, and lighted up the lamps that were upon the candlestick. And they gave light in the temple. And they set the loaves upon the table, and hung up the veils, and finished all the works that they had begun to make. And they arose before the morning on the 5th and 20th day of the 9th month, which is the month of Caslu, in the 148th year. And they offered sacrifice according to the law upon the new altar of holocaust, which they had made, according to the time, and according to the day wherein the heathens had defiled it. In the same was it dedicated anew with canticles, and harps, and lutes, and cymbals. And all the people fell upon their faces, and adored, and blessed up to heaven him that had prospered them. And they kept the dedication of the altar 8 days, and they offered holocausts with joy, and sacrifices of salvation and of praise. And they adorned the front of the temple with crowns of gold and escutcheons, and they renewed the gates and the chambers, and hanged doors upon them. And there was exceeding great joy among the people, and the reproach of the Gentiles was turned away. And Judas and his brethren and all the church of Israel decreed that the day of the dedication of the altar should be kept in its season from year to year for 8 days, from the 5th and 20th day of the month of Caslu, with joy and gladness. They built up also at that time Mount Sion, with high walls and strong towers round about, lest the Gentiles should at any time come, and tread it down as they did before. And he placed a garrison there to keep it, and he fortified it to secure Bethsura, that the people might have a defense against Idumea. Chapter 5. Now it came to pass, when the nations round about heard that the altar and the sanctuary were built up as before, that they were exceeding angry. And they thought to destroy the generation of Jacob that were among them. And they began to kill some of the people, and to persecute them. Then Judas fought against the children of Esau in Idumea, and them that were in Acrabathane, because they beset the Israelites around about. And he made a great slaughter of them. And he remembered the malice of the children of Ben, who were a snare and a stumbling block to the people, by lying in wait for them in the way. And they were shut up by him in towers, and he set upon them, and devoted them to utter destruction, and burnt their towers with fire, and all that were in them. Then he passed over to the children of Ammon, where he found a mighty power and much people, and Timotheus was their captain, and he fought many battles with them, and they were discomfited in their sight, and he smote them. And he took the city of Gaza and her towns, and returned into Judea. And the Gentiles that were in Galaad assembled themselves together against the Israelites that were in their quarters to destroy them. And they fled into the fortress of Dataman. And they sent letters to Judas and his brethren, saying, the heathens that are round about are gathered together against us to destroy us, and they are preparing to come, and to take the fortress into which we are fled, and Timotheus is the captain of their host. Now therefore come, and deliver us out of their hands, for many of us are slain. And all our brethren that were in the places of Tobit are killed, and they have carried away their wives and their children captives, and taken their spoils, and they have slain there almost 1,000 men. And while they were yet reading these letters, behold, there came other messengers out of Galilee with their garments rent, who related according to these words, saying that they of Ptolemais and of Tyre and of Sidon were assembled against them, and all Galilee is filled with strangers, in order to consume us. Now when Judas and all the people heard these words, a great assembly met together to consider what they should do for their brethren that were in trouble, and were assaulted by them. And Judas said to Simon his brother, Choose thee men, and go, and deliver thy brethren in Galilee, and I and my brother Jonathan will go into the country of Galilee. And he left Joseph the son of Zacharias, and Azarias captains of the people with the remnant of the army in Judea to keep it. And he commanded them, saying, Take ye the charge of this people, but make no war against the heathens till we return. Now 3,000 men were allotted to Simon to go into Galilee, and 8,000 to Judas to go into the land of Galilee. And Simon went into Galilee, and fought many battles with the heathens, and the heathens were discomfited before his face, and he pursued them even to the gate of Ptolemais. And there fell of the heathens almost 3,000 men, and he took the spoils of them, and he took with him those that were in Galilee, and in Arbatis, with their wives and children, and all that they had, and he brought them into Judea with great joy. And Judas Maccabeus and Jonathan his brother passed over the Jordan, and went 3 days' journey through the desert. And the Nabutheans met them, and received them in a peaceable manner, and told them all that happened to their brethren in the land of Galilee, and that many of them were shut up in Barasa, and in Bosor, and in Alima, and in Casphor, and in Mageh, and in Karnaim, all these strong and great cities, yea, and that they were kept shut up in the rest of the cities of Galilee, and that they had appointed to bring their army on the morrow near to these cities, and to take them, and to destroy them all in one day. Then Judas and his army suddenly turned their march into the desert to Bosor, and took the city. And he slew every male by the edge of the sword, and took all their spoils, and burnt it with fire. And they removed from thence by night, and went till they came to the fortress. And it came to pass that early in the morning, when they lifted up their eyes, behold, there were people without number, carrying ladders and engines to take the fortress, and assault them. And Judas saw that the fight was begun, and the cry of the battle went up to heaven like a trumpet, and a great cry out of the city. And he said to his host, Fight ye today for your brethren. And he came with 3 companies behind them, and they sounded their trumpets, and cried out in prayer. And the host of Timotheus understood that it was Maccabees, and they fled away before his face. And they made a great slaughter of them, and there fell of them in that day almost 8,000 men. And Judas turned aside to Maspha, and assaulted, and took it, and he slew every male thereof, and took the spoils thereof, and burnt it with fire. From thence he marched, and took Casbon, and Magath, and Bosor, and the rest of the cities of Galaad. But after this Timotheus gathered another army, and camped over against Raphon beyond the torrent. And Judas sent men to view the army, and they brought him word, saying, All the nations that are round about us are assembled unto him an army exceeding great, and they have hired the Arabians to help them, and they have pitched their tents beyond the torrent, ready to come to fight against thee. And Judas went to meet them. And Timotheus said to the captains of his army, When Judas and his army come near the torrent of water, if he pass over unto us first, we shall not be able to withstand him, for he will certainly prevail over us. But if he be afraid to pass over and camp on the other side of the river, we will pass over to them and shall prevail against him. Now, when Judas came near the torrent of water, he set the scribes of the people by the torrent, and commanded them, saying, Suffer no man to stay behind, but let all come to the battle. And he passed over to them first, and all the people after him, and all the heathens were discomfited before them, and they threw away their weapons, and fled to the temple that was in Carnem. And he took that city, and the temple he burnt with fire, with all things that were therein. And Carnem was subdued, and could not stand against the face of Judas. And Judas gathered together all the Israelites that were in the land of Galaad, from the least even to the greatest, and their wives and children, and an army exceeding great, to come into the land of Judah. And they came as far as Ephron. Now this was a great city situate in the way, strongly fortified, and there was no means to turn from it on the right hand or on the left, but the way was through the midst of it. And they that were in the city shut themselves in, and stopped up the gates with stones. And Judas sent to them with peaceable words, saying, Let us pass through your land to go into our country, and no man shall hurt you. We will only pass through on foot. But they would not open to them. Then Judas commanded proclamation to be made in the camp, that they should make an assault every man in the place where he was. And the men of the army drew near, and he assaulted that city all the day and all the night, and the city was delivered into his hands. And they slew every male with the edge of the sword, and he razed the city, and took the spoils thereof, and passed through all the city over them that were slain. Then they passed over the Jordan to the great plain that is over against Bethsan. And Judas gathered together the hindmost, and he exhorted the people all the way through, till they came into the land of Judah. And they went up to Mount Sion with joy and gladness, and offered holocaust, because not one of them was slain, till they had returned in peace. Now in the days that Judas and Jonathan were in the land of Galaad, and Simon his brother in Galilee before Ptolemais, Joseph the son of Zacharias, and Azarias captain of the soldiers, heard of the good success and the battles that were fought. And he said, Let us also get us a name, and let us go fight against the Gentiles that are round about us. And he gave charge to them that were in his army, and they went toward Jamnia. And Gorgias and his men went out of the city to give them battle. And Joseph and Azarias were put to flight, and were pursued unto the borders of Judea. And there fell on that day of the people of Israel about 2,000 men, and there was a great overthrow of the people, because they did not hearken to Judas and his brethren, thinking that they should do manfully. But they were not of the seed of those men by whom salvation was brought to Israel. And the men of Judah were magnified exceedingly in the sight of all Israel, and of all the nations where their name was heard. And people assembled to them with joyful acclamations. Then Judas and his brethren went forth and attacked the children of Esau in the land toward the south. And he took Shebron and her towns, and he burnt the walls thereof and the towers all round it. And he removed his camp to go into the land of the aliens, and he went through Samaria. In that day some priests fell in battle. While desiring to do manfully, they went out unadvisedly to fight. And Judas turned to Azotus into the land of the strangers, and he threw down their altars, and he burnt the statues of their gods with fire, and he took the spoils of the cities, and returned into the land of Judah. Chapter 6. Now King Antiochus was going through the higher countries, and he heard that the city of Elimiah in Persia was greatly renowned, and abounding in silver and gold, and that there was in it a temple, exceeding rich, and coverings of gold, and breastplates, and shields which King Alexander, son of Philip the Macedonian, that reigned first in Greece, had left there. Lo, he came, and sought to take the city and to pillage it. But he was not able, because the design was known to them that were in the city. And they rose up against him in battle, and he fled away from thence, and departed with great sadness, and returned towards Babylonia. And whilst he was in Persia, there came one that told him how the armies that were in the land of Judah were put to flight, and that Lysias went with a very great power, and was put to flight before the face of the Jews, and that they were grown strong by the armour and power and store of spoils, which they had gotten out of the camps which they had destroyed, and that they had thrown down the abomination which he had set up upon the altar in Jerusalem, and that they had compassed about the sanctuary with high walls as before, and Bethsura also his city. And it came to pass when the king heard these words, that he was struck with fear, and exceedingly moved, and he laid himself down upon his bed, and fell sick for grief, because it had not fallen out to him as he imagined. And he remained there many days, for great grief came more and more and more upon him, and he made account that he should die. And he called for all his friends, and said to them, Sleep is gone from my eyes, and I am fallen away, and my heart is cast down for anxiety. And I said in my heart, Into how much tribulation am I come, and into what floods of sorrow, wherein now I am, I that was pleasant and beloved in my power. But now I remember the evils that I have done in Jerusalem, from whence also I took away all the spoils of gold and of silver that were in it, and I sent to destroy the inhabitants of Judah without cause. I know therefore that for this cause these evils have found me, and behold, I perish with great grief in a strange land. Then he called Philip, one of his friends, and he made him regent over all his kingdom. And he gave him the crown, and his robe, and his ring, that he should go to Antiochus his son, and should bring him up for the kingdom. So King Antiochus died there in the year 149, and Lysias understood that the king was dead, and he set up Antiochus his son to reign, whom he brought up young, and he called his name Eupator. Now they that were in the castle had shut up the Israelites round about the holy places, and they were continually seeking their hurt, and to strengthen the Gentiles. and Judas purposed to destroy them, and he called together all the people to besiege them. And they came together and besieged them in the year 150. And they made battering slings and engines. And some of the besieged got out, and some wicked men of Israel joined themselves unto them. And they went to the king and said, How long dost thou delay to execute the judgment and to revenge our brethren? We determined to serve thy father and to do according to his orders and obey his edicts. And for this they of our nation are alienated from us, and have slain as many of us as they could find, and have spoiled our inheritances. Neither have they put forth their hand against us only, but also against all our borders. And behold, they have approached this day to the castle of Jerusalem to take it, and they have fortified the stronghold of Bethsura. And unless thou speedily prevent them, they will do greater things than these, and thou shalt not be able to subdue them. Now when the king heard this, he was angry, and he called together all his friends, and the captains of his army, and them that were over the horsemen. There came also to him from other realms, and from the islands of the sea hired troops, and the number of his army was 100,000 footmen, and 20,000 horsemen, and 32 elephants trained to battle. And they went through Idumea, and approached to Bethsura, and fought many days, and they made engines, but they sallied forth and burned them with fire, and fought manfully. And Judas departed from the castle, and removed the camp to Bethsakaram, over against the king's camp. And the king rose before it was light, and made his troops march on fiercely towards the way of Bethsakaram. And the armies made themselves ready for the battle, and they sounded the trumpets. And they showed the elephants the blood of grapes and mulberries to provoke them to fight. And they distributed the beast by the legions, and there stood by every elephant 1,000 men in coats of mail, and with helmets of brass on their heads, and 500 horsemen set in order were chosen for every beast. These before the time wheresoever the beast was, they were there, and whithersoever it went, they went, and they departed not from it. And upon the beast there were strong wooden towers, which covered every one of them, and engines upon them, and upon every one 32 valiant men who fought from above, and an Indian to rule the beast. And the rest of the horsemen he placed on this side and on that side at the two wings, with trumpets to stir up the army, and to hasten them forward that stood thick together in the legions thereof. Now, when the sun shone upon the shields of gold and of brass, the mountains glittered therewith, and they shone like lamps of fire. And part of the king's army was distinguished by the high mountains, and the other part by the low places. And they marched on warily and orderly. And all the inhabitants of the land were moved at the noise of their multitude, and the marching of the company, and the rattling of the armor, for the army was exceeding great and strong. And Judas and his army drew near for battle, and there fell of the king's army 600 men. And Eleazar, the son of Sora, saw one of the beasts harnessed with the king's harness, and it was higher than the other beasts. And it seemed to him that the king was on it, and he exposed himself to deliver his people and to get himself an everlasting name. And he ran up to it boldly in the midst of the legion, killing on the right hand and on the left, and they fell by him on this side and that side. And he went between the feet of the elephant, and put himself under it, and slew it. And it fell to the ground upon him, and he died there. Then they, seeing the strength of the king and the fierceness of his army, turned away from them. But the king's army went up against them to Jerusalem. And the king's army pitched their tents against Judea and Mount Sion. And he made peace with them that were in Bethsura. And they came forth out of the city, because they had no victuals, being shut up there. For it was the year of rest to the land. And the king took Bethsura, and he placed there a garrison to keep it. And he turned his army against the sanctuary for many days, and he set up there battering slings, and engines and instruments to cast fire, and engines to cast stones and javelins, and pieces to shoot arrows, and slings. And they also made engines against their engines, and they fought for many days. But there were no victuals in the city, because it was the 7th year, and such as had stayed in Judea of them, that came from among the nations, had eaten the residue of all that which had been stored up. And there remained in the holy places but a few, for the famine had prevailed over them, and they were dispersed every man to his own place. Now Lysias heard that Philip, whom King Antiochus, while he lived, had appointed to bring up his son Antiochus, and to reign, to be king, was returned from Persia and Media, with the army that went with him, and that he sought to take upon him the affairs of the kingdom. Wherefore he made haste to go, and say to the king, and to the captains of the army, We decay daily, and our provision of victuals is small, and the place that we lay siege to is strong, and it lieth upon us to take order for the affairs of the kingdom. Now therefore let us come to an agreement with these men, and make peace with them, and with all their nation, and let us covenant with them, that they may live according to their own laws as before. For because of our despising their laws, they have been provoked, and have done all these things. And the proposal was acceptable in the sight of the king and of the princes. And he sent to them to make peace, and they accepted of it. And the king and the princes swore to them, and they came out of the stronghold. Then the king entered into Mount Sion, and saw the strength of the place. And he quickly broke the oath that he had taken, and gave commandment to throw down the wall round about. And he departed in haste, and returned to Antioch, where he found Philip master of the city. And he fought against him, and took the city. Chapter 7. In the 151st year Demetrius, the son of Seleucus, departed from the city of Rome, and came up with a few men into a city of the sea coast, and reigned there. And it came to pass, as he entered into the house of the kingdom of his fathers, that the army seized upon Antiochus and Lysias, to bring them unto him. And when he knew it, he said, Let me not see their face. So the army slew them. And Demetrius sat upon the throne of his kingdom. And there came to him the wicked and ungodly men of Israel, and Alcimus was at the head of them, who desired to be made high priest. And they accused the people to the king, saying, Judas and his brethren have destroyed all thy friends, and he hath driven us out of our land. Now therefore send some man whom thou trustest, and let him go, and see all the havoc he hath made amongst us, and in the king's lands, and let him punish all his friends and their helpers. Then the king chose Bacchides, one of his friends that ruled beyond the great river in the kingdom, and was faithful to the king. And he sent him to see the havoc that Judas had made. And the wicked Alcimus he made high priest, and commanded him to take revenge upon the children of Israel. And they arose, and came with a great army into the land of Judah. And they sent messengers, and spoke to Judas and his brethren with peaceable words deceitfully. But they gave no heed to their words, for they saw that they were come with a great army. Then there assembled to Alcimus and Maccabees a company of the scribes to require things that are just. And first the Assyrians that were among the children of Israel, and they sought peace of them. For they said, One that is a priest of the seed of Aaron is come, he will not deceive us. And he spoke to them peaceably, and he swore to them, saying, We will do you no harm nor your friends. And they believed him, and he took 80 of them, and slew them in one day, according to the word that is written, The flesh of thy saints, and the blood of them they have shed round about Jerusalem, and there was none to bury them. Then fear and trembling fell upon all the people, for they said, There is no truth nor justice among them, for they have broken the covenant and the oath which they made. And Maccabees removed the camp from Jerusalem, and pitched in Bethzekah. And he sent, and took many of them that were fled away from him, and some of the people he killed, and threw them into a great pit. Then he committed the country to Alcimus, and left with him troops to help him. So Maccabees went away to the king. But Alcimus did what he could to maintain his chief priesthood, and they that disturbed the people resorted to him, and they got the land of Judah into their power, and did much hurt in Israel. And Judah saw all the evils that Alcimus, and they that were with him, did to the children of Israel, much more than the Gentiles. And he went out into all the coasts of Judah round about, and took vengeance upon the men that had revolted, and they ceased to go forth any more into the country. And Alcimus saw that Judas, and they that were with him prevailed, and he knew that he could not stand against them. And he went back to the king, and accused them of many crimes. And the king sent Nicanor, one of his principal lords, who was a great enemy to Israel, and he commanded him to destroy the people. And Nicanor came to Jerusalem with a great army, and he sent to Judas and to his brethren deceitfully with friendly words, saying, Let there be no fighting between me and you. I will come with a few men to see your faces with peace. And he came to Judas, and they saluted one another peaceably, and the enemies were prepared to take away Judas by force. And the thing was known to Judas that he was come to him with deceit, and he was much afraid of him, and would not see his face any more. And Nicanor knew that his counsel was discovered, and he went out to fight against Judas near Capharsalama. And there fell of Nicanor's army almost 5,000 men, and they fled into the city of David. And after this Nicanor went up into Mount Sion, and some of the priests and the people came out to salute him peaceably, and to show him the holocausts that were offered for the king. But he mocked them, and despised them, and abused them. And he spoke proudly, and swore in anger, saying, Unless Judas and his army be delivered into my hands, as soon as ever I return in peace, I will burn this house. And he went out in a great rage. And the priests went in, and stood before the face of the altar and the temple. And weeping, they said, Thou, O Lord, hast chosen this house for thy name to be called upon therein, that it might be a house of prayer and supplication for thy people. Be avenged of this man and his army, and let them fall by the sword. Remember their blasphemies, and suffer them not to continue any longer." Then Nicanor went out from Jerusalem, and encamped near to Betharon, and an army of Syria joined him. But Judas pitched in Adasa with 3,000 men. And Judas prayed and said, "O Lord, when they that were sent by King Sennacherib blasphemed thee, an angel went out and slew of them 185,000. Even so destroy this army in our sight today, and let the rest know that he hath spoken ill against thy sanctuary, and judge thou him according to his wickedness." And the armies joined battle on the 13th day of the month Adar, and the army of Nicanor was defeated, and he himself was first slain in the battle. And when his army saw that Nicanor was slain, they threw away their weapons and fled, and they pursued after them 1 day's journey from Adaza, even till ye come to Gazara, and they sounded the trumpets after them with signals. And they went forth out of all the towns of Judea round about, and they pushed them with the horns, and they turned again to them, and they were all slain with the sword, and there was not left of them so much as one. And they took the spoils of them for a booty, and they cut off Nicanor's head and his right hand, which he had proudly stretched out, and they brought it, and hung it up over against Jerusalem. And the people rejoiced exceedingly, and they spent that day with great joy. And he ordained that this day should be kept every year, being the 13th of the month of Adar. And the land of Judah was quiet for a short time. Chapter 8. Now Judas heard of the fame of the Romans, that they are powerful and strong, and willingly agree to all things that are requested of them, and that whosoever have come to them, they have made amity with them, and that they are mighty in power. And they heard of their battles and their noble acts, which they had done in Galatia, how they conquered them, and brought them under tribute, and how great things they had done in the land of Spain, and that they had brought under their power the mines of silver and of gold that are there, and had gotten possession of all the place by their counsel and patience, and had conquered places that were very far off from them, and kings that came against them from the ends of the earth, and had overthrown them with great slaughter, and the rest paid them tribute every year, and that they had defeated in battle Philip, and Perses the king of the Setians, and the rest that had borne arms against them, and had conquered them. And how Antiochus the great king of Asia, who went to fight against them, having 120 elephants with horsemen and chariots, and a very great army, was routed by them, and how they took him alive, and appointed to him, that both he and they that should reign after him should pay a great tribute, and that he should give hostages, and that which was agreed upon, and the country of the Indians, and of the Medes, and of the Lydians, some of their best provinces, and those which they had taken from them they gave to King Eumenes, and that they who were in Greece had a mind to go and to destroy them, and they had knowledge thereof, and they sent a general against them, and fought with them, and many of them were slain, and they carried away their wives and their children captives, and spoiled them, and took possession of their land, and threw down their walls, and brought them to be their servants unto this day. And the other kingdoms and islands that at any time had resisted them, they had destroyed and brought under their power. but with their friends and such as relied upon them. They kept amity and had conquered kingdoms that were near and that were far off. For all that heard their name were afraid of them. That whom they had a mind to help to a kingdom, those reigned, and whom they would, they deposed from a kingdom, and they were greatly exalted. And none of all these wore a crown, or was clothed in purple, to be magnified thereby. And that they made themselves a senate house, and consulted daily 320 men, that sat in council always for the people, that they might do the things that were right, and that they committed their government to one man every year, to rule over all their country, and they all obey one, and there is no envy nor jealousy amongst them. So Judas chose Eupolemus, the son of John, the son of Jacob, and Jason, the son of Eleazar. And he sent them to Rome to make a league of amity and confederacy with them, and that they might take off from them the yoke of the Grecians, for they saw that they oppressed the kingdom of Israel with servitude. And they went to Rome, a very long journey, and they entered into the Senate house, and said, Judas Maccabeus and his brethren, and the people of the Jews have sent us to you, to make alliance and peace with you, and that we may be registered your confederates and friends. And the proposal was pleasing in their sight. And this is the copy of the writing that they wrote back again, graven in tables of brass, and sent to Jerusalem, that it might be with them there for a memorial of the peace and alliance. Good success be to the Romans, and to the people of the Jews, by sea and by land forever, and far be the sword an enemy from them. But if there come first any war upon the Romans, or any of their confederates in all their dominions, the nation of the Jews shall help them according as the time shall direct, with all their heart. Neither shall they give them, whilst they are fighting, or furnish them with wheat, or arms, or money, or ships, as it hath seemed good to the Romans. And they shall obey their orders, without taking anything of them. In like manner also, if war shall come first upon the nation of the Jews, the Romans shall help them with all their heart, according as the time shall permit them. And there shall not be given to them that come to their aid either wheat, or arms, or money, or ships, as it hath seemed good to the Romans, and they shall observe their orders without deceit. According to these articles did the Romans covenant with the people of the Jews. And if after this one party or the other shall have a mind to add to these articles, or take away anything, they may do it at their pleasure. And whatsoever they shall add or take away shall be ratified. Moreover, concerning the evils that Demetrius the king hath done against them, we have written to him, saying, Why hast thou made thy yoke heavy upon our friends and allies the Jews? 32. If therefore they come again to us complaining of thee, we will do them justice, and will make war against thee by sea and land. Chapter 9. In the meantime, when Demetrius heard that Nicanor and his army were fallen in battle, he sent again Bacchides and Alcimus into Judea, and the right wing of his army with them. And they took the road that leadeth to Galgal, and they camped in Masaloth, which is in Arabella, and they made themselves masters of it, and slew many people. In the first month of the 152nd year, they brought the army to Jerusalem, and they arose, and went to Berea with 20,000 men, and 2,000 horsemen. Now Judas had pitched his tents in Lysar, and 3,000 chosen men with him. And they saw the multitude of the army, that they were many, and they were seized with great fear. And many withdrew themselves out of the camp, and there remained of them no more than 800 men. And Judah saw that his army slipped away, and the battle pressed upon him, and his heart was cast down, because he had not time to gather them together, and he was discouraged. Then he said to them that remained, "Let us arise and go against our enemies, if we may be able to fight against them." But they dissuaded him, saying, "We shall not be able, but let us save our lives now, and return to our brethren, and then we will fight against them, for we are but few." Then Judah said, "God forbid we should do this thing, and flee away from them. But if our time be come, let us die manfully for our brethren, and let us not stain our glory." And the army removed out of the camp, and they stood over against them. And the horsemen were divided into 2 troops, and the slingers and the archers went before the army, and they that were in the front were all men of valour. And Maccabees was in the right wing, and the legion drew near on 2 sides, and they sounded the trumpets. And they also were on Judas's side, even they also cried out, and the earth shook at the noise of the armies, and the battle was fought from morning even unto the evening. And Judas perceived that the stronger part of the army of Maccabees was on the right side, and all the stout of heart came together with him, and the right wing was discomfited by them, and he pursued them even to the Mount Azotus. And they that were in the left wing saw that the right wing was discomfited, and they followed after Judas, and them that were with him at their back. And the battle was hard fought, and there fell many wounded of the one side and of the other. And Judas was slain, and the rest fled away. And Jonathan and Simon took Judas their brother, and buried him in the sepulchre of their fathers in the city of Modern. And all the people of Israel bewailed him with great lamentation, and they mourned for him many days, and said, "How is the mighty man fallen that saved the people of Israel?" But the rest of the words of the wars of Judas, and of the noble acts that he did, and of his greatness, are not written, for they were very many. And it came to pass after the death of Judas, that the wicked began to put forth their heads in all the confines of Israel, and all the workers of iniquity rose up. In those days there was a very great famine, and they and all their country yielded to Maccabees. And Maccabees chose the wicked men, and made them lords of the country. And they sought out, and made diligent search after the friends of Judas, and brought them to Maccabees, and he took vengeance of them, and abused them. And there was a great tribulation in Israel, such as wasn't since the day that there was no prophet seen in Israel. And all the friends of Judas came together, and said to Jonathan, "Since thy brother Judas died, there is not a man like him to go forth against our enemies, Maccabees, and them that are the enemies of our nation. Now therefore we have chosen thee this day to be our prince, and captain in his stead to fight our battles." So Jonathan took upon him the government at that time, and rose up in the place of Judas his brother. And Maccabees had knowledge of it, and sought to kill him. And Jonathan and Simon his brother knew it, and all that were with them. And they fled into the desert of Tekoa, and they pitched by the water of the lake of Asphar. And Maccabees understood it, And he came himself with all his army over the Jordan on the Sabbath day. And Jonathan sent his brother a captain of the people to desire the Nabuteans his friends that they would lend them their equipage, which was copious. And the children of Jumbri came forth out of Madaba, and took John, and all that he had, and went away with them. After this it was told Jonathan, and Simon his brother, that the children of Jumbri made a great marriage, and were bringing the bride out of Madaba, the daughter of one of the great princes of Shanaan, with great pomp. And they remembered the blood of John their brother, and they went up and hid themselves under the covert of the mountain. And they lifted up their eyes and saw, and behold a tumult and great preparation. And the bridegroom came forth, and his friends and his brethren to meet them with timbrels and musical instruments and many weapons. And they rose up against them from the place where they lay in ambush, and slew them. And there fell many wounded, and the rest fled into the mountains. And they took all their spoils. And the marriage was turned into mourning, and the noise of their musical instruments into lamentation. And they took revenge for the blood of their brother, and they returned to the bank of the Jordan. And Maccabees heard it, and he came on the Sabbath day even to the bank of the Jordan with a great power. And Jonathan said to his company, Let us arise and fight against our enemies, for it is not now as yesterday and the day before. And behold, the battle is before us, and the water of the Jordan on this side and on that side, and banks and marshes and woods, and there is no place for us to turn aside. Now therefore cry ye to heaven, that ye may be delivered from the hand of your enemies. And they joined battle. And Jonathan stretched forth his hand to strike Maccabees, but he turned away from him backwards. And Jonathan and they that were with him leaped into the Jordan, and swam over the Jordan to them. And there fell of Maccabees' side that day 1,000 men, and they returned to Jerusalem, and they built strong cities in Judea, the fortress that was in Jericho, and in Emmaus, and in Betharon, and in Bethel, and Tamnata, and Farah, and Thopo, with high walls, and gates, and bars. And he placed garrisons in them, that they might wage war against Israel. And he fortified the city of Bethsura, and Gazara, and the castle, and set garrisons in them, and provisions of victuals. And he took the sons of the chief men of the country for hostages, and put them in the castle in Jerusalem in custody. Now in the year 153, the second month, Alcimus commanded the walls of the inner court of the sanctuary to be thrown down, and the works of the prophets to be destroyed. And he began to be destroyed, and he began to destroy. At that time Alcimus was struck, and his works were hindered, and his mouth was stopped, and he was taken with a palsy, so that he could no more speak a word, nor give order concerning his house. And Alcimus died at that time in great torment. And Maccabees saw that Alcimus was dead, and he returned to the king, and the land was quiet for 2 years. And all the wicked held a council, saying, Behold Jonathan, and they that are with him dwell at ease and without fear. Now therefore let us bring Maccabees hither, and he shall take them all in one night. So they went, and gave him counsel. And he arose to come with a great army, and he sent secretly letters to his adherents that were in Judea, to seize upon Jonathan, and them that were with him. But they could not, for their design was known to them. And he apprehended of the men of the country, that were the principal authors of the mischief, 50 men, and slew them. And Jonathan, and Simon, and they that were with him retired into Beth-Besan, which is in the desert, and he repaired the breaches thereof, and they fortified it. And when Maccabees knew it, he gathered together all his multitude, and sent word to them that were of Judea. And he came and camped above Beth-Besan, and fought against it many days, and made engines. But Jonathan left his brother Simon in the city, and went forth into the country, and came with a number of men, and struck Odares and his brethren, and the children of Phazeron in their tents, and he began to slay and to increase in forces. But Simon and they that were with him sallied out of the city, and burnt the engines. And they fought against Maccabees, and he was discomfited by them. And they afflicted him exceedingly for his counsel, and his enterprise was in vain. And he was angry with the wicked men that had given him counsel to come into their country, and he slew many of them. And he purposed to return with the rest into their country. And Jonathan had knowledge of it, and he sent ambassadors to him to make peace with him, and to restore to him the prisoners. And he accepted it willingly, and did according to his words, and swore that he would do him no harm all the days of his life. And he restored to him the prisoners which he before had taken out of the land of Judah. And he returned and went away into his own country, and he came no more into their borders. So the sword ceased from Israel. And Jonathan dwelt in Maccabees, and Jonathan began there to judge the people, and he destroyed the wicked out of Israel. Chapter 10. Now in the 160th year, Alexander the son of Antiochus, surnamed the Illustrious, came up and took Ptolemais, and they received him, and he reigned there. And King Demetrius heard of it, and gathered together an exceeding great army, and went forth against him to fight. And Demetrius sent a letter to Jonathan with peaceable words, to magnify him. For he said, Let us first make a peace with him, before he make one with Alexander against us. For he will remember all the evils that we have done against him, and against his brother, and against his nation. And he gave him authority to gather together an army, and to make arms, and that he should be his confederate. And the hostages that were in the castle he commanded to be delivered to him. And Jonathan came to Jerusalem, and read the letters in the hearing of all the people, and of them that were in the castle. And they were struck with great fear, because they heard that the king had given him authority to gather together an army. And the hostages were delivered to Jonathan, and he restored them to their parents. And Jonathan dwelt in Jerusalem, and began to build and to repair the city. And he ordered workmen to build the walls, and Mount Sion round about with square stones for fortification. And so they did. And the strangers that were in the strongholds, which Maccabees had built, fled away. And every man left his place, and departed into his own country. Only in Bethsura there remained some of them, that had forsaken the law and the commandments of God, for this was a place of refuge for them. And King Alexander heard of the promises that Demetrius had made Jonathan, and they told him of the battles and the worthy acts that he and his brethren had done, and the labors that they had endured. And he said, Shall we find such another man? Now therefore we will make him our friend and our confederate. So he wrote a letter and sent it to him according to these words, saying, King Alexander to his brother Jonathan, greeting. We have heard of thee, that thou art a man of great power, and fit to be our friend. Now therefore we make thee this day high priest of thy nation, and that thou be called the king's friend. And he sent him a purple robe and a crown of gold, and that thou be of one mind with us in our affairs, and keep friendship with us. Then Jonathan put on the holy vestment in the 7th month, in the year 160, at the feast day of the tabernacles. And he gathered together an army, and made a great number of arms. And Demetrius heard these words, and was exceeding sorry, and said, What is this that we have done, that Alexander hath prevented us to gain the friendship of the Jews to strengthen himself? I also will write to them words of request, and offer dignities and gifts, that they may be with me to aid me. And he wrote to them in these words, King Demetrius, to the nation of the Jews, greeting. Whereas you have kept covenant with us, and have continued in our friendship, and have not joined with our enemies, we have heard of it, and are glad. Wherefore now continue still to keep fidelity towards us, and we will reward you with good things, for what you have done in our behalf, and we will remit to you many charges, and will give you gifts. And now I free you, and all the Jews from tributes, and I release you from the customs of salt, and remit the crowns and the thirds of the seed, and the half of the fruit of trees, which is my share. I leave to you from this day forward, so that it shall not be taken of the land of Judah, and of the 3 cities that are added thereto out of Samaria and Galilee, from this day forth and forever. And let Jerusalem be holy and free, with the borders thereof, and let the tents and tributes be for itself. I yield up also the power of the castle that is in Jerusalem, and I give it to the high priest, to place therein such men as he shall choose to keep it. And every soul of the Jews that hath been carried captive from the land of Judah in all my kingdom, I set at liberty freely, that all be discharged from tributes, even of their cattle. And I will that all the feasts and the Sabbaths and the new moons and the days appointed, and 3 days before the solemn day, and 3 days after the solemn day, be all days of immunity and freedom for all the Jews that are in my kingdom, and no man shall have power to do anything against them, or to molest any of them in any cause. And let there be enrolled in the king's army, to the number of 30,000 of the Jews. An allowance shall be made them, as is due to all the king's forces, and certain of them shall be appointed to be in the fortresses of the great king, and some of them shall be set over the affairs of the kingdom that are of trust. And let the governors be taken from among themselves, and let them walk in their own laws, as the king hath commanded in the land of Judah. And the 3 cities that are added to Judea, out of the country of Samaria, let them be accounted with Judea, that they may be under one, and obey no other authority but that of the high priest. Ptolemais and the confines thereof I give as a free gift to the holy places that are in Jerusalem, for the necessary charges of the holy things. And I give every year 15,000 cycles of silver out of the king's accounts, of what belongs to me, and all that is above, which they that were over the affairs the years before had not paid, from this time they shall give it to the works of the house. Moreover, the 5,000 sickles of silver, which they receive from the account of the holy places every year, shall also belong to the priests that execute the ministry. And whosoever shall flee into the temple that is in Jerusalem, and in all the borders thereof, being indebted to the king for any matter, let them be set at liberty, and all that they have in my kingdom, let them have it free. For the building also, or repairing the works of the holy places, the charges shall be given out of the king's revenues. For the building also of the walls of Jerusalem, and the fortifying thereof round about, the charges shall be given out of the king's account, as also for the building of the walls in Judea. Now when Jonathan and the people heard these words, they gave no credit to them, nor received them, because they remembered the great evil that he had done in Israel, for he had afflicted them exceedingly. And their inclinations were towards Alexander, because he had been the chief promoter of peace in their regard, and him they always helped. And King Alexander gathered together a great army, and moved his camp near to Demetrius. And the two kings joined battle, and the army of Demetrius fled away, and Alexander pursued after him, and pressed them close. And the battle was hard fought till the sun went down, and Demetrius was slain that day. And Alexander sent ambassadors to Ptolemy king of Egypt, with words to this effect, saying, Forasmuch as I am returned into my kingdom, and am set in the throne of my ancestors, and have gotten the dominion, and have overthrown Demetrius, and possessed our country, and have joined battle with him, and both he and his army have been destroyed by us, and we are placed in the throne of his kingdom. Now therefore let us make friendship one with another, and give me now thy daughter to wife, and I will be thy son-in-law, and I will give both thee and her gifts worthy of thee. And King Ptolemy answered, saying, Happy is the day wherein thou didst return to the land of thy fathers, and satest in the throne of their kingdom. And now I will do to thee as thou hast written, but meet me at Ptolemais, that we may see one another, and I may give her to thee as thou hast said. So Ptolemy went out of Egypt with Cleopatra his daughter, and he came to Ptolemais in the 162nd year. And King Alexander met him, and he gave him his daughter Cleopatra, and he celebrated her marriage at Ptolemais with great glory, after the manner of kings. And King Alexander wrote to Jonathan, that he should come and meet him. And he went honorably to Ptolemais, and he met there the two kings, and he gave them much silver and gold and presents, and he found favor in their sight. And some pestilent men of Israel, men of a wicked life, assembled themselves against him to accuse him, and the king gave no heed to them. And he commanded that Jonathan's garments should be taken off, and that he should be clothed with purple. And they did so. And the king made him sit by himself. And he said to his princes, Go out with him into the midst of the city, and make proclamation, that no man complain against him of any matter, and that no man trouble him for any manner of cause. So when his accusers saw his glory proclaimed, and him clothed with purple, they all fled away. And the king magnified him, and enrolled him amongst his chief friends, and made him governor and partaker of his dominion. And Jonathan returned into Jerusalem with peace and joy. In the year 165 Demetrius, the son of Demetrius, came from Crete into the land of his fathers. And King Alexander heard of it, and was much troubled, and returned to Antioch. And King Demetrius made Apollonius his general, who was governor of Celesyria. And he gathered together a great army and came to Jamnia. And he sent to Jonathan the high priest, saying, Thou alone standest against us, and I am laughed at and reproached, because thou showest thy power against us in the mountains. Now therefore, if thou trustest in thy forces, come down to us into the plain, and there let us try one another. For with me is the strength of war. Ask and learn who I am, and the rest that help me, who also say that your foot cannot stand before our face. For thy fathers have twice been put to flight in their own land. And now, how wilt thou be able to abide the horsemen, and so great an army in the plain, where there is no stone nor rock nor place to flee to? Now when Jonathan heard the words of Apollonius, he was moved in his mind, and he chose 10,000 men, and went out of Jerusalem, and Simon his brother met him to help him. And they pitched their tents near Joppa, but they shut him out of the city, because a garrison of Apollonius was in Joppa, and he laid siege to it. And they that were in the city, being affrighted, opened the gates to him. So Jonathan took Joppa. And Apollonius heard of it, and he took 3,000 horsemen, and a great army, and he went to Azotus as one that was making a journey, and immediately he went forth into the plain, because he had a great number of horsemen, and he trusted in them. And Jonathan followed after him to Azotus, and they joined battle. And Apollonius left privately in the camp 1,000 horsemen behind them. And Jonathan knew that there was an ambush behind him, and they surrounded his army, and cast darts at the people from morning till evening. But the people stood still, as Jonathan had commanded them, and so their horses were fatigued. Then Simon drew forth his army, and attacked the legion, for the horsemen were wearied, and they were discomfited by him, and fled. And they that were scattered about the plain fled into Azotus, and went into Beth-dagon their idol's temple, there to save themselves. But Jonathan set fire to Azotus, and the cities that were around it, and took the spoils of them, and the temple of Dagon. And all them that were fled into it, he burnt with fire. So they that were slain by the sword, with them that were burnt, were almost 8,000 men. And Jonathan removed his army from thence, and camped against Askelon. And they went out of the city to meet him with great honor. And Jonathan returned into Jerusalem with his people, having many spoils. And it came to pass, when Alexander the king heard these words, that he honored Jonathan yet more. And he sent him a buckle of gold, as the custom is, to be given to such as are of the royal blood. And he gave him Acharon and all the borders thereof in possession. Chapter 11. And the king of Egypt gathered together an army, like the sand that lieth upon the sea shore, and many ships. And he sought to get the kingdom of Alexander by deceit, and join it to his own kingdom. And he went out into Syria with peaceable words, and they opened to him the cities, and met him. For King Alexander had ordered them to go forth to meet him, because he was his father-in-law. Now, when Ptolemy entered into the cities, he put garrisons of soldiers in every city. And when he came near to Azotus, they showed him the temple of Dagon that was burnt with fire, and Azotus, and the suburbs thereof that were destroyed, and the bodies that were cast abroad, and the graves of them that were slain in the battle, which they had made near the way. And they told the king that Jonathan had done these things, to make him odious But the king held his peace. And Jonathan came to meet the king at Joppa with glory, and they saluted one another, and they lodged there. And Jonathan went with the king as far as the river, called Eleuthерus, and he returned into Jerusalem. And King Ptolemy got the dominion of the cities by the seaside, even to Seleucia. And he devised evil designs against Alexander. And he sent ambassadors to Demetrius, saying, Come, let us make a league between us, and I will give thee my daughter, whom Alexander hath, and thou shalt reign in the kingdom of thy father. For I repent that I have given him my daughter, for he hath sought to kill me, and he slandered him, because he coveted his kingdom. And he took away his daughter, and gave her to Demetrius, and alienated himself from Alexander, and his enmities were made manifest. And Ptolemy entered into Antioch, and set 2 crowns upon his head, that of Egypt, and that of Asia. Now King Alexander was in Cilicia at that time, because they that were in those places had rebelled. And when Alexander heard of it, he came to give him battle. And King Ptolemy brought forth his army, and met him with a strong power, and put him to flight. And Alexander fled into Arabia, there to be protected. And King Ptolemy was exalted. And Zabdiel the Arabian took off Alexander's head, and sent it to Ptolemy. And King Ptolemy died the 3rd day after. And they that were in the strongholds were destroyed by them that were within the camp. And Demetrius reigned in the 167th year. In those days Jonathan gathered together them that were in Judea, to take the castle that was in Jerusalem, and they made many engines of war against it. Then some wicked men that hated their own nation went away to King Demetrius, and told him that Jonathan was besieging the castle. And when he heard it, he was angry, and forthwith he came to Ptolemais, and wrote to Jonathan, that he should not besiege the castle, but should come to him in haste, and speak to him. But when Jonathan heard this, he bade them besiege it still. And he chose some of the ancients of Israel, and of the priests, and put himself in danger. And he took gold, and silver, and raiment, and many other presents, and went to the king to Ptolemais. And he found favor in his sight. And certain wicked men of his nation made complaints against him. And the king treated him as his predecessor had done before, and he exalted him in the sight of all his friends, and he confirmed him in the high priesthood, and all the honors he had before, and he made him the chief of his friends. And Jonathan requested of the king that he would make Judea free from tribute, and the 3 governments, and Samaria, and the confines thereof. And he promised him 300 talents. And the king consented. And he wrote letters to Jonathan of all these things to this effect. King Demetrius to his brother Jonathan, and to the nation of the Jews, greeting. We send you here a copy of the letter, which we have written to Lasthenes, our parent, concerning you, that you might know it. King Demetrius to Lasthenes his parent, greeting. We have determined to do good to the nation of the Jews who are our friends, and keep the things that are just with us, for their good will, which they bear towards us. We have ratified therefore unto them all the borders of Judea, and the 3 cities, Apharimah, Lydda, and Ramatha, which are added to Judea out of Samaria, and all their confines, to be set apart to all them that sacrifice in Jerusalem, instead of the payments which the king received of them every year, and for the fruits of the land, and of the trees. And as for other things that belong to us of the tithes and of the tributes, from this time we discharge them of them. The saltpans also, and the crowns that were presented to us, we give all to them, and nothing hereof shall be revoked from this time forth and forever. Now therefore see that thou make a copy of these things, and let it be given to Jonathan, and set upon the holy mountain in a conspicuous place. And King Demetrius, seeing that the land was quiet before him, and nothing resisted him, sent away all his forces, every man to his own place, except the foreign army, which he had drawn together from the islands of the nations. So all the troops of his fathers hated him. Now there was one Tryphon, who had been of Alexander's party before, who, seeing that all the army murmured against Demetrius, went to Emoquel the Arabian, who brought up Antiochus the son of Alexander, and he pressed him much to deliver him to him, that he might be king in his father's place. And he told him all that Demetrius had done, and how his soldiers hated him. And he remained there many days. And Jonathan sent to King Demetrius, desiring that he would cast out them that were in the castle in Jerusalem, and those that were in the strongholds, because they fought against Israel. And Demetrius sent to Jonathan, saying, I will not only do this for thee and for thy people, but I will greatly honor thee and thy nation when opportunity shall serve. Now therefore thou shalt do well if thou send me men to help me, for all my army is gone from me. And Jonathan sent him 3,000 valiant men to Antioch, and they came to the king, and the king was very glad of their coming. And they that were of the city assembled themselves together to the number of 120,000 men, and would have killed the king. And the king fled into the palace, and they of the city kept the passages of the city, and began to fight. And the king called the Jews to his assistance, and they came to him all at once, and they all dispersed themselves through the city. And they slew in that day 100,000 men, and they set fire to the city, and got many spoils that day, and delivered the king. And they that were of the city saw that the Jews had got the city as they would. And they were discouraged in their minds, and cried to the king, making supplication, and saying, Grant us peace, and let the Jews cease from assaulting us and the city. And they threw down their arms, and made peace. And the Jews were glorified in the sight of the king, and in the sight of all that were in his realm, and were renowned throughout the kingdom, and returned to Jerusalem with many spoils. So King Demetrius sat in the throne of his kingdom, and the land was quiet before him. And he falsified all whatsoever he had said, and alienated himself from Jonathan, and did not reward him according to the benefits he had received from him, but gave him great trouble. And after this Tryphon returned, and with him Antiochus the young boy, who was made king, and put on the diadem. And there assembled unto him all the hands which Demetrius had sent away, and they fought against Demetrius, who turned his back and fled. And Tryphon took the elephants, and made himself master of Antioch. And young Antiochus wrote to Jonathan, saying, I confirm thee in the high priesthood, and I appoint thee ruler over the 4 cities, and to be one of the king's friends. And he sent him vessels of gold for his service, and he gave him leave to drink in gold, and to be clothed in purple, and to wear a golden buckle. And he made his brother Simon governor from the borders of Tyre even to the confines of Egypt. Then Jonathan went forth and passed through the cities beyond the river, and all the forces of Syria gathered themselves to him to help him. And he came to Ascalon, and they met him honorably out of the city. And he went from thence to Gaza, and they that were in Gaza shut him out. And he besieged it, and burnt all the suburbs round about, and took the spoils. And the men of Gaza made supplication to Jonathan, and he gave them the right hand. And he took their sons for hostages, and sent them to Jerusalem. And he went through the country as far as Damascus. And Jonathan heard that the generals of Demetrius were come treacherously to Kate, which is in Galilee, with a great army, purposing to remove him from the affairs of the kingdom. And he went against them, but left his brother Simon in the country. And Simon encamped against Bethsura, and assaulted it many days, and shut them up. And they desired him to make peace, and he granted it them. And he cast them out from thence, and took the city, and placed a garrison in it. And Jonathan and his army encamped by the water of Genezar. And before it was light they were ready in the plain of Azor. And behold, the army of the strangers met him in the plain, and they laid an ambush for him in the mountains. But he went out against them, and they that lay in ambush arose out of their places, and joined battle. And all that were on Jonathan's side fled, and none was left of them, but Mattathias the son of Absalom, and Judas the son of Calphi, chief captain of the army. And Jonathan rent his garments, and cast earth upon his head, and prayed. And Jonathan turned again to them to battle, and he put them to flight, and they fought. And they of his part that fled saw this, and they turned again to him, and they all with him pursued the enemies even to Cades to their own camp, and they came even thither. And there fell of the aliens in that day 3,000 men. And Jonathan returned to Jerusalem. Chapter 12. And Jonathan saw that the time served him, and he chose certain men, and sent them to Rome, to confirm and to renew the amity with them. And he sent letters to the Spartans, and to other places according to the same form. And they went to Rome, and entered into the Senate house, and said, Jonathan the high priest, and the nation of the Jews, have sent us to renew the amity and alliance as it was before. And they gave them letters to their governors in every place to conduct them into the land of Judah with peace. And this is a copy of the letters which Jonathan wrote to the Spartans. Jonathan the high priest, and the ancients of the nation, and the priests, and the rest of the people of the Jews, to the Spartans their brethren, greeting. There were letters sent long ago to Onias the high priest from Arius, who reigned then among you, to signify that you are our brethren, as the copy here underwritten doth specify. And Onias received the ambassador with honour, and received the letters wherein there was mention made of the alliance and amity. We, though we needed none of these things, having for our comfort the holy books that are in our hands, chose rather to send to you to renew the brotherhood and friendship, lest we should become strangers to you altogether. For there is a long time past since you sent to us. We therefore at all times without ceasing, both in our festivals and other days, wherein it is convenient, remember you in the sacrifices that we offer, and in our observances, as it is meet, and becoming to remember brethren. And we rejoice at your glory. But we have had many troubles and wars on every side, and the kings that are round about us have fought against us. but we would not be troublesome to you, nor the rest of our allies and friends in these wars. For we have had help from heaven, and we have been delivered, and our enemies are humbled. We have chosen therefore Numenius the son of Antiochus, and Antipater the son of Jason, and have sent them to the Romans to renew with them the former amity and alliance. And we have commanded them to go also to you, and to salute you, and to deliver you our letters concerning the renewing of our brotherhood. And now you shall do well to give us an answer hereto. And this is the copy of the letter which he had sent to Onias. Arius, king of the Spartans, to Onias the high priest, greeting. It is found in writing concerning the Spartans and the Jews, that they are brethren, and that they are of the stock of Abraham. And now, since this is come to our knowledge, you do well to write to us of your prosperity. And we also have written back to you that our cattle and our possessions are yours, and yours ours. We therefore have commanded that these things should be told you. Now Jonathan heard that the generals of Demetrius were come again with a greater army than before to fight against him. So he went out from Jerusalem and met them in the land of Amath, for he gave them no time to enter into his country. And he sent spies into their camp, and they came back and brought him word that they designed to come upon them in the night. And when the sun was set, Jonathan commanded his men to watch, and to be in arms all night long, ready to fight. And he set sentinels round about the camp. And the enemies heard that Jonathan and his men were ready for battle, and they were struck with fear and dread in their heart, and they kindled fires in their camp. But Jonathan and they that were with him knew it not till the morning, for they saw the lights burning. And Jonathan pursued after them, but overtook them not, for they had passed the river Eleutherus. And Jonathan turned upon the Arabians that are called Zebedaeans, and he defeated them, and took the spoils of them. And he went forward, and came to Damascus, and passed through all that country. Simon also went forth, and came as far as Ascalon, and the neighbouring fortresses, and he turned aside to Joppa, and took possession of it. For he heard that they designed to deliver the whole to them that took part with Demetrius. And he put a garrison there to keep it. And Jonathan came back, and called together the ancients of the people. And he took a resolution with them to build fortresses in Judea, and to build up walls in Jerusalem, and raise a mount between the castle and the city, to separate it from the city, that so it might have no communication, and that they might neither buy nor sell. And they came together to build up the city, for the wall that was upon the brook towards the east was broken down, and he repaired that which is called Capheteta. And Simon built Adiada in Cephela, and fortified it, and set up gates and bars. Now when Tryphon had conceived a design to make himself king of Asia, and to take the crown, and to stretch out his hand against King Antiochus, fearing lest Jonathan would not suffer him, but would fight against him, he sought to seize upon him, and to kill him. So he rose up, and came to Bethsan. And Jonathan went out to meet him with 40,000 men chosen for battle, and came to Bethsan. Now, when Tryphon saw that Jonathan came with a great army, he durst not stretch forth his hand against him, but received him with honour, and commended him to all his friends, and gave him presents. And he commanded his troops to obey him, as himself. And he said to Jonathan, Why hast thou troubled all the people? whereas we have no war. Now therefore send them back to their own houses, and choose thee a few men that may be with thee, and come with me to Ptolemais, and I will deliver it to thee, and the rest of the strongholds, and the army, and all that have any charge, and I will return and go away, for this is the cause of my coming. And Jonathan believed him, and did as he said, and sent away his army, and they departed into the land of Judah. But he kept with him 3,000 men, of whom he sent 2,000 into Galilee, and 1,000 went with him. Now as soon as Jonathan entered into Ptolemais, they of Ptolemais shut the gates of the city, and took him. And all them that came in with him they slew with the sword. Then Tryphon sent an army and horsemen into Galilee, and into the great plain to destroy all Jonathan's company. But they, when they understood that Jonathan and all that were with him were taken and slain, encouraged one another, and went out ready for battle. Then they that had come after them, seeing that they stood for their lives, returned back, whereupon they all came peaceably into the land of Judah. And they bewailed Jonathan, and them that had been with him, exceedingly. And Israel mourned with great lamentation. Then all the heathens that were round about them sought to destroy them. For they said, They have no prince, nor any to help them. Now therefore let us make war upon them, and take away the memory of them from amongst men. Chapter 13. Now Simon heard that Tryphon was gathering together a very great army to invade the land of Judah and to destroy it. And seeing that the people was in dread and in fear, he went up to Jerusalem and assembled the people and exhorted them, saying, You know what great battles I and my brethren and the house of my father have fought for the laws and the sanctuary, and the distresses that we have seen, by reason whereof all my brethren have lost their lives for Israel's sake, and I am left alone. And now far be it from me to spare my life in any time of trouble, for I am not better than my brethren. I will avenge then my nation and the sanctuary, and our children and wives, for all the heathens are gathered together to destroy us out of mere malice. And the spirit of the people was enkindled as soon as they heard these words. And they answered with a loud voice, saying, Thou art our leader in the place of Judas, and Jonathan thy brother. Fight thou our battles, and we will do whatsoever thou shalt say to us. So gathering together all the men of war, he made haste to finish all the walls of Jerusalem, and he fortified it round about. And he sent Jonathan the son of Absalom, and with him a new army into Joppa, and he cast out them that were in it, and himself remained there. And Tryphon removed from Ptolemais with a great army to invade the land of Judah, and Jonathan was with him in custody. But Simon pitched in Ados, over against the plain. And when Tryphon understood that Simon was risen up in the place of his brother Jonathan, and that he meant to join battle with him, he sent messengers to him, saying, We have detained thy brother Jonathan for the money that he owed in the king's account, by reason of the affairs which he had the management of. But now send 100 talents of silver, and his 2 sons for hostages, that when he is set at liberty, he may not revolt from us, and we will release him. Now Simon knew that he spoke deceitfully to him. Nevertheless, he ordered the money and the children to be sent, lest he should bring upon himself a great hatred of the people of Israel, who might have said, Because he sent not the money and the children, therefore is he lost. So he sent the children and the 100 talents. And he lied, and did not let Jonathan go. And after this Tryphon entered within the country, to destroy it. And they went about by the way that leadeth to Ador. And Simon and his army marched to every place whithersoever they went. And they that were in the castle sent messengers to Tryphon, that he should make haste to come through the desert, and send them victuals. And Tryphon made ready all his horsemen to come that night. But there fell a very great snow, and he came not into the country of Galaad. And when he approached to Bascomah, he slew Jonathan and his sons there. And Tryphon returned, and went into his own country. And Simon sent, and took the bones of Jonathan his brother, and buried them in Modin, in the city of his fathers. And all Israel bewailed him with great lamentation, and they mourned for him many days. And Simon built over the sepulchre of his father and of his brethren, a building lofty to the sight, of polished stone behind and before. And he set up 7 pyramids one against another for his father and his mother, and his 4 brethren. And round about these he set great pillars, and upon the pillars arms for a perpetual memory, and by the arms ships carved, which might be seen by all that sailed on the sea. This is the sepulchre that he made in Modin, even unto this day. But Tryphon, when he was upon a journey with the young king Antiochus, treacherously slew him, and he reigned in his place, and put on the crown of Asia, and brought great evils upon the land. And Simon built up the strongholds of Judea, fortifying them with high towers, and great walls, and gates, and bars, and he stored up victuals in the fortresses. And Simon chose men, and sent to King Demetrius, to the end that he should grant an immunity to the land. For all that Tryphon did was to spoil. And King Demetrius, in answer to this request, wrote a letter in this manner. King Demetrius to Simon the high priest, and friend of kings, and to the ancients, and to the nation of the Jews, greeting. The golden crown and the palm, which you sent, we have received, and we are ready to make a firm peace with you, and to write to the king's chief officers to release you the things that we have released. For all that we have decreed in your favor shall stand in force. The strongholds that you have built shall be your own. And as for any oversight or fault committed unto this day, we forgive it, and the crown which you owed. And if any other thing were taxed in Jerusalem, now let it not be taxed. And if any of you be fit to be enrolled among ours, let them be enrolled, and let there be peace between us. In the year 170, the yoke of the Gentiles was taken off from Israel, and the people of Israel began to write in the instruments and public records. The first year under Simon the high priest, the great captain and prince of the Jews. In those days Simon besieged Gaza, and camped round about it, and he made engines, and set them to the city. And he struck one tower, and took it. And they that were within the engine leaped into the city. And there was a great uproar in the city. And they that were in the city went up with their wives and children upon the wall, with their garments rent, and they cried with a loud voice, beseeching Simon to grant them peace. And they said, Deal not with us according to our evil deeds, but according to thy mercy. And Simon, being moved, did not destroy them, but yet he cast them out of the city, and cleansed the houses wherein, there had been idols. And then he entered into it with hymns, blessing the Lord. And having cast out of it all uncleanness, he placed in it men that should observe the law, and he fortified it, and made it his habitation. But they that were in the castle of Jerusalem were hindered from going out and coming into the country, and from buying and selling, and they were straitened with hunger, and many of them perished through famine. And they cried to Simon for peace, and he granted it to them, and he cast them out from thence, and cleansed the castle from uncleannesses. And they entered into it the 23rd day of the 2nd month, in the year 171, with thanksgiving, and branches of palm trees, and harps, and cymbals, and psalteries, and hymns, and canticles, because the great enemy was destroyed out of Israel. And he ordained that these days should be kept every year with gladness. And he fortified the mountain of the temple that was near the castle, and he dwelt there himself, and they that were with him. And Simon saw that John his son was a valiant man for war, and he made him captain of all the forces, and he dwelt in Gazara. Chapter 14. In the year 172, King Demetrius assembled his army, and went into Media to get him succors to fight against Tryphon. And Arsaces, the king of Persia and Media, heard that Demetrius was entered within his borders, and he sent one of his princes to take him alive and bring him to him. And he went and defeated the army of Demetrius, and took him, and brought him to Arsaces, and he put him into custody. And all the land of Judah was at rest all the days of Simon, and he sought the good of his nation, and his power and his glory pleased them well all his days. And with all his glory he took Joppa for a haven, and made an entrance to the isles of the sea. And he enlarged the bounds of his nation, and made himself master of the country. And he gathered together a great number of captives, and had the dominion of Gazara, and of Bethsura, and of the castle, and took away all uncleanness out of it, and there was none that resisted him. And every man tilled his land with peace. And the land of Judah yielded her increase, and the trees of the fields their fruit. The ancient men sat all in the streets, and treated together of the good things of the land, and the young men put on them glory, and the robes of war. And he provided victuals for the cities, and he appointed that they should be furnished with ammunition, so that the fame of his glory was renowned even to the end of the earth. He made peace in the land, and Israel rejoiced with great joy, and every man sat under his vine, and under his fig tree, and there was none to make them afraid. There was none left in the land to fight against them. Kings were discomfited in those days, and he strengthened all those of his people that were brought low. And he sought the law, and took away every unjust and wicked man. He glorified the sanctuary, and multiplied the vessels of the holy places. And it was heard at Rome, and as far as Sparta, that Jonathan was dead, and they were very sorry. But when they heard that Simon his brother was made high priest in his place, and was possessed of all the country, and the cities therein, they wrote to him in tables of brass, to renew the friendship and alliance which they had made with Judas, and with Jonathan his brethren. And they were read before the assembly in Jerusalem. And this is the copy of the letters that the Spartans sent. The princes and the cities of the Spartans to Simon the high priest, and to the ancients, and the priests, and the rest of the people of the Jews their brethren, greeting. The ambassadors that were sent to our people have told us of your glory and honor and joy, and we rejoice at their coming. And we registered what was said by them into councils of the people in this manner. Numenius, the son of Antiochus, and Antipater, the son of Jason, ambassadors of the Jews, came to us to renew the former friendship with us. And it pleased the people to receive the men honorably, and to put a copy of their words in the public records, to be a memorial to the people of the Spartans. And we have written a copy of them to Simon the high priest. And after this Simon sent Numenius to Rome, with a great shield of gold the weight of 1,000 pounds, to confirm the league with them. And when the people of Rome had heard these words, they said, What thanks shall we give to Simon and his sons? For he hath restored his brethren, and hath driven away in fight the enemies of Israel from them. And they decreed him liberty, and registered it in tables of brass, and set it upon pillars in Mount Sion. And this is a copy of the writing. The 18th day of the month Elul, in the year 172, being the 3rd year under Simon the high priest at Saramel, in a great assembly of the priests and of the people, and the princes of the nation, and the ancients of the country, these things were notified. Forasmuch as there have often been wars in our country, and Simon, the son of Mattathias, of the children of Jerib, and his brethren have put themselves in danger, and have resisted the enemies of their nation for the maintenance of their holy places and the law, and have raised their nation to great glory. And Jonathan gathered together his nation, and was made their high priest, and he was laid to his people. And their enemies desired to tread down and destroy their country, and to stretch forth their hands against their holy places. Then Simon resisted and fought for his nation, and laid out much of his money, and armed the valiant men of his nation, and gave them wages. And he fortified the cities of Judea, and Bethsura that lieth in the borders of Judea, where the armour of the enemies was before. And he placed there a garrison of Jews. And he fortified Joppa which lieth by the sea, and Gazara which bordereth upon Azotus, wherein the enemies dwelt before. And he placed Jews here, and furnished them with all things convenient for their reparation. And the people, seeing the acts of Simon, and to what glory he meant to bring his nation, made him their prince and high priest, because he had done all these things, and for the justice and faith which he kept to his nation, and for that he sought by all means to advance his people. And in his days things prospered in his hands, so that the heathens were taken away out of their country. And they also that were in the city of David in Jerusalem in the castle, out of which they issued forth, and profaned all places round about the sanctuary, and did much evil to its purity. And he placed therein Jews for the defence of the country and of the city, and he raised up the walls of Jerusalem. And King Demetrius confirmed him in the high priesthood. According to these things he made him his friend, and glorified him with great glory. For he had heard that the Romans had called the Jews their friends, and confederates, and brethren, and that they had received Simon's ambassadors with honor, and that the Jews and their priests had consented that he should be their prince and high priest forever, till there should arise a faithful prophet, and that he should be chief over them, and that he should have the charge of the sanctuary, and that he should appoint rulers over their works, and over the country, and over the armor, and over the strongholds, and that he should have care of the holy places, and that he should be obeyed by all, and that all the writings in the country should be made in his name, and that he should be clothed with purple and gold, and that it should not be lawful for any of the people or of the priests to disannul any of these things, or to gainsay his words, or to call together an assembly in the country without him, or to be clothed with purple, or to wear a buckle of gold. And whosoever shall do otherwise, or shall make void any of these things, shall be punished. And it pleased all the people to establish Simon, and to do according to these words. And Simon accepted thereof, and was well pleased to execute the office of the high priesthood, and to be captain and prince of the nation of the Jews, and of the priests, and to be chief over all. And they commanded that this writing should be put in tables of brass, and that they should be set up within the compass of the sanctuary in a conspicuous place, and that a copy thereof should be put in the treasury, that Simon and his sons may have it. Chapter 15. And King Antiochus, the son of Demetrius, sent letters from the isles of the sea to Simon the priest, and prince of the nation of the Jews, and to all the people. And the contents were these: King Antiochus to Simon the high priest, and to the nation of the Jews greeting. Forasmuch as certain pestilent men have usurped the kingdom of our fathers, and my purpose is to challenge the kingdom, and to restore it to its former estate. And I have chosen a great army, and have built ships of war, and I design to go through the country, that I may take revenge of them that have destroyed our country, and that have made many cities desolate in my realm. Now therefore I confirm unto thee all the oblations, which all the kings before me remitted to thee, and what other gifts soever they remitted to thee. And I give thee leave to coin thy own money in thy country, and let Jerusalem be holy and free, and all the armour that hath been made, and the fortresses which thou hast built, and which thou keepest in thy hands, let them remain to thee, and all that is due to the king, and what should be the king's hereafter, from this present and for ever, is forgiven thee. And when we shall have recovered our kingdom, we will glorify thee, and thy nation, and the temple with great glory, so that your glory shall be made manifest in all the earth. In the year 174 Antiochus entered into the land of his fathers, and all the forces assembled to him, so that few were left with Tryphon. And King Antiochus pursued after him, and he fled along by the sea coast, and came to Dora. For he perceived that evils were gathered together upon him, and his troops had forsaken him. And Antiochus camped above Dora, with 120,000 men of war, and 8,000 horsemen. And he invested the city, and the ships drew near by sea. And they annoyed the city by land and by sea, and suffered none to come in or to go out. And Numenius, and they that had been with him, came from the city of Rome, having letters written to the kings and countries, the contents whereof were these: Lucius the consul of the Romans, to King Ptolemy, greeting. The ambassadors of the Jews, our friends, came to us, to renew the former friendship and alliance, being sent from Simon the high priest, and the people of the Jews. And they brought also a shield of gold of 1,000 pounds. It hath seemed good therefore to us to write to the kings and countries, that they should do them no harm, nor fight against them, their cities or countries, and that they should give no aid to them that fight against them. And it hath seemed good to us to receive the shield of them. If therefore any pestilent men are fled out of their country to you, deliver them to Simon the high priest, that he may punish them according to their law. These same things were written to King Demetrius, and to Attalus, and to Ariarathes, and to Arsaces, and to all the countries, and to Lampsacus, and to the Spartans, and to Delos, and Mindus, and Sicyon, and Caria, and Samos, and Pamphylia, and Lycia, and Alicarnassus, and Cos, and Side, and Aradus, and Rhodes, and Phaselis, and Gortina, and Gnidus, and Cyprus, and Cyrene. And they wrote a copy thereof to Simon the high priest, and to the people of the Jews. But King Antiochus moved his camp to Dora the second time, assaulting it continually, and making engines, and shut up Tryphon, that he could not go out. And Simon sent to him 2,000 chosen men to aid him, silver also, and gold, and abundance of furniture. And he would not receive them, but broke all the covenant that he had made with him before, and alienated himself from him. And he sent to him Athenobius, one of his friends, to treat with him, saying, You hold Joppa and Gazara, and the castle that is in Jerusalem, which are cities of my kingdom. Their borders you have wasted, and you have made great havoc in the land, and have got the dominion of many places in my kingdom. Now therefore deliver up the cities that you have taken, and the tributes of the places whereof you have gotten the dominion without the borders of Judea. But if not, give me for them 500 talents of silver, and for the havoc that you have made, and the tributes of the cities other 500 talents, or else we will come and fight against you. So Athenobius the king's friend came to Jerusalem, and saw the glory of Simon, and his magnificence in gold and silver, and his great equipage, and he was astonished, and told him the king's words. And Simon answered him, and said to him, We have neither taken other men's land, neither do we hold that which is other men's, but the inheritance of our fathers, which was for some time unjustly possessed by our enemies. But we, having opportunity, claim the inheritance of our fathers. And as to thy complaints concerning Joppa and Gazara, they did great harm to the people, and to our country. Yet for these we will give 100 talents. And Athenobius answered him not a word, but returning in a rage to the king, made report to him of these words, and of the glory of Simon, and of all that he had seen. And the king was exceeding angry, and Tryphon fled away by ship to Orthosius. And the king appointed Candabeus captain of the sea coast, and gave him an army of footmen and horsemen. And he commanded him to march with his army towards Judea. And he commanded him to build up Gedor, and to fortify the gates of the city, and to war against the people. But the king himself pursued after Tryphon. And Candabeus came to Jamnia, and began to provoke the people, and to ravage Judea, and to take the people prisoners, and to kill, and to build Gedor. And he placed their horsemen and an army, that they might issue forth, and make incursions upon the ways of Judea, as the king had commanded him. Chapter 16. Then John came up from Gazara, and told Simon his father what Candabeus had done against their people. And Simon called his 2 eldest sons, Judas and John, and said to them, I and my brethren and my father's house have fought against the enemies of Israel from our youth even to this day, and things have prospered so well in our hands that we have delivered Israel oftentimes. And now I am old, but be you instead of me and my brethren, and go out and fight for our nation, and the help from heaven be with you. Then he chose out of the country 20,000 fighting men and horsemen, and they went forth against Sendebeus, and they rested in Modin. And they arose in the morning and went into the plain. And behold, a very great army of footmen and horsemen came against them, and there was a running river between them. And he and his people pitched their camp over against them. And he saw that the people were afraid to go over the river, so he went over first. Then the men, seeing him, passed over after him, and he divided the people, and set the horsemen in the midst of the footmen. But the horsemen of the enemies were very numerous, and they sounded the holy trumpets. And Kendebeus and his army were put to flight, and there fell many of them wounded, and the rest fled into the stronghold. At that time Judas, John's brother, was wounded, but John pursued after them till he came to Cedron, which he had built, and they fled even to the towers that were in the fields of Azotus, and he burnt them with fire, and there fell of them 2,000 men, and he returned into Judea in peace. Now Ptolemy the son of Abobus was appointed captain in the plain of Jericho, and he had abundance of silver and gold, for he was son-in-law of the high priest. And his heart was lifted up, and he designed to make himself master of the country, and he purposed treachery against Simon and his sons to destroy them. Now Simon, as he was going through the cities that were in the country of Judea, and taking care for the good ordering of them, went down to Jericho, he and Mattathias and Judas his sons, in the year 177, the 11th month. The same is the month Sabbath. And the son of Abobus received them deceitfully into a little fortress, that is called Dog, which he had built. And he made them a great feast, and hid men there. And when Simon and his sons had drunk plentifully, Ptolemy and his men rose up and took their weapons, and entered into the banqueting place, and slew him, and his 2 sons, and some of his servants. And he committed a great treachery in Israel, and rendered evil for good. And Ptolemy wrote these things, and sent to the king, that he should send him an army to aid him, and he would deliver him the country, and their cities and tributes. And he sent others to Gazara to kill John. And to the tribunes he sent letters to come to him, and that he would give them silver and gold and gifts. And he sent others to take Jerusalem and the mountain of the temple. Now one running before told John in Gazara that his father and his brethren were slain, and that he hath sent men to kill thee also. But when he heard it, he was exceedingly afraid, and he apprehended the men that came to kill him, and he put them to death, for he knew that they sought to take him away. And as concerning the rest of the acts of John, and his wars, and the worthy deeds which he bravely achieved, and the building of the walls which he made, and the things that he did, behold, these are written in the book of the days of his priesthood, from the time he was made high priest after his father. The second book of Maccabees, chapter 1. To the brethren, the Jews that are throughout Egypt, the brethren, the Jews that are in Jerusalem, and in the land of Judea, send health and good peace. May God be gracious to you, and remember his covenant that he made with Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, his faithful servants, and give you all a heart to worship him, and to do his will with a great heart and a willing mind. May he open your heart in his law and in his commandments, and send you peace. May he hear your prayers and be reconciled unto you, and never forsake you in the evil time. And now here we are praying for you. When Demetrius reigned in the year 169, we Jews wrote to you in the trouble and violence that came upon us in those years, after Jason withdrew himself from the Holy Land and from the kingdom. They burnt the gate and shed innocent blood. Then we prayed to the Lord and were heard, and we offered sacrifices and fine flour, and lighted the lamps, and set forth the loaves. And now celebrate ye the days of Sennacherib in the month of Caslev. In the year 188, the people that is at Jerusalem, and in Judea, and the Senate, and Judas, to Aristobulus, the preceptor of King Ptolemy, who is of the stock of the anointed priests, and to the Jews that are in Egypt, health and welfare. Having been delivered by God out of great dangers, we give him great thanks, for as much as we have been in war with such a king. For he made numbers of men swarm out of Persia that have fought against us and the holy city. For when the leader himself was in Persia, and with him a very great army, he fell in the temple of Nanea, being deceived by the counsel of the priests of Nanea. For Antiochus, with his friends, came to the place as though he would marry her, and that he might receive great sums of money under the title of a dowry. And when the priests of Nanea had set it forth, and he with a small company had entered into the compass of the temple, they shut the temple. When Antiochus was come in, and opening a secret entrance of the temple, they cast stones and slew the leader, and them that were with him, and hewed them in pieces, and cutting off their heads, they threw them forth. Blessed be God in all things, who hath delivered up the wicked. Therefore, whereas we purposed to keep the purification of the temple on the 25th day of the month of Caslev, we thought it necessary to signify it to you, that you also may keep the day of Sennacherib and the day of the fire that was given when Nehemiah offered sacrifice after the temple and the altar was built. For when our fathers were led into Persia, the priests that then were worshippers of God took privately the fire from the altar and hid it in a valley where there was a deep pit without water, and there they kept it safe, so that the place was unknown to all men. But when many years had passed, and it pleased God that Nehemiah should be sent by the king of Persia, he sent some of the posterity of those priests that had hid it to seek for the fire. And as they told us, they found no fire but thick water. Then he bade them draw it up and bring it to him. And the priest Nehemiah commanded the sacrifices that were laid on to be sprinkled with the same water, both the wood and the things that were laid upon it. And when this was done, and the time came that the sun shone out, which before was in a cloud, there was a great fire kindled, so that all wondered. And all the priests made prayer, while the sacrifice was consuming, Jonathan beginning, and the rest answering. And the prayer of Nehemiah was after this manner: O Lord God, creator of all things, dreadful and strong, just and merciful, who alone art the good King, who alone art gracious, who alone art just, and almighty, and eternal, who deliverest Israel from all evil, who didst choose the fathers and didst sanctify them. Receive the sacrifice for all thy people Israel, and preserve thy own portion, and sanctify it. Gather together our scattered people, deliver them that are slaves to the Gentiles, and look upon them that are despised and abhorred, that the Gentiles may know that thou art our God. Punish them that oppress us, and that treat us injuriously with pride. Establish thy people in thy holy place, as Moses hath spoken. And the priests sung hymns till the sacrifice was consumed. And when the sacrifice was consumed, Nehemiah commanded the water that was left to be poured out upon the great stones, which being done, there was kindled a flame from them, but it was consumed by the light that shined from the altar. And when this matter became public, it was told to the king of Persia, that in the place where the priests that were led away had hid the fire, there appeared water, with which Nehemiah and they that were with him had purified the sacrifices. And the king, considering and diligently examining the matter, made a temple for it, that he might prove what had happened. And when he had proved it, he gave the priests many goods, and divers presents, and he took and distributed them to them with his own hand. And Nehemiah called this place Nephthah, which is interpreted purification, but many call it Nephi. Chapter 2. Now it is found in the descriptions of Jeremiah the prophet, that he commanded them that went into captivity to take the fire, as it hath been signified, and how he gave charge to them that were carried away into captivity, and how he gave them the law that they should not forget the commandments of the Lord, and that they should not err in their minds, seeing the idols of gold and silver, and the ornaments of them. And with other such like speeches, he exhorted them that they would not remove the law from their heart. It was also contained in the same writing, how the prophet, being warned by God, commanded that the tabernacle and the ark should accompany him, till he came forth to the mountain where Moses went up, and saw the inheritance of God. And when Jeremiah came thither, he found a hollow cave, and he carried in thither the tabernacle and the ark and the altar of incense, and so stopped the door. Then some of them that followed him came up to mark the place, but they could not find it. And when Jeremiah perceived it, he blamed them, saying, The place shall be unknown, till God gather together the congregation of the people, and receive them to mercy. And then the Lord will show these things, and the majesty of the Lord shall appear, and there shall be a cloud, as it was also showed to Moses. And he showed it when Solomon prayed that the place might be sanctified to the great God. For he treated wisdom in a magnificent manner, and like a wise man, he offered the sacrifice of the dedication and of the finishing of the temple. And as Moses prayed to the Lord, and fire came down from heaven and consumed the holocaust, so Solomon also prayed, and fire came down from heaven and consumed the holocaust. And Moses said, Because the sin offering was not eaten, it was consumed. So Solomon also celebrated the dedication 8 days. And these same things were set down in the memoirs and commentaries of Nehemiah, and how he made a library, and gathered together out of the countries the books, both of the prophets, and of David, and the epistles of the kings, and concerning the holy gifts. And in like manner, Judas also gathered together all such things as were lost by the war we had, and they are in our possession. Wherefore, if you want these things, send some that may fetch them to you. As we are then about to celebrate the purification, we have written unto you, and you shall do well if you keep the same days. And we hope that God, who hath delivered his people, and hath rendered to all the inheritance, and the kingdom, and the priesthood, and the sanctuary, as he promised in the law, will shortly have mercy upon us, and will gather us together from every land under heaven into the holy place. For he hath delivered us out of great perils, and hath cleansed the place. Now as concerning Judas Maccabeus, and his brethren, and the purification of the great temple, and the dedication of the altar, as also the wars against Antiochus the illustrious, and his son Eupator, and the manifestations that came from heaven to them, that behaved themselves manfully on the behalf of the Jews, so that, being but a few, they made themselves masters of the whole country, and put to flight the barbarous multitude, and recovered again the most renowned temple in all the world, and delivered the city, and restored the laws that were abolished, the Lord with all clemency showing mercy to them. And all such things as have been comprised in 5 books by Jason of Cyrene, we have attempted to abridge in 1 book. For considering the multitude of books, and the difficulty that they find that desire to undertake the narrations of histories, because of the multitude of the matter, we have taken care for those indeed that are willing to read, that it might be a pleasure of mind, and for the studious, that they may more easily commit to memory, and that all that read might receive profit. And as to ourselves indeed, in undertaking this work of abridging, we have taken in hand no easy task, yea rather a business full of watching and sweat, but as they that prepare a feast, and seek to satisfy the will of others, for the sake of many, we willingly undergo the labour, leaving to the authors the exact handling of every particular, and as for ourselves, according to the plan proposed, studying to be brief. For as the master builder of a new house must have care of the whole building, but he that taketh care to paint it must seek out fit things for the adorning of it, so must it be judged for us. For to collect all that is to be known, to put the discourse in order, and curiously to discuss every particular point, is the duty of the author of a history, but to pursue brevity of speech, and to avoid nice declarations of things, is to be granted to him that maketh an abridgment. Here then we will begin the narration. Let this be enough by way of a preface, for it is a foolish thing to make a long prologue, and to be short in the story itself. Chapter 3. Therefore, when the holy city was inhabited with all peace, and the laws as yet were very well kept, because of the godliness of Onias the high priest, and the hatred his soul had of evil, it came to pass that even the kings themselves, and the princes esteemed the place worthy of the highest honour, and glorified the temple with very great gifts, so that Seleucus king of Asia allowed out of his revenues all the charges belonging to the ministry of the sacrifices. But one Simon of the tribe of Benjamin, who was appointed overseer of the temple, strove in opposition to the high priest to bring about some unjust thing in the city, and when he could not overcome Onias, he went to Apollonius, the son of Tharseas, who at that time was governor of Celesyria and Phoenicia, and told him that the treasury in Jerusalem was full of immense sums of money, and the common store was infinite, which did not belong to the account of the sacrifices, and that it was possible to bring all into the king's hands. Now when Apollonius had given the king notice concerning the money that he was told of, he called for Heliodorus, who had the charge over his affairs, and sent him with commission to bring him the foresaid money. So Heliodorus forthwith began his journey, under a colour of visiting the cities of Celesyria and Phoenicia, but indeed to fulfil the king's purpose. And when he was come to Jerusalem, and had been courteously received in the city by the high priest, he told him what information had been given concerning the money, and declared the cause for which he was come, and asked if these things were so indeed. Then the high priest told him that these were sums deposited, and provisions for the subsistence of the widows and the fatherless, and that some part of that which wicked Simon had given intelligence of belonged to Hyrcanus son of Tobias, a man of great dignity, and that the whole was 400 talents of silver and 200 of gold, but that to deceive them who had trusted to the place and temple which is honoured throughout the whole world, for the reverence and holiness of it was a thing which could not by any means be done. But he, by reason of the orders he had received from the king, said that by all means the money must be carried to the king. So on the day he had appointed, Heliodorus entered in to order this matter. But there was no small terror throughout the whole city, and the priests prostrated themselves before the altar in their priest's vestments, and called upon him from heaven, who made the law concerning things given to be kept, that he would preserve them safe for them that had deposited them. Now whosoever saw the countenance of the high priest was wounded in heart, for his face and the changing of his colour declared the inward sorrow of his mind. For the man was so compassed with sadness and horror of the body, that it was manifest to them that beheld him what sorrow he had in his heart. Others also came flocking together out of their houses, praying and making public supplication, because the place was like to come into contempt. And the women, girded with haircloth about their breasts, came together in the streets, and the virgins also that were shut up came forth, some to Aeneas, and some to the walls, and others looked out of the windows, and all holding up their hands towards heaven, made supplication for the expectation of the mixed multitude, and of the high priest who was in an agony, would have moved anyone to pity. And these indeed called upon Almighty God to preserve the things that had been committed to them, safe and sure for those that had committed them. But Heliodorus executed that which he had resolved on, himself being present in the same place with his guard about the treasury. But the Spirit of the Almighty God gave a great evidence of his presence, so that all that had presumed to obey him, falling down by the power of God, were struck with fainting and dread. For there appeared to them a horse with a terrible rider upon him, adorned with a very rich covering. And he ran fiercely and struck Heliodorus with his 4 feet. And he that sat upon him seemed to have armour of gold. Moreover, there appeared 2 other young men, beautiful and strong, bright and glorious, and in comely apparel, who stood by him on either side, and scourged him without ceasing with many stripes. And Heliodorus suddenly fell to the ground, and they took him up covered with great darkness, and having put him into a litter, they carried him out. So he that came with many servants, and all his guard into the aforesaid treasury, was carried out, no one being able to help him, the manifest power of God being known. And he indeed by the power of God lay speechless, and without all hope of recovery. But they praised the Lord because he had glorified his place, and the temple that a little before was full of fear and trouble, when the Almighty Lord appeared, was filled with joy and gladness. Then some of the friends of Heliodorus forthwith begged of Onias that he would call upon the Most High to grant him his life, who was ready to give up the ghost. So the high priest, considering that the king might perhaps suspect that some mischief had been done to Heliodorus by the Jews, offered a sacrifice of health for the recovery of the man. And when the high priest was praying, the same young men in the same clothing stood by Heliodorus and said to him, "Give thanks to Onias the priest, because for his sake the Lord hath granted thee life. And thou, having been scourged by God, declare unto all men the great works and the power of God." And having spoken thus, they appeared no more. So Heliodorus, after he had offered a sacrifice to God, and made great vows to him that had granted him life, and given thanks to Onias, taking his troops with him, returned to the king. And he testified to all men the works of the great God, which he had seen with his own eyes. And when the king asked Heliodorus, who might be a fit man to be sent yet once more to Jerusalem, he said, "If thou hast any enemy or traitor to thy kingdom, send him thither, and thou shalt receive him again scourged, if so be he escape. For there is undoubtedly in that place a certain power of God. For he that hath his dwelling in the heavens is the visitor and protector of that place, and he striketh and destroyeth them that come to do evil to it." And the things concerning Heliodorus and the keeping of the treasury fell out in this manner. Chapter 4. But Simon, of whom we spoke before, and of his country, spoke ill of Onias, as though he had incited Heliodorus to do these things, and had been the promoter of evils. And he presumed to call him a traitor to the kingdom, who provided for the city, and defended his nation, and was zealous for the law of God. But when the enmities proceeded so far, that murders also were committed by some of Simon's friends, Onias, considering the danger of this contention, and that Apollonius, who was the governor of Celesyria and Phoenicia, was outrageous, which increased the malice of Simon, went to the king, not to be an accuser of his countrymen, but with a view to the common good of all the people. For he saw that, except the king took care, it was impossible that matters should be settled in peace, or that Simon would cease from his folly. But after the death of Seleucus, when Antiochus, who was called the Illustrious, had taken possession of the kingdom, Jason, the brother of Onias, ambitiously sought the high priesthood, and went to the king, promising him 360 talents of silver, and out of other revenues 80 talents. Besides this, he promised also 150 more, if he might have license to set him up a place for exercise and a place for youth, and to entitle them that were at Jerusalem Antiochians. Which when the king had granted, and he had gotten the rule into his hands, forthwith he began to bring over his countrymen to the fashion of the heathens, and abolishing those things which had been decreed of special favor by the kings in behalf of the Jews, by the means of John the father of that Eupolemus, who went ambassador to Rome to make amity and alliance, he disannulled the lawful ordinances of the citizens and brought in fashions that were perverse. For he had the boldness to set up, under the very castle, a place of exercise, and to put all the choicest youths in brothel houses. Now this was not the beginning, but an increase and progress of heathenish and foreign manners through the abominable and unheard of wickedness of Jason, that impious wretch and no priest, insomuch that the priests were not now occupied about the offices of the altar, but despising the temple and neglecting the sacrifices, hastened to be partakers of the games, and of the unlawful allowance thereof, and of the exercise of the discus, and setting naught by the honours of their fathers, they esteemed the Grecian glories for the best, for the sake of which they incurred a dangerous contention, and followed earnestly their ordinances, and in all things they coveted to be like them, who were their enemies and murderers. For acting wickedly against the laws of God doth not pass unpunished, but this the time following will declare. Now when the game that was used every 5th year was kept at Tyre, the king being present, the wicked Jason sent from Jerusalem sinful men to carry 300 drachmas of silver for the sacrifice of Hercules. But the bearers thereof desired it might not be bestowed on the sacrifices, because it was not necessary, but might be deputed for other charges. So the money was appointed by him that sent it to the sacrifice of Hercules. But because of them that carried it was employed for the making of galleys. Now, when Apollonius the son of Menesthius was sent into Egypt to treat with the nobles of King Philometor, and Antiochus understood that he was wholly excluded from the affairs of the kingdom, consulting his own interest, he departed thence and came to Joppa, and from thence to Jerusalem, where he was received in a magnificent manner by Jason and the city, and came in with torchlights and with praises, and from thence he returned with his army into Phoenicia. 3 years afterwards, Jason sent Menelaus, brother of the aforesaid Simon, to carry money to the king, and to bring answers from him concerning certain necessary affairs. But he, being recommended to the king, when he had magnified the appearance of his power, got the high priesthood for himself, by offering more than Jason, by 300 talents of silver. So having received the king's mandate, he returned bringing nothing worthy of the high priesthood, but having the mind of a cruel tyrant and the rage of a savage beast. Then Jason, who had undermined his own brother, being himself undermined, was driven out a fugitive into the country of the Ammonites. So Menelaus got the principality, but as for the money he had promised to the king, he took no care when Sostratus the governor of the castle called for it. For to him appertained the gathering of the taxes, wherefore they were both called before the king. And Menelaus was removed from the priesthood, Lysimachus his brother succeeding, and Sostratus was made governor of the Cyprians. When these things were in doing, it fell out that they of Tharsus and Malos raised a sedition, because they were given for a gift to Antiochus, the king's concubine. The king therefore went in all haste to appease them, leaving Andronicus, one of his nobles, for his deputy. Then Menelaus, supposing that he had found a convenient time, having stolen certain vessels of gold out of the temple, gave them to Andronicus, and others he had sold at Tyre and in the neighbouring cities, which when Onias understood most certainly, he reproved him, keeping himself in a safe place at Antioch beside Daphne. Whereupon Menelaus, coming to Andronicus, desired him to kill Onias. And he went to Onias, and gave him his right hand with an oath, and, though he was suspected by him, persuaded him to come forth out of the sanctuary, and immediately slew him, without any regard to justice, for which cause not only the Jews, but also the other nations conceived indignation, and were much grieved for the unjust murder of so great a man. And when the king was come back from the places of Cilicia, the Jews that were at Antioch, and also the Greeks, went to him, complaining of the unjust murder of Onias. Antiochus therefore was grieved in his mind for Onias, and being moved to pity, shed tears, remembering the sobriety and modesty of the deceased. And being inflamed to anger, he commanded Andronicus to be stripped of his purple, and to be led about through all the city, and that in the same place wherein he had committed the impiety against Onias, the sacrilegious wretch should be put to death, the Lord repaying him his deserved punishment. Now, when many sacrileges had been committed by Lysimachus in the temple by the counsel of Menelaus, and the rumour of it was spread abroad, the multitude gathered themselves together against Lysimachus, a great quantity of gold being already carried away. Wherefore the multitude making an insurrection, and their minds being filled with anger, Lysimachus armed about 3,000 men, and began to use violence, one Tyrannus being captain, a man far gone both in age and in madness. But when they perceived the attempt of Lysimachus, some caught up stones, some strong clubs, and some threw ashes upon Lysimachus, and many of them were wounded, and some struck down to the ground, but all were put to flight. And as for the sacrilegious fellow himself, they slew him beside the treasury. Now concerning these matters, an accusation was laid against Menelaus. And when the king was come to Tyre, 3 men were sent from the ancients to plead the cause before him. But Menelaus, being convicted, promised Ptolemy to give him much money to persuade the king to favour him. So Ptolemy went to the king in a certain court, where he was, as it were, to cool himself, and brought him to be of another mind. So Menelaus, who was guilty of all the evil, was acquitted by him of the accusations, and those poor men, who, if they had pleaded their cause even before Scythians, should have been judged innocent, were condemned to death. Thus they that prosecuted the cause for the city, and for the people, and the sacred vessels, did soon suffer unjust punishment. Wherefore even the Tyrians, being moved with indignation, were liberal towards their burial. And so, through the covetousness of them that were in power, Menelaus continued in authority, increasing in malice to the betraying of the citizens. Chapter 5. At the same time, Antiochus prepared for a second journey into Egypt. And it came to pass that through the whole city of Jerusalem, for the space of 40 days, there were seen horsemen running in the air, in gilded raiment, and armed with spears, like bands of soldiers, and horses set in order by ranks, running one against another, with the shakings of shields, and a multitude of men in helmets, with drawn swords, and casting of darts, and glittering of golden armour, and of harnesses of all sorts. Wherefore all men prayed that these prodigies might turn to good. Now when there was gone forth a false rumour, as though Antiochus had been dead, Jason, taking with him no fewer than 1,000 men, suddenly assaulted the city. And though the citizens ran together to the wall, the city at length was taken, and Menelaus fled into the castle. But Jason slew his countrymen without mercy, not considering that prosperity against one's own kindred is a very great evil, thinking they had been enemies, and not citizens whom he conquered. Yet he did not get the principality, but received confusion at the end, for the reward of his treachery, and fled again into the country of the Ammonites. At the last, having been shut up by Aretas, the king of the Arabians, in order for his destruction, flying from city to city, hated by all men, as a forsaker of the laws, and execrable as an enemy of his country and countrymen, he was thrust out into Egypt, and he that had driven many out of their country perished in a strange land, going to Lacedaemon, as if for kindred's sake he should have refuge there. But he that had cast out many unburied was himself cast forth both unlamented and unburied, neither having foreign burial, nor being partaker of the sepulchre of his fathers. Now when these things were done, the king suspected that the Jews would forsake the alliance, whereupon, departing out of Egypt with a furious mind, he took the city by force of arms, and commanded the soldiers to kill, and not to spare any that came in their way, and to go up into the houses to slay. Thus there was a slaughter of young and old, a destruction of women and children, and killing of virgins and infants. And there were slain in the space of 3 whole days 80,000, 40,000 were made prisoners, and as many sold. But this was not enough. He presumed also to enter into the temple, the most holy in all the world, Menelaus, that traitor to the laws, and to his country, being his guide, and taking in his wicked hands the holy vessels, which were given by other kings and cities for the ornament and the glory of the place, he unworthily handled and profaned them. Thus Antiochus, going astray in mind, did not consider that God was angry for a while, because of the sins of the inhabitants of the city, and therefore this contempt had happened to the place. Otherwise, had they not been involved in many sins, as Heliodorus, who was sent by King Seleucus to rob the treasury, so this man also, as soon as he had come, had been forthwith scourged, and put back from his presumption. But God did not choose the people for the place's sake, but the place for the people's sake. And therefore the place also itself was made partaker of the evils of the people, but afterward shall communicate in the good things thereof. And as it was forsaken in the wrath of Almighty God, shall be exalted again with great glory when the great Lord shall be reconciled. So when Antiochus had taken away out of the temple 1,800 talents, he went back in all haste to Antioch, thinking through pride that he might now make the land navigable and the sea passable on foot. Such was the haughtiness of his mind. He left also governors to afflict the people. At Jerusalem, Philip, a Phrygian by birth, but in manners more barbarous than he that set him there. And in Gazarim, Andronicus and Menelaus, who bore a more heavy hand upon the citizens than the rest. And whereas he was set against the Jews, he sent that hateful Prince Apollonius with an army of 22,000 men, commanding him to kill all that were of perfect age, and to sell the women and the younger sort, who when he was come to Jerusalem, pretending peace, rested till the holy day of the Sabbath, and then the Jews keeping holiday, he commanded his men to take arms. and he slew all that were come forth to see, and running through the city with armed men, he destroyed a very great multitude. But Judas Maccabeus, who was the 10th, had withdrawn himself into a desert place, and there lived amongst wild beasts in the mountains with his company. And they continued feeding on herbs, that they might not be partakers of the pollution. Chapter 6. But not long after the king sent a certain old man of Antioch to compel the Jews to depart from the laws of their fathers and of God, and to defile the temple that was in Jerusalem, and to call it the temple of Jupiter Olympius, and that in Gazarim of Jupiter Hospitalis, according as they were that inhabited the place. And very bad was this invasion of evils and grievous to all, for the temple was full of the riot and revellings of the Gentiles, and of men lying with lewd women, and women thrust themselves of their accord into the holy places, and brought in things that were not lawful. The altar also was filled with unlawful things, which were forbidden by the laws. And neither were the Sabbaths kept, nor the solemn days of the fathers observed, neither did any man plainly profess himself to be a Jew, but they were led by bitter constraint on the king's birthday to the sacrifices. And when the feast of Bacchus was kept, they were compelled to go about crowned with ivy in honour of Bacchus. And there went out a decree into the neighbouring cities of the Gentiles, by the suggestion of the Ptolemeans, that they also should act in like manner against the Jews, to oblige them to sacrifice. And whosoever would not conform themselves to the ways of the Gentiles should be put to death. Then was misery to be seen, for 2 women were accused to have circumcised their children, whom, when they had openly led about through the city with the infants hanging at their breasts, they threw down headlong from the walls. And others that had met together in caves that were near, and were keeping the Sabbath day privately, being discovered by Philip, were burnt with fire, because they made a conscience to help themselves with their hands, by reason of the religious observance of the day. Now I beseech those that shall read this book, that they be not shocked at these calamities, but that they consider the things that happened, not as being for the destruction, but for the correction of our nation. For it is a token of great goodness when sinners are not suffered to go on in their ways for a long time, but are presently punished. For not as with other nations, whom the Lord patiently expecteth, that when the day of judgment shall come, he may punish them in the fullness of their sins, doth he also deal with us, so as to suffer our sins to come to their height, and then take vengeance on us. And therefore he never withdraweth his mercy from us. But though he chastise his people with adversity, he forsaketh them not. But let this suffice in a few words for a warning to the readers. And now we must come to the narration. Eleazar, one of the chief of the scribes, a man advanced in years and of a comely countenance, was pressed to open his mouth to eat swine's flesh. But he, choosing rather a most glorious death than a hateful life, went forward voluntarily to the torment, and considering in what manner he was come to it, patiently bearing, he determined not to do any unlawful things for the love of life. But they that stood by, being moved with wicked pity, for the old friendship they had with the man, taking him aside, desired that flesh might be brought, which it was lawful for him to eat, that he might make as if he had eaten, as the king had commanded of the flesh of the sacrifice. that by so doing he might be delivered from death. And for the sake of their old friendship with the man, they did him this courtesy. But he began to consider the dignity of his age, and his ancient years, and the inbred honour of his grey head, and his good life and conversation from a child. And he answered without delay, according to the ordinances of the holy law made by God, saying that he would rather be sent into the other world. For it doth not become our age, said he, to dissemble, whereby many young persons might think that Eleazar, at the age of 80 was gone over to the life of the heathens. And so they, through my dissimulation, and for a little time of a corruptible life, should be deceived, and hereby I should bring a stain and a curse upon my old age. For though, for the present time, I should be delivered from the punishments of men, yet should I not escape the hand of the Almighty, neither alive nor dead. Wherefore, by departing manfully out of this life, I shall show myself worthy of my old age, and I shall leave an example of fortitude to young men, if with a ready mind and constancy I suffer an honourable death, for the most venerable and most holy laws. And having spoken thus, he was forthwith carried to execution. And they that led him, and had been a little before more mild, were changed to wrath for the words he had spoken, which they thought were uttered out of arrogancy. But when he was now ready to die with the stripes, he groaned, and said, O Lord, who hast the holy knowledge, thou knowest manifestly that whereas I might be delivered from death, I suffer grievous pains in body, but in soul am well content to suffer these things because I fear thee. Thus did this man die, leaving not only to young men, but also to the whole nation, the memory of his death for an example of virtue and fortitude. Chapter 7. It came to pass also that 7 brethren, together with their mother, were apprehended and compelled by the king to eat swine's flesh against the law, for which end they were tormented with whips and scourges. But one of them, who was the eldest, said thus, What wouldst thou ask, or learn of us? We are ready to die, rather than to transgress the laws of God, received from our fathers. Then the king, being angry, commanded frying pans and brazen cauldrons to be made hot, which forthwith being heated, he commanded to cut out the tongue of him that had spoken first, and the skin of his head being drawn off, to chop off also the extremities of his hands and feet, the rest of his brethren and his mother looking on. And when he was now maimed in all parts, he commanded him, being yet alive, to be brought to the fire, and to be fried in the frying pan. And while he was suffering therein long torments, the rest, together with the mother, exhorted one another to die manfully, saying, The Lord God will look upon the truth, and will take pleasure in us, as Moses declared in the profession of the canticle, and in his servants he will take pleasure. So when the first was dead after this manner, they brought the next to make him a mocking stock. And when they had pulled off the skin of his head with the hair, they asked him if he would eat, before he were punished throughout the whole body in every limb. But he answered in his own language and said, I will not do it. Wherefore he also in the next place received the torments of the first. And when he was at the last gasp, he said thus, Thou indeed, O most wicked man, destroyest us out of this present life, but the King of the world will raise us up, who die for his laws, in the resurrection of eternal life. After him, the third was made a mocking stock, and when he was required, quickly put forth his tongue and courageously stretched out his hands, and said with confidence, "These I have from heaven, but for the laws of God I now despise them, because I hope to receive them again from him." So that the king, and they that were with him, wondered at the young man's courage, because he esteemed the torments as nothing. And after he was thus dead, they tormented the fourth in the like manner. And when he was now ready to die, he spoke thus, "It is better, being put to death by men, to look for hope from God, to be raised up again by him. For as to thee, thou shalt have no resurrection unto life." And when they had brought the fifth, they tormented him. But he, looking upon the king, said, "Whereas thou hast power among men, though thou art corruptible, thou dost what thou wilt. But think not that our nation is forsaken by God, but stay patiently a while, and thou shalt see his great power, in what manner he will torment thee and thy seed." After him they brought the sixth, and he, being ready to die, spoke thus, "Be not deceived without cause, for we suffer these things for ourselves, having sinned against our God, and things worthy of admiration are done to us. But do not think that thou shalt escape unpunished, for that thou attempted to fight against God. Now the mother was to be admired above measure, and worthy to be remembered by good men, who beheld 7 sons slain in the space of one day, and bore it with a good courage, for the hope that she had in God. And she bravely exhorted every one of them in her own language, being filled with wisdom, and joining a man's heart to a woman's thought. She said to them, "I know not how you were formed in my womb, for I neither gave you breath, nor soul, nor life, neither did I frame the limbs of every one of you. But the Creator of the world, that formed the nativity of man, and that found out the origin of all, he will restore to you again in his mercy both breath and life, as now you despise yourselves for the sake of his laws." Now Antiochus, thinking himself despised, and withal despising the voice of the upbraider, when the youngest was yet alive, did not only exhort him by words, but also assured him with an oath that he would make him a rich and a happy man, and, if he would turn from the laws of his fathers, would take him for a friend and furnish him with things necessary. But when the young man was not moved with these things, the king called the mother and counseled her to deal with the young man to save his life. And when he had exhorted her with many words, she promised that she would counsel her son. So bending herself towards him, mocking the cruel tyrant, she said in her own language, "My son, have pity upon me, that bore thee 9 months in my womb, and gave thee suck 3 years, and nourished thee, and brought thee up unto this age. I beseech thee, my son, look upon heaven and earth, and all that is in them, and consider that God made them out of nothing, and mankind also. So thou shalt not fear this tormentor, but being made a worthy partner with thy brethren, receive death, that in that mercy I may receive thee again with thy brethren." While she was yet speaking these words, the young man said, "For whom do you stay? I will not obey the commandment of the king, but the commandment of the law which was given us by Moses. But thou that hast been the author of all mischief against the Hebrews shalt not escape the hand of God, for we suffer thus for our sins. And though the Lord our God is angry with us a little while for our chastisement and correction, yet he will be reconciled again to his servants. But thou, O wicked and of all men most flagitious, be not lifted up without cause with vain hopes, whilst thou art raging against his servants. For thou hast not yet escaped the judgment of the Almighty God, who beholdeth all things. For my brethren, having now undergone a short pain, are under the covenant of eternal life. But thou, by the judgment of God, shalt receive just punishment for thy pride. But I, like my brethren, offer up my life and my body for the laws of our fathers, calling upon God to be speedily merciful to our nation, and that thou by torments and stripes mayest confess that he alone is God. But in me and in my brethren the wrath of the Almighty, which hath justly been brought upon all our nation, shall cease. Then the king, being incensed with anger, raged against him more cruelly than all the rest, taking it grievously that he was mocked. So this man also died undefiled, wholly trusting in the Lord. And last of all, after the sons, the mother also was consumed. But now there is enough said of the sacrifices and of the excessive cruelties. Chapter 8. But Judas Maccabeus, and they that were with him, went privately into the towns, and calling together their kinsmen and friends, and taking unto them such as continued in the Jews' religion, they assembled 6,000 men. And they called upon the Lord that he would look upon his people that was trodden down by all, and would have pity on the temple that was defiled by the wicked, that he would have pity also upon the city that was destroyed, that was ready to be made even with the ground, and would hear the voice of the blood that cried to him, that he would remember also the most unjust deaths of innocent children, and the blasphemies offered to his name, and would show his indignation on this occasion. Now when Maccabeus had gathered a multitude, he could not be withstood by the heathens, for the wrath of the Lord was turned into mercy. So coming unawares upon the towns and cities, he set them on fire, and taking possession of the most commodious places, he made no small slaughter of the enemies, and especially in the nights he went upon these expeditions, and the fame of his valour was spread abroad everywhere. Then Philip, seeing that the man gained ground by little and little, and that things for the most part succeeded prosperously with him, wrote to Ptolemy, the governor of Celesyria and Phoenicia, to send aid to the king's affairs. And he with all speed sent Nicanor the son of Patroclus, one of his special friends, giving him no fewer than 20,000 armed men of different nations, to root out the whole race of the Jews, joining also with him Gorgias, a good soldier, and of great experience in matters of war. And Nicanor purposed to raise for the king the tribute of 2,000 talents, that was to be given to the Romans by making so much money of the captive Jews. Wherefore he sent immediately to the cities upon the sea coast, to invite men together to buy up the Jewish slaves, promising that they should have 90 slaves for 1 talent, not reflecting on the vengeance which was to follow him from the Almighty. Now when Judas found that Nicanor was coming, he imparted to the Jews that were with him that the enemy was at hand, and some of them, being afraid and distrusting the justice of God, fled away. Others sold all that they had left, and withal besought the Lord that he would deliver them from the wicked Nicanor, who had sold them before he came near them. And if not for their sakes, yet for the covenant that he had made with their fathers, and for the sake of his holy and glorious name that was invoked upon them. But Maccabeus, calling together 7,000 that were with him, exhorted them not to be reconciled to the enemies, nor to fear the multitude of the enemies who came wrongfully against them, but to fight manfully, setting before their eyes the injury they had unjustly done the holy place, and also the injury they had done to the city, which had been shamefully abused, besides their destroying the ordinances of the fathers. For, said he, they trust in their weapons and in their boldness, but we trust in the Almighty Lord, who at a beck can utterly destroy both them that come against us and the whole world. Moreover, he put them in mind also of the helps their fathers had received from God, and how under Sennacherib 185,000 had been destroyed, and of the battle that they had fought against the Galatians in Babylonia, how they, being in all but 6,000, when it came to the point, and the Macedonians their companions were a stand, slew 120,000 because of the help they had from heaven, and for this they received many favors. With these words they were greatly encouraged, and disposed even to die for the laws and their country. So he appointed his brethren captains over each division of his army, Simon and Joseph and Jonathan, giving to each one 1,500 men. And after the holy book had been read to them by Esdras, and he had given them for a watchword the help of God, himself leading the first band, he joined battle with Nicanor, and the Almighty being their helper, they slew above 9,000 men, and having wounded and disabled the greater part of Nicanor's army, they obliged them to fly, and they took the money of them that came to buy them, and they pursued them on every side. But they came back for want of time, for it was the day before the Sabbath, and therefore they did not continue the pursuit. But when they had gathered together their arms and their spoils, they kept the Sabbath, blessing the Lord who had delivered them that day, distilling the beginning of mercy upon them. Then, after the Sabbath, they divided the spoils to the feeble and the orphans and the widows, and the rest they took for themselves and their servants. When this was done, and they had all made a common supplication, they besought the merciful Lord to be reconciled to his servants unto the end. Moreover, they slew above 20,000 of them that were with Timotheus and Bacchides who fought them, and they made themselves masters of the high strongholds. And they divided amongst them many spoils, giving equal portions to the feeble, the fatherless, and the widows, yea, and the aged also. And when they had carefully gathered together their arms, they laid them all up in convenient places, and the residue of their spoils they carried to Jerusalem. They slew also Philakes, who was with Timotheus, a wicked man, who had many ways afflicted the Jews. And when they kept the feast of the victory at Jerusalem, they burned Callisthenes, that had set fire to the holy gates, who had taken refuge in a certain house, rendering to him a worthy reward for his impieties. But as for that most wicked man Nicanor, who had brought 1,000 merchants to the sale of the Jews, being through the help of the Lord brought down by them, of whom he had made no account, laying aside his garment of glory, fleeing through the Midland country, he came alone to Antioch, being rendered very unhappy by the destruction of his army. And he that had promised to levy the tribute for the Romans by the means of the captives of Jerusalem, now professed that the Jews had God for their protector, and therefore they could not be hurt, because they followed the laws appointed by him. Chapter 9. At that time Antiochus returned with dishonor out of Persia, for he had entered into the city called Persepolis, and attempted to rob the temple and to oppress the city. But the multitude, running together to arms, put them to flight. And so it fell out that Antiochus, being put to flight, returned with disgrace. Now when he was come about Ecbatana, he received the news of what had happened to Nicanor and Timotheus, and swelling with anger he thought to revenge upon the Jews the injury done by them that had put him to flight. And therefore he commanded his chariot to be driven, without stopping in his journey, the judgment of heaven urging him forward, because he had spoken so proudly that he would come to Jerusalem and make it a common burying place of the Jews. But the Lord, the God of Israel, that seeth all things, struck him with an incurable and an invisible plague. For as soon as he had ended these words, a dreadful pain in his bowels came upon him, and bitter torments of the inner parts. And indeed very justly, seeing he had tormented the bowels of others with many and new torments, albeit he by no means ceased from his malice. Moreover, being filled with pride, breathing out fire in his rage against the Jews, and commanding the matter to be hastened, it happened, as he was going with violence, that he fell from the chariot, so that his limbs were much pained by a grievous bruising of the body. Thus he that seemed to himself to command even the waves of the sea, being proud above the condition of man, and to weigh the heights of the mountains in a balance, now being cast down to the ground, was carried in a litter, bearing witness to the manifest power of God in himself. So that worms swarmed out of the body of this man, and whilst he lived in sorrow and pain, his flesh fell off, and the filthiness of his smell was noisome to the army. And the man that thought a little before he could reach to the stars of heaven, no man could endure to carry for the intolerable stench. And by this means, being brought from his great pride, he began to come to the knowledge of himself, being admonished by the scourge of God, his pains increasing every moment. And when he himself could not now abide his own stench, he spoke thus: It is just to be subject to God, and that a mortal man should not equal himself to God. Then this wicked man prayed to the Lord, of whom he was not like to obtain mercy. And the city, to which he was going in haste to lay it even with the ground, and to make it a common burying place, he now desireth to make free. And the Jews, whom he said he would not account worthy to be so much as buried, but would give them up to be devoured by the birds and wild beasts, and would utterly destroy them with their children, he now promiseth to make equal with the Athenians. The holy temple also, which before he had spoiled, he promiseth to adorn with goodly gifts, and to multiply the holy vessels, and to allow out of his revenues the charges pertaining to the sacrifices. Yea, also that he would become a Jew himself, and would go through every place of the earth, and declare the power of God. But his pains not ceasing, for the just judgment of God was come upon him. Despairing of life, he wrote to the Jews in the manner of a supplication, a letter in these words: To his very good subjects, the Jews, Antiochus king and ruler, wisheth much health and welfare and happiness. If you and your children are well, and if all matters go with you to your mind, we give very great thanks. As for me, being infirm, but yet kindly remembering you, returning out of the places of Persia, and being taken with a grievous disease, I thought it necessary to take care for the common good, not distrusting my life, but having great hope to escape the sickness. But considering that my father also, at what time he led an army into the higher countries, appointed who should reign after him, to the end that if anything contrary to expectation should fall out, or any bad tidings should be brought, they that were in the countries, knowing to whom the whole government was left, might not be troubled. Moreover, considering that neighbouring princes and borderers wait for opportunities and expect what shall be the event, I have appointed my son Antiochus king, whom I often recommended to many of you when I went into the higher provinces, and I have written to him what I have joined here below. I pray you therefore, and request of you, that remembering favours both public and private, you will every man of you continue to be faithful to me and to my son. For I trust that he will behave with moderation and humanity, and following my intentions will be gracious unto you. Thus the murderer and blasphemer, being grievously struck, as himself had treated others, died a miserable death in a strange country among the mountains. But Philip, that was brought up with him, carried away his body, and out of fear of the son of Antiochus, went into Egypt to Ptolemy Philometor. Chapter 10. But Maccabees, and they that were with him, by the protection of the Lord, recovered the temple and the city again. But he threw down the altars which the heathens had set up in the streets, as also the temples of the idols. And having purified the temple, they made another altar, and taking fire out of the fiery stones, they offered sacrifices after 2 years, and set forth incense, and lamps, and the loaves of proposition. And when they had done these things, they besought the Lord, lying prostrate on the ground, that they might no more fall into such evils. But if they should at any time sin, that they might be chastised by him more gently, and not be delivered up to barbarians and blasphemous men. Now upon the same day that the temple had been polluted by the strangers, on the very same day it was cleansed again, to wit, on the 5th and 20th day of the month of Caslu. And they kept 8 days with joy, after the manner of the feast of the tabernacles, remembering that not long before they had kept the feast of the tabernacles, when they were in the mountains, and in dens like wild beasts. Therefore they now carried boughs and green branches and palms for him that had given them good success in cleansing his place. And they ordained by a common statute and decree that all the nation of the Jews should keep those days every year. And this was the end of Antiochus, that was called the Illustrious. But now we will relate the acts of Eupator the son of that wicked Antiochus, abridging the account of the evils that happened in the wars. For when he was come to the crown, he appointed over the affairs of his realm one Lysias, general of the army of Phoenicia and Syria. For Ptolemy, that was called Maker, was determined to be strictly just to the Jews, and especially by reason of the wrong that had been done them, and to deal peaceably with them. But being accused for this to Eupator by his friends, and being oftentimes called traitor, because he had left Cyprus, which Philometor had committed to him, and coming over to Antiochus the Illustrious, had revolted also from him, he put an end to his life by poison. But Gorgias, who was governor of the holds, taking with him the strangers, often fought against the Jews, and the Jews that occupied the most commodious hold received those that were driven out of Jerusalem, and attempted to make war Then they that were with Maccabeus, beseeching the Lord by prayers to be their helper, made a strong attack upon the strongholds of the Idumeans, and assaulting them with great force, won the holds, killed them that came in the way, and slew altogether no fewer than 20,000. And whereas some were fled into very strong towers, having all manner of provision to sustain a siege, Maccabeus left Simon and Joseph, and Zacchaeus, and them that were with them in sufficient number to besiege them, and departed to those expeditions which urged more. Now they that were with Simon, being led with covetousness, were persuaded for the sake of money by some that were in the towers, and taking 70,000 didrachmas, let some of them escape. But when it was told Maccabeus what was done, he assembled the rulers of the people, and accused those men that they had sold their brethren for money, having let their adversaries escape. So he put these traitors to death, and forthwith took the 2 towers, and having good success in arms and in all things he took in hand, he slew more than 20,000 in the 2 holds. But Timotheus, who before had been overcome by the Jews, having called together a multitude of foreign troops, and assembled horsemen out of Asia, came as though he would take Judea by force of arms. But Maccabeus and they that were with him, when he drew near, prayed to the Lord, sprinkling earth upon their heads and girding their loins with haircloth, and lying prostrate at the foot of the altar, besought him to be merciful to them, and to be an enemy to their enemies, and an adversary to their adversaries, as the law saith. And so, after prayer taking their arms, they went forth further from the city, and when they were come very near the enemies, they rested. But as soon as the sun was risen, both sides joined battle, the one part having with their valour the Lord for a surety of victory and success, but the other side making their rage their leader in battle. But when they were in the heat of the engagement, there appeared to the enemies from heaven 5 men upon horses, comely with golden bridles, conducting the Jews, 2 of whom took Maccabeus between them, and covered him on every side with their arms, and kept him safe, but cast darts and fireballs against the enemy, so that they fell down, being both confounded with blindness, and filled with trouble. And there were slain 20,500, and 600 horsemen. But Timotheus fled into Gazara, a stronghold, where Chereas was governor. Then Maccabeus, and they that were with him, cheerfully laid siege to the fortress 4 days. But they that were within, trusting to the strength of the place, blasphemed exceedingly, and cast forth abominable words. But when the 5th day appeared, 20 young men of them that were with Maccabeus, inflamed in their minds because of the blasphemy, approached manfully to the wall, and pushing forward with fierce courage, got up upon it. Moreover, others also getting up after them, went to set fire to the towers and the gates, and to burn the blasphemers alive. And having for 2 days together pillaged and sacked the fortress, they killed Timotheus, who was found hid in a certain place. They slew also his brother Chereas and Apollophanes. And when this was done, they blessed the Lord with hymns and thanksgiving, who had done great things in Israel, and given them the victory. Chapter 11. A short time after this, Lysias, the king's lieutenant and cousin, and who had chief charge over all the affairs, being greatly displeased with what had happened, gathered together 80,000 men, and all the horsemen, and came against the Jews, thinking to take the city, and make it a habitation of the Gentiles, and to make again of the temple, as of the other temples of the Gentiles, and to set the high priesthood to sale every year, never considering the power of God, but puffed up in mind, and trusting in the multitude of his foot soldiers, and the thousands of his horsemen, and his 80 elephants. So he came into Judea, and approaching to Bethsura, which was in a narrow place, the space of 5 furlongs from Jerusalem, he laid siege to that fortress. But when Maccabees and they that were with him understood that the strongholds were besieged, they and all the people besought the Lord with lamentations and tears, that he would send a good angel to save Israel. Then Maccabees himself, first taking his arms, exhorted the rest to expose themselves together with him to the danger, and to succor their brethren. And when they were going forth together with a willing mind, there appeared at Jerusalem a horseman going before them in white clothing, with golden armor, shaking a spear. Then they all together blessed the merciful Lord, and took great courage, being ready to break through not only men, but also the fiercest beasts and walls of iron. So they went on courageously, having a helper from heaven, and the Lord who showed mercy to them. And rushing violently upon the enemy like lions, they slew of them 11,000 footmen, and 1,600 horsemen, and put all the rest to flight. Many of them being wounded, escaped naked. Yea, and Lysias himself fled away shamefully, and escaped. And as he was a man of understanding, considering with himself the loss he had suffered, and perceiving that the Hebrews could not be overcome, because they relied upon the help of the Almighty God, he sent to them, and promised that he would agree to all things that are just, and that he would persuade the king to be their friend. Then Maccabees consented to the request of Lysias, providing for the common good in all things, and whatsoever Maccabees wrote to Lysias concerning the Jews, the king allowed of. For there were letters written to the Jews from Lysias to this effect: Lysias to the people of the Jews, greeting. John and Absalom, who were sent from you, delivering your writings, requested that I would accomplish those things which were signified by them. Therefore, whatsoever things could be reported to the king, I have represented to him, and he hath granted as much as the matter permitted. If therefore you will keep yourselves loyal in affairs, hereafter also I will endeavour to be a means of your good. But as concerning other particulars, I have given orders by word both to these, and to them that are sent by me, to commune with you. Fare ye well. In the year 148, the 24th day of the month of Dioscorus. But the king's letter contained these words: King Antiochus to Lysias, his brother, greeting. Our Father being translated amongst the gods, we are desirous that they that are in our realm should live quietly, and apply themselves diligently to their own concerns. And we have heard that the Jews would not consent to my father to turn to the rites of the Greeks, but that they would keep to their own manner of living, and therefore that they request us to allow them to live after their own laws. Wherefore, being desirous that this nation also should be at rest, we have ordained and decreed that the temple should be restored to them, and that they may live according to the custom of their ancestors. Thou shalt do well therefore to send to them, and grant them peace, that our pleasure being known, they may be of good comfort, and look to their own affairs. But the king's letter to the Jews was in this manner. King Antiochus to the Senate of the Jews, and to the rest of the Jews, greeting. If you are well, you are as we desire. We ourselves also are well. Menelaus came to us, saying that you desired to come down to your countrymen that are with us. We grant therefore a safe conduct to all that come and go, until the 30th day of the month of Xanthicus, that the Jews may use their own kind of meats and their own laws as before, and that none of them any manner of ways be molested for things which have been done by ignorance. And we have sent also Menelaus to speak to you. Fare ye well. In the year 148, the 15th day of the month of Xanthicus, the Romans also sent them a letter to this effect. Quintus Memmius and Titus Manilius, ambassadors of the Romans, to the people of the Jews, greeting. Whatsoever Lysias, the king's cousin, hath granted you, we also have granted. But touching such things as he thought should be referred to the king, after you have diligently conferred among yourselves, send someone forthwith, that we may decree as it is convenient for you. For we are going to Antioch, and therefore make haste to write back, that we may know of what mind you are. Fare ye well. In the year 148, the 15th day of the month of Xanthicus. Chapter 12. When these covenants were made, Lysias went to the king, and the Jews gave themselves to husbandry. But they that were behind, namely Timotheus and Apollonius, the son of Genius, also Hieronymus, and Demophon, and besides them Nicanor the governor of Cyprus, would not suffer them to live in peace, and to be quiet. The men of Joppa also were guilty of this kind of wickedness. They desired the Jews who dwelt among them to go with their wives and children into the boats, which they had prepared, as though they had no enmity to them, which when they had consented to, according to the common decree of the city, suspecting nothing, because of the peace, when they were gone forth into the deep, they drowned no fewer than 200 of them. But as soon as Judas heard of this cruelty done to his countrymen, he commanded the men that were with him, and after having called upon God the just judge, he came against those murderers of his brethren, and set the haven on fire in the night, burnt the boats, and slew with the sword them that escaped from the fire. And when he had done these things in this manner, he departed as if he would return again, and root out all the Joppaites. But when he understood that the men of Jamnia also designed to do in like manner to the Jews that dwelt among them, he came upon the Jamnites also by night, and set the haven on fire with the ships, so that the light of the fire was seen at Jerusalem, 240 furlongs off. And when they were now gone from thence 9 furlongs, and were marching towards Timotheus, 5,000 footmen and 500 horsemen of the Arabians set upon them. And after a hard fight, in which by the help of God they got the victory, the rest of the Arabians being overcome, besought Judas for peace, promising to give him pastures, and to assist him in other things. And Judas, thinking that they might be profitable indeed in many things, promised them peace. And after having joined hands, they departed to their tents. He also laid siege to a certain strong city, encompassed with bridges and walls, and inhabited by multitudes of different nations, the name of which is Casvin. But they that were within it, trusting in the strength of the walls and the provision of victuals, behaved in a more negligent manner and provoked Judith with railing and blaspheming, and uttering such words as were not to be spoken. But Maccabees, calling upon the great Lord of the world, who without any rams or engines of war threw down the walls of Jericho in the time of Josue, fiercely assaulted the walls, and having taken the city by the will of the Lord, he made an unspeakable slaughter, so that a pool adjoining of 2 furlongs broad seemed to run with the blood of the slain. From thence they departed 750 furlongs, and came to Sirach to the Jews that are called Tubianites. But as for Timotheus, they found him not in those places, for before he had dispatched anything he went back, having left a very strong garrison in a certain hold. But Dosithius and Sosipater, who were captains with Maccabees, slew them that were left by Timotheus in the hold, to the number of 10,000 men. And Maccabees, having set in order about him 6,000 men, and divided them by bands, went forth against Timotheus, who had with him 120,000 footmen, and 2,500 horsemen. Now when Timotheus had knowledge of the coming of Judith, he sent the women and children, and the other baggage before him into a fortress, called Carnion, for it was impregnable and hard to come at, by reason of the straitness of the places. But when the first band of Judas came in sight, the enemies were struck with fear by the presence of God, who seeth all things, and they were put to flight one from another, so that they were often thrown down by their own companions, and wounded with the strokes of their own swords. But Judas was vehemently earnest in punishing the profane, of whom he slew 30,000 men. And Timotheus himself fell into the hands of the band of Dosithius and Sosipater, and with many prayers he besought them to let him go with his life, because he had the parents and brethren of many of the Jews, who, by his death, might happen to be deceived. And when he had given his faith that he would restore them according to the agreement, they let him go without hurt, for the saving of their brethren. Then Judas went away to Carnion, where he slew 25,000 persons. And after he had put to flight and destroyed these, he removed his army to Ephron, a strong city, wherein there dwelt a multitude of divers nations. And stout young men standing upon the walls made a vigorous resistance. And in this place there were many engines of war, and a provision of darts. But when they had invocated the Almighty, who with his power breaketh the strength of the enemies, they took the city, and slew 25,000 of them that were within. From thence they departed to Scythopolis, which lieth 600 furlongs from Jerusalem. But the Jews that were among the Scythopolitans testifying that they were used kindly by them, and that even in the times of their adversity they had treated them with humanity, they gave them thanks, exhorting them to be still friendly to their nation. And so they came to Jerusalem, the feast of the weeks being at hand. And after Pentecost they marched against Gorgias, the governor of Idumea, and he came out with 3,000 footmen and 400 horsemen. And when they had joined battle, it happened that a few of the Jews were slain. But Dosithius, a horseman, one of Bacchanus' band, a valiant man, took hold of Gorgias. And when he would have taken him alive, a certain horseman of the Thracians came upon him, and cut off his shoulder. And so Gorgias escaped to Marisa. But when they that were with Esdrin had fought long, and were weary, Judas called upon the Lord to be their helper and leader of the battle, Then beginning in his own language, and singing hymns with a loud voice, he put Gorgias's soldiers to flight. So Judas, having gathered together his army, came into the city Adullam. And when the 7th day came, they purified themselves according to the custom, and kept the Sabbath in the place. And the day following Judas came with his company, to take away the bodies of them that were slain, and to bury them with their kinsmen in the sepulchres of their fathers. And they found under the coats of the slain some of the donaries of the idols of Jamnia, which the law forbiddeth to the Jews, so that all plainly saw that for this cause they were slain. Then they all blessed the just judgment of the Lord, who had discovered the things that were hidden. And so, betaking themselves to prayers, they besought him that the sin which had been committed might be forgotten. But the most valiant Judas exhorted the people to keep themselves from sin, forasmuch as they saw before their eyes what had happened because of the sins of those that were slain. And making a gathering, he sent 12,000 drachms of silver to Jerusalem for sacrifice to be offered for the sins of the dead, thinking well and religiously concerning the resurrection. For if he had not hoped that they that were slain should rise again, it would have seemed superfluous and vain to pray for the dead. And because he considered that they who had fallen asleep with godliness had great grace laid up for them, it is therefore a holy and wholesome thought to pray for the dead, that they may be loosed from sins. Chapter 13. In the year 149, Judas understood that Antiochus Eupator was coming with a multitude against Judea, and with him Lysias the regent, who had charge over the affairs of the realm, having with him 110,000 footmen, 5,000 horsemen, 22 elephants, and 300 chariots armed with hooks. Menelaus also joined himself with them, and with great deceitfulness besought Antiochus, not for the welfare of his country, but in hopes that he should be appointed chief ruler. But the King of Kings stirred up the mind of Antiochus against the sinner, and upon Lysias suggesting that he was the cause of all the evils, he commanded, as the custom is with them, that he should be apprehended and put to death in the same place. Now there was in that place a tower 50 cubits high, having a heap of ashes on every side. This had a prospect steep down. From thence he commanded the sacrilegious wretch to be thrown down into the ashes, all men thrusting him forward unto death. And by such a law it happened that Menelaus the transgressor of the law was put to death, not having so much as burial in the earth, and indeed very justly, for insomuch as he had committed many sins against the altar of God, the fire and ashes of which were holy, he was condemned to die in ashes. But the king, with his mind full of rage, came on to show himself worse to the Jews than his father was, which, when Judas understood, he commanded the people to call upon the Lord day and night, that as he had always done, so now also he would help them, because they were afraid to be deprived of the law, and of their country, and of the holy temple, and that he would not suffer the people, that had of late taken breath for a little while, to be again in subjection to blasphemous nations. So when they had all done this together, and had craved mercy of the Lord with weeping and fasting, lying prostrate on the ground for 3 days continually, Judas exhorted them to make themselves ready. But he, with the ancients, determined, before the king should bring his army into Judea, and make himself master of the city, to go out and to commit the event of the thing to the judgment of the Lord. So committing all to God, the Creator of the world, and having exhorted his people to fight manfully, and to stand up even to death for the laws, the temple, the city, their country and citizens, he placed his army about Modin, and having given his company for a watchword the victory of God, with most valiant chosen young men, set upon the king's quarter by night, and slew 4,000 men in the camp, and the greatest of the elephants, with them that had been upon him. And having filled the camp of the enemies with exceeding great fear and tumult, they went off with good success. Now this was done at the break of day, by the protection and help of the Lord. But the king, having taken a taste of the hardiness of the Jews, attempted to take the strong places by policy, and he marched with his army to Bethsura, which was a stronghold of the Jews. But he was repulsed, he failed, he lost his men. Now Judas sent necessaries to them that were within. But Rhodocus, one of the Jews' army, disclosed the secrets to the enemies, so he was sought out, and taken up, and put in prison. Again the king treated with them that were in Bethsura, gave his right hand, took theirs, and went away. He fought with Judas, and was overcome. And when he understood that Philip, who had been left over the affairs, had rebelled at Antioch, he was in a consternation of mind, and entreating the Jews, and yielding to them, he swore to all things that seemed reasonable, and being reconciled, offered sacrifices, honored the temple, and left gifts. He embraced Maccabees, and made him governor and prince from Ptolemais unto the Gerenians. But when he was come to Ptolemais, the men of that city were much displeased with the conditions of the peace, being angry for fear they should break the covenant. Then Lysias went up to the judgment seat, and set forth the reason, and appeased the people, and returned to Antioch. And thus matters went with regard to the king's coming and his return. Chapter 14. But after the space of 3 years, Judas, and they that were with him, understood that Demetrius the son of Seleucus was come up with a great power, and a navy by the haven of Tripolis, to places proper for his purpose, and had made himself master of the countries against Antiochus, and his general Lysias. Now one Alcimus, who had been chief priest, but had willfully defiled himself in the time of mingling with the heathens, seeing that there was no safety for him, nor access to the altar, came to King Demetrius in the year 150, presenting unto him a crown of gold and a palm, and besides these, some boughs which seemed to belong to the temple. And that day indeed he held his peace. But having gotten a convenient time to further his madness, being called to counsel by Demetrius, and asked what the Jews relied upon, and what were their counsels, he answered thereunto, They among the Jews that are called Assyrians, of whom Judas Maccabeus is captain, nourish wars, and raise seditions, and will not suffer the realm to be in peace. For I also, being deprived of my ancestors' glory, I mean of the high priesthood, am now come hither, principally indeed out of fidelity to the king's interests, but in the next place also to provide for the good of my countrymen. For all our nation suffereth much from the evil proceedings of those men. Wherefore, O king, seeing thou knowest all these things, take care, I beseech thee, both of the country and of our nation, according to thy humanity which is known to all men. For as long as Judas liveth, it is not possible that the state should be quiet. Now when this man had spoken to this effect, The rest also of the king's friends, who were enemies of Judas, incensed Demetrius against him, and forthwith he sent Nicanor, the commander over the elephants, governor into Judea, giving him in charge to take Judas himself, and disperse all them that were with him, and to make Alcimus the high priest of the great temple. Then the Gentiles, who had fled out of Judea from Judas, came to Nicanor by flocks, thinking the miseries and calamities of the Jews to be the welfare of their affairs. Now when the Jews heard of Nicanor's coming, and that the nations were assembled against them, they cast earth upon their heads, and made supplication to him, who chose his people to keep them forever, and who protected his portion by evident signs. Then at the commandment of their captain, they forthwith removed from the place where they were, and went to the town of Desor to meet them. Now Simon, the brother of Judas, had joined battle with Nicanor, but was frightened with the sudden coming of the adversaries. Nevertheless, Nicanor, hearing of the valor of Judas's companions, and the greatness of courage with which they fought for their country, was afraid to try the matter by the sword. Wherefore he sent Posidonius and Theodotius and Matthias before to present and receive the right hands. And when there had been a consultation thereupon, and the captain had acquainted the multitude with it, they were all of one mind to consent to covenants. So they appointed a day upon which they might commune together by themselves, and seats were brought out, and set for each one. But Judas ordered men to be ready in convenient places, lest some mischief might be suddenly practiced by the enemies. So they made an agreeable conference, and Nicanor abode in Jerusalem, and did no wrong, but sent away the flocks of the multitudes that had been gathered together. And Judas was always dear to him from the heart, and he was well affected to the man, and he desired him to marry a wife and to have children. So he married, he lived quietly, and they lived in common. But Alcimus, seeing the love they had one to another, and the covenants, came to Demetrius, and told him that Nicanor assented to the foreign interest, for that he meant to make Judas, who was a traitor to the kingdom, his successor. Then the king, being in a rage and provoked with this man's wicked accusations, wrote to Nicanor, signifying that he was greatly displeased with the covenant of friendship, and that he commanded him nevertheless to send Maccabees prisoner in all haste to Antioch. When this was known, Nicanor was in a consternation, and took it grievously that he should make void the articles that were agreed upon, having received no injury from the man. But because he could not oppose the king, he watched an opportunity to comply with the orders. But when Maccabees perceived that Nicanor was more stern to him, and that when they met together as usual, he behaved himself in a rough manner, and was sensible that this rough behavior came not of good, he gathered together a few of his men, and hid himself from Nicanor. But he, finding himself notably prevented by the man, came to the great and holy temple, and commanded the priests that were offering the accustomed sacrifices to deliver him the man. And when they swore unto him that they knew not where the man was whom he sought, he stretched out his hand to the temple, and swore, saying, Unless you deliver Judas prisoner to me, I will lay this temple of God even with the ground, and will beat down the altar, and I will dedicate this temple to Bacchus. And when he had spoken thus, he departed. But the priests, stretching forth their hands to heaven, called upon him that was ever the defender of their nation, saying in this manner, Thou, O Lord of all things, who wantest nothing, wast pleased that the temple of thy habitation should be amongst us. Therefore now, O Lord, the Holy of all holies, keep this house for ever undefiled which was lately cleansed. Now Razias, one of the ancients of Jerusalem, was accused to Nicanor, a man that was a lover of the city, and of good report, who for his affection was called the father of the Jews. This man for a long time had held fast his purpose of keeping himself pure in the Jews' religion, and was ready to expose his body and life, that he might persevere therein. So Nicanor, being willing to declare the hatred that he bore the Jews, sent 500 soldiers to take him, for he thought by ensnaring him to hurt the Jews very much. Now, as the multitude sought to rush into his house, and to break open the door, and to set fire to it, when he was ready to be taken, he struck himself with his sword, choosing to die nobly, rather than to fall into the hands of the wicked, and to suffer abuses unbecoming his noble birth. But whereas through haste he missed of giving himself a sure wound, and the crowd was breaking into the doors, he ran boldly to the wall, and manfully threw himself down to the crowd. But they quickly making room for his fall, he came upon the midst of the neck, and as he had yet breath in him, being inflamed in mind, he arose, and while his blood ran down with a great stream, and he was grievously wounded, he ran through the crowd, and standing upon a steep rock, when he was now almost without blood, grasping his bowels with both hands, he cast them upon the throng, calling upon the Lord of life and spirit to restore these to him again. And so he departed this life. Chapter 15. But when Nicanor understood that Judas was in the places of Samaria, he purposed to set upon him with all violence on the Sabbath day. And when the Jews that were constrained to follow him said, Do not act so fiercely and barbarously, but give honour to the day that is sanctified, and reverence him that beholdeth all things, that unhappy man asked, if there were a mighty one in heaven that had commanded the Sabbath day to be kept. And when they answered, There is the living Lord himself in heaven, the mighty one, that commanded the seventh day to be kept. Then he said, And I am mighty upon the earth, and I command to take arms, and to do the king's business. Nevertheless he prevailed not to accomplish his design. So Nicanor, being puffed up with exceeding great pride, thought to set up a public monument of his victory over Judas. But Maccabees ever trusted with all hope that God would help them. And he exhorted his people not to fear the coming of the nations, but to remember the help they had before received from heaven, and now to hope for victory from the Almighty. And speaking to them out of the law and the prophets, and withal putting them in mind of the battles they had fought before, he made them more cheerful. Then after he had encouraged them, he shewed withal the falsehood of the Gentiles and their breach of oaths. So he armed every one of them, not with defence of shield and spear, but with very good speeches and exhortations, and told them a dream worthy to be believed, whereby he rejoiced them all. Now the vision was in this manner. Onias, who had been high priest, a good and virtuous man, modest in his looks, gentle in his manners, and graceful in his speech, and who from a child was exercised in virtues, holding up his hands, prayed for all the people of the Jews. After this there appeared also another man, admirable for age and glory, and environed with great beauty and majesty. Then Aeneas answering said, This is a lover of his brethren and of the people of Israel. This is he that prayeth much for the people and for all the holy city, Jeremiah the prophet of God. Whereupon Jeremiah stretched forth his right hand and gave to Judith a sword of gold, saying, Take this holy sword, a gift from God, wherewith thou shalt overthrow the adversaries of my people Israel. Thus being exhorted with the words of Judith, which were very good, and proper to stir up the courage, and strengthen the hearts of the young men, they resolved to fight, and to set upon them manfully, that valour might decide the matter, because the holy city and the temple were in danger. For their concern was less for their wives and children, and for their brethren and kinsfolks, but their greatest and principal fear was for the holiness of the temple. And they also that were in the city had no little concern for them that were to be engaged in battle. And now, when all expected what judgment would be given, and the enemies were at hand, and the army was set in array, the beasts and the horsemen ranged in convenient places, Maccabees, considering the coming of the multitude, and the divers preparations of armour, and the fierceness of the beasts, stretching out his hands to heaven, called upon the Lord that worketh wonders, who giveth victory to them that are worthy, not according to the power of their arms, but according as it seemeth good to him. And in his prayer he said after this manner, Thou, O Lord, who didst send thy angel in the time of Ezekias king of Judah, and didst kill 185,000 of the army of Sennacherib, send now also, O Lord of heaven, thy good angel before us, for the fear and dread of the greatness of thy arm, that they may be afraid, who come with blasphemy against thy holy people. And thus he concluded his prayer. But Nicanor and they that were with him came forward, with trumpets and songs. But Judas and they that were with him encountered them, calling upon God by prayers, so fighting with their hands, but praying to the Lord with their hearts, they slew no less than 35,000, being greatly cheered with the presence of God. And when the battle was over, and they were returning with joy, they understood that Nicanor was slain in his armour. Then, making a shout and a great noise, they blessed the Almighty Lord in their own language. And Judas, who was altogether ready, in body and mind, to die for his countrymen, commanded that Nicanor's head and his hand with the shoulder should be cut off and carried to Jerusalem. And when he was come thither, having called together his countrymen and the priests to the altar, he sent also for them that were in the castle, and showing them the head of Nicanor, and the wicked hand, which he had stretched out with proud boasts against the holy house of the Almighty God, he commanded also that the tongue of the wicked Nicanor should be cut out and given by pieces to birds, and the hand of the furious man to be hanged up over against the temple. Then all blessed the Lord of heaven, saying, Blessed be he that hath kept his own place undefiled. And he hung up Nicanor's head in the top of the castle, that it might be an evident and manifest sign of the help of God. And they all ordained by a common decree, by no means to let this day pass without solemnity, but to celebrate the 13th day of the month of Adar, called, in the Syrian language, the day before Mardochius's day. So these things being done with relation to Nicanor, and from that time the city being possessed by the Hebrews, I also will here make an end of my narration. which if I have done well, and as it becometh the history, it is what I desired, but if not so perfectly, it must be pardoned me. For as it is hurtful to drink always wine or always water, but pleasant to use sometimes the one, and sometimes the other, so if the speech be always nicely framed, it will not be grateful to the readers, but here it shall be ended. house of the women under the hand of Aegeus the eunuch, who is the overseer and keeper of the king's women, and let them receive women's ornaments and other things necessary for their use. And whosoever among them all shall please the king's eyes, let her be queen instead of Vashti. The word pleased the king, and he commanded it should be done as they had suggested. There was a man in the city of Susan, a Jew named Mordecai, the son of Jair, the son of Sami, the son of Cis, of the race of Gemini, who had been carried away from Jerusalem at the time that Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon carried away Jeconias king of Judah. And he had brought up his brother's daughter Edissa, who by another name was called Esther. Now she had lost both her parents, and was exceeding fair and beautiful. And her father and mother being dead, Mordecai adopted her for his daughter. And when the king's ordinance was noised abroad, and according to his commandment, many beautiful virgins were brought to Susan, and were delivered to Aegeus the eunuch. Esther also among the rest of the maidens was delivered to him to be kept in the number of the women. And she pleased him, and found favor in his sight. And he commanded the eunuch to hasten the women's ornaments, and to deliver to her her part, and 7 of the most beautiful maidens of the king's house, and to adorn and deck out both her and her waiting maids. And she would not tell him her people nor her country. For Mordecai had charged her to say nothing at all of that. And he walked every day before the court of the house, in which the chosen virgins were kept, having a care for Esther's welfare, and desiring to know what would befall her. Now, when every virgin's turn came to go into the king, after all had been done for setting them off to advantage, it was the 12th month, so that for 6 months they were anointed with oil of myrrh, and for other 6 months they used certain perfumes and sweet spices. And when they were going into the king, whatsoever they asked to adorn themselves, they received, and being decked out as it pleased them, they passed from the chamber of the women to the king's chamber. And she that went in at evening came out in the morning, and from thence she was conducted to the second house, that was under the hand of Susagaz the eunuch, who had the charge over the king's concubines. Neither could she return any more to the king, unless the king desired it, and had ordered her by name to come. And as the time came orderly about, the day was at hand, when Esther, the daughter of Abihail, the brother of Mordecai, whom he had adopted for his daughter, was to go into the king. But she sought not women's ornaments, but whatsoever Aegeus the eunuch, the keeper of the virgins, had a mind, he gave her to adorn her. For she was exceeding fair, and her incredible beauty made her appear agreeable and amiable in the eyes of all. So she was brought to the chamber of King Assuerus the 10th month, which is called Tebeth, in the 7th year of his reign. And the king loved her more than all the women, and she had favor and kindness before him above all the women. And he set the royal crown on her head, and made her queen instead of Vashti. And he commanded a magnificent feast to be prepared for all the princes, and for his servants, for the marriage and wedding of Esther. And he gave rest to all the provinces, and bestowed gifts according to princely magnificence. And when the virgins were sought the second time, and gathered together, Mordecai stayed at the king's gate. Neither had Esther as yet declared her country and people, according to his commandment. For whatsoever he commanded, Esther observed, and she did all things in the same manner as she was wont at that time, when he brought her up a little one. At that time, therefore, when Mordecai abode at the king's gate, Bagathan and Tares, two of the king's eunuchs, who were porters and presided in the first entry of the palace, were angry, and they designed to rise up against the king and to kill him. And Mordecai had notice of it, and immediately he told it to Queen Esther, and she to the king in Mordecai's name, who had reported the thing unto her. It was inquired into and found out, and they were both hanged on a gibbet. And it was put in the histories and recorded in the chronicles before the king. Chapter 3. After these things, King Ahasuerus advanced Aman, the son of Amadathi, who was of the race of Agag, and he set his throne above all the princes that were with him. And all the king's servants that were at the doors of the palace bent their knees and worshipped Aman, for so the emperor had commanded them. Only Mordecai did not bend his knee, nor worship him. And the king's servants that were chief at the doors of the palace said to him, Why dost thou alone not observe the king's commandment? And when they were saying this often, and he would not hearken to them, they told Aman, desirous to know whether he would continue in his resolution, for he had told them that he was a Jew. Now when Aman had heard this, and had proved by experience that Mordecai did not bend his knee to him, nor worship him, he was exceeding angry. And he counted it nothing to lay his hands upon Mordecai alone, for he had heard that he was of the nation of the Jews, and he chose rather to destroy all the nation of the Jews that were in the kingdom of Ahasuerus, in the first month, which is called Nisan, in the 12th year, of the reign of Ahasuerus. The lot was cast into an urn, which in Hebrew is called Fur, before Aman, on what day and what month the nation of the Jews should be destroyed. And there came out the 12th month, which is called Adar. And Aman said to King Ahasuerus, There is a people scattered through all the provinces of thy kingdom, and separated one from another, that use new laws and ceremonies, and moreover despise the king's ordinances. And thou knowest very well that it is not expedient for thy kingdom that they should grow insolent by impunity. If it please thee, decree that they may he destroyed, and I will pay 10,000 talents to thy treasurers. And the king took the ring that he used from his own hand, and gave it to Aman, the son of Amadathi of the race of Agag, the enemy of the Jews. And he said to him, As to the money which thou promisest, keep it for thyself, and as to the people, do with them as seemeth good to thee. And the king's scribes were called in the first month Nisan, on the 13th day of the same month. And they wrote, as Aman had commanded, to all the king's lieutenants and to the judges of the provinces and of divers nations, as every nation could read and hear according to their different languages, in the name of King Ahasuerus. And the letters, sealed with his ring, were sent by the king's messengers to all provinces, to kill and destroy all the Jews, both young and old, little children and women, in one day, that is, on the 13th of the 12th month, which is called Adar, and to make a spoil of their goods. And the contents of the letters were to this effect, that all provinces might know and be ready against that day. The couriers that were sent made haste to fulfill the king's commandment, and immediately the edict was hung up in Susan, the king and Aman feasting together, and all the Jews that were in the city weeping. Chapter 4. Now when Mardochai had heard these things, he rent his garments and put on sackcloth, strewing ashes on his head. And he cried with a loud voice in the street, in the midst of the city, showing the anguish of his mind. And he came lamenting in this manner even to the gate of the palace. For no one clothed with sackcloth might enter the king's court. And in all provinces, towns, and places to which the king's cruel edict was come, there was great mourning among the Jews, with fasting, wailing, and weeping, many using sackcloth and ashes for their bed. Then Esther's maids and her eunuchs went in, and told her. And when she heard it, she was in a consternation. And she sent a garment to clothe him, and to take away the sackcloth. But he would not receive it. And she called for Athach the eunuch, whom the king had appointed to attend upon her. And she commanded him to go to Mardochai, and learn of him why he did this. And Athach going out went to Mardochai, who was standing in the street of the city, before the palace gate. And Mardochai told him all that had happened, how Aman had promised to pay money into the king's treasures, to have the Jews destroyed. He gave him also a copy of the edict which was hanging up in Susan, that he should show it to the queen, and admonish her to go into the king, and to entreat him for her people. And Athach went back and told Esther all that Mardochai had said. She answered him, and bade him say to Mardochai, all the king's servants and all the provinces that are under his dominion know, that whosoever, whether man or woman, cometh into the king's inner court, who is not called for, is immediately to be put to death without any delay, except the king shall hold out the golden scepter to him, in token of clemency, that so he may live. How then can I go into the king, who for these 30 days now have not been called unto him? And when Mardochai had heard this, he sent word to Esther again, saying, think not that thou mayest save thy life only, because thou art in the king's house, more than all the Jews. For if thou wilt now hold thy peace, the Jews shall be delivered by some other occasion, and thou and thy father's house shall perish. And who knoweth whether thou art not therefore come to the kingdom, that thou mightest be ready in such a time as this? And again Esther sent to Mardochai in these words, go, and gather together all the Jews whom thou shalt find in Susan, and pray ye for me, neither eat nor drink for 3 days and 3 nights. And I, with my handmaids, will fast in like manner. And then I will go into the king, against the law, not being called, and expose myself to death and to danger. So Mardochai went, and did all that Esther had commanded him. Chapter 5. And on the 3rd day Esther put on her royal apparel, and stood in the inner court of the king's house, over against the king's hall. Now he sat upon his throne in the hall of the palace, over against the door of the house. And when he saw Esther the queen standing, she pleased his eyes, and he held out toward her the golden scepter, which he held in his hand, and she drew near, and kissed the top of his scepter. And the king said to her, what wilt then, Queen Esther? What is thy request? If thou shouldst even ask 1/2 of the kingdom, it shall be given to thee. But she answered, if it please the king, I beseech thee to come to me this day, and Aman with thee to the banquet which I have prepared. And the king said forthwith, call ye Aman quickly, that he may obey Esther's will. So the king and Aman came to the banquet, which the queen had prepared for them. And the king said to her, after he had drunk wine plentifully, What dost thou desire should be given thee? And for what thing askest thou? Although thou shouldst ask the half of my kingdom, thou shalt have it. And Esther answered, My petition and request is this: if I have found favor in the king's sight, and if it please the king to give me what I ask, and to fulfill my petition, let the king and Aman come to the banquet which I have prepared them, and tomorrow I will open my mind to the king. So Aman went out that day joyful and merry. And when he saw Mordecai sitting before the gate of the palace, and that he not only did not rise up to honor him, but did not so much as move from the place where he sat, he was exceedingly angry. But dissembling his anger and returning into his house, he called together to him his friends and Zeresh his wife. And he declared to them the greatness of his riches and the multitude of his children, and with how great glory the king had advanced him above all his princes and servants. And after this he said, Queen Esther also hath invited no other to the banquet with the king but me, and with her I am also to dine tomorrow with the king. And whereas I have all these things, I think I have nothing, so long as I see Mordecai the Jew sitting before the king's gate. Then Zeresh his wife and the rest of his friends answered him, Order a great beam to be prepared, 50 cubits high, and in the morning speak to the king, that Mordecai may be hanged upon it. And so thou shalt go full of joy with the king to the banquet. The counsel pleased him, and he commanded a high gibbet to be prepared. Chapter 6. That night the king passed without sleep, and he commanded the histories and chronicles of former times to be brought him. And when they were reading them before him, they came to that place where it was written, how Mordecai had discovered the treason of Bagathan and Thares the eunuchs, who sought to kill King Ahasuerus. And when the king heard this, he said, What honor and reward hath Mordecai received for this fidelity? His servants and ministers said to him, He hath received no reward at all. And the king said immediately, Who is in the court? For Aman was coming into the inner court of the king's house to speak to the king, that he might order Mordecai to be hanged upon the gibbet which was prepared for him. The servants answered, Aman standeth in the court. And the king said, Let him come in. And when he was come in, he said to him, What ought to be done to the man whom the king is desirous to honor? But Aman, thinking in his heart, and supposing that the king would honor no other but himself, answered, The man whom the king desireth to honor ought to be clothed with the king's apparel, and to be set upon the horse that the king rideth upon, and to have the royal crown upon his head. And let the first of the king's princes and nobles hold his horse, and going through the street of the city, proclaim before him and say, Thus shall he be honored, whom the king hath a mind to honor. And the king said to him, Make haste and take the robe and the horse, and do as thou hast spoken to Mordecai the Jew, who sitteth before the gates of the palace. Beware thou pass over any of those things which thou hast spoken. So Aman took the robe and the horse, and arraying Mordecai in the street of the city, and setting him on the horse, went before him, and proclaimed, This honor is he worthy of, whom the king hath a mind to honor. But Mordecai returned to the palace gate, and Aman made haste to go to his house, mourning and having his head covered. And he told Zeresh his wife and his friends all that had befallen him. And the wise men, whom he had in council, And his wife answered him, If Mordecai be of the seed of the Jews, before whom thou hast begun to fall, thou canst not resist him, but thou shalt fall in his sight. As they were yet speaking, the king's eunuchs came, and compelled him to go quickly to the banquet which the queen had prepared. Chapter 7. So the king and Aman went in to drink with the queen. And the king said to her again the second day, after he was warm with wine, What is thy petition, Esther, that it may be granted thee? And what wilt thou have done? Although thou ask the half of my kingdom, thou shalt have it. Then she answered, If I have found favor in thy sight, O king, and if it please thee, give me my life for which I ask, and my people for which I request. For we are given up, I and my people, to be destroyed, to be slain, and to perish. And would God we were sold for bondmen and bondwomen, the evil might be borne with, and I would have mourned in silence. But now we have an enemy, whose cruelty redoundeth upon the king. And King Ahasuerus answered and said, Who is this, and of what power, that he should do these things? And Esther said, It is this Aman that is our adversary and most wicked enemy. Aman hearing this was forthwith astonished, not being able to bear the countenance of the king and of the queen. But the king being angry rose up, and went from the place of the banquet into the garden set with trees. Aman also rose up to entreat Esther the queen for his life, for he understood that evil was prepared for him by the king. And when the king came back out of the garden set with trees, and entered into the place of the banquet, he found Aman was fallen upon the bed on which Esther lay, and he said, He will force the queen also in my presence, in my own house. The word was not yet gone out of the king's mouth, and immediately they covered his face. And Harbona, one of the eunuchs that stood waiting on the king, said, Behold the gibbet which he hath prepared for Mordecai, who spoke for the king, standeth in Aman's house, being 50 cubits high. And the king said to him, Hang him upon it. So Aman was hanged on the gibbet which he had prepared for Mordecai, and the king's wrath ceased. Chapter 8. On that day King Ahasuerus gave the house of Aman, the Jews' enemy, to Queen Esther, and Mordecai came in before the king. For Esther had confessed to him that he was her uncle. And the king took the ring which he had commanded to be taken again from Aman, and gave it to Mordecai. And Esther set Mordecai over her house. And not content with these things, she fell down at the king's feet and wept, and speaking to him besought him, that he would give orders that the malice of Aman the Agagite, and his most wicked devices which he had invented against the Jews, should be of no effect. But he, as the manner was, held out the golden scepter with his hand, which was the sign of clemency. And she arose up and stood before him, and said, If it please the king, and if I have found favor in his sight, and my request be not disagreeable to him, I beseech thee, that the former letters of Aman the traitor and enemy of the Jews, by which he commanded that they should be destroyed in all the king's provinces, may be reversed by new letters. For how can I endure the murdering and slaughter of my people? And King Ahasuerus answered Esther the queen, and Mordecai the Jew, I have given Aman's house to Esther, and I have commanded him to be hanged on a gibbet, because he durst lay hands on the Jews. Write ye therefore to the Jews, as it pleaseth you, in the king's name, and seal the letters with my ring. For this was the custom, that no man durst gainsay the letters which were sent in the king's name, and were sealed with his ring. Then the king's scribes and secretaries were called for. Now it was the time of the 3rd month, which is called Siban, the 23rd day of the month, and letters were written, as Mardochai had a mind, to the Jews, and to the governors, and to the deputies, and to the judges, who were rulers over the 127 provinces, from India even to Ethiopia, to province and province, to people and people, according to their languages and characters, and to the Jews, according as they could read and hear. And these letters which were sent in the king's name were sealed with his ring, and sent by posts, who were to run through all the provinces, to prevent the former letters with new messages. And the king gave orders to them, to speak to the Jews in every city, and to command them to gather themselves together, and to stand for their lives, and to kill and destroy all their enemies with their wives and children and all their houses, and to take their spoil. And one day of revenge was appointed through all the provinces, to wit, the 13th of the 12th month Adar. And this was the content of the letter, that it should be notified in all lands and peoples that were subject to the empire of King Assuerus, that the Jews were ready to be revenged of their enemies. So the swift posts went out carrying the messages, and the king's edict was hung up in Susan, and Mardochai going forth out of the palace, and from the king's presence, shone in royal apparel, to wit, of violet and sky colour, wearing a golden crown on his head, and clothed with a cloak of silk and purple. And all the city rejoiced and was glad. But to the Jews a new light seemed to rise, joy, honour, and dancing. And in all peoples, cities, and provinces, whithersoever the king's commandments came, there was wonderful rejoicing, feasts and banquets, and keeping holy day, insomuch that many of other nations and religion joined themselves to their worship and ceremonies. For a great dread of the name of the Jews had fallen upon all. Chapter 9. So on the 13th day of the 12th month, which, as we have said above, is called Adar, when all the Jews were designed to be massacred, and their enemies were greedy after their blood, the case being altered, the Jews began to have the upper hand, and to revenge themselves of their adversaries. And they gathered themselves together in every city, and town, and place, to lay their hands on their enemies and their persecutors, and no one durst withstand them, for the fear of their power had gone through every people. And the judges of the provinces, and the governors and lieutenants, and every one in dignity that presided over every place and work, extolled the Jews for fear of Mardochai, for they knew him to be prince of the palace, and to have great power, and the fame of his name increased daily, and was spread abroad through all men's mouths. So the Jews made a great slaughter of their enemies, and killed them, repaying according to what they had prepared to do to them. Insomuch that even in Susan they killed 500 men, besides the 10 sons of Aman the Agagite, the enemy of the Jews, whose names are these: Pharsandatha, and Delphon, and Esphatha, and Phoratha, and Adalia, and Aridatha, and Permesta, and Arisai, and Aridai, and Jezatha. And when they had slain them, they would not touch the spoils of their goods. And presently the number of them that were killed in Susan was brought to the king. And he said to the queen, The Jews have killed 500 men in the city of Susan, besides the 10 sons of Ammon. How many dost thou think they have slain in all the provinces? What askest thou more, and what wilt thou have me to command to be done? And she answered, If it please the king, let it be granted to the Jews to do tomorrow in Susan as they have done today, and that the 10 sons of Ammon may be hanged upon gibbets. And the king commanded that it should be so done. And forthwith the edict was hung up in Susan, and the 10 sons of Ammon were hanged. And on the 14th day of the month Adar the Jews gathered themselves together, and they killed in Susan 300 men. But they took not their substance. Moreover, through all the provinces which were subject to the king's dominion, the Jews stood for their lives, and slew their enemies and persecutors, insomuch that the number of them that were killed amounted to 75,000, and no man took any of their goods. Now the 13th day of the month Adar was the first day with them all of the slaughter, and on the 14th day they left off, which they ordained to be kept holy day, so that all times hereafter they should celebrate it with feasting, joy, and banquets. But they that were killing in the city of Susan were employed in the slaughter on the 13th and 14th day of the same month, and on the 15th day they rested, and therefore they appointed that day to be a holy day of feasting and gladness. But those Jews that dwelt in towns not walled and in villages appointed the 14th day of the month Adar for banquets and gladness, so as to rejoice on that day, and send one another portions of their banquets and meats. And Mordecai wrote all these things, and sent them comprised in letters to the Jews that abode in all the king's provinces, both those that lay near and those afar off, that they should receive the 14th and 15th day of the month, Adar, for holy days, and always at the return of the year should celebrate them with solemn honor. Because on those days the Jews revenged themselves of their enemies, and their mourning and sorrow were turned into mirth and joy, and that these should be days of feasting and gladness, in which they should send one to another portions of meats, and should give gifts to the poor. And the Jews undertook to observe with solemnity all they had begun to do at that time, which Mordecai by letters had commanded to be done. For Ammon, the son of Amadathi of the race of Agag, the enemy and adversary of the Jews, had devised evil against them, to kill them and destroy them, and had cast fur, that is, the lot. And afterwards Esther went into the king, beseeching him that his endeavors might be made void by the king's letters, and the evil that he had intended against the Jews might return upon his own head. And so both he and his sons were hanged upon gibbets. And since that time these days are called Furim, that is, of lots, because Fur, that is, the lot, was cast into the urn. And all things that were done are contained in the volume of this epistle, that is, of this book. And the things that they suffered, and that were afterwards changed, the Jews took upon themselves and their seed, and upon all that had a mind to be joined to their religion, so that it should be lawful for none to pass these days without solemnity, which the writing testifieth, and certain times require, as the years continually succeed one another. These are the days which shall never be forgot, and which all provinces in the whole world shall celebrate throughout all generations. Neither is there any city wherein the days of Furim, that is, of lots, must not be observed by the Jews and by their posterity, which is bound to these ceremonies. And Esther the queen, the daughter of Abihail, and Mardochai the Jew, wrote also a second epistle, that with all diligence this day should be established a festival for the time to come. And they sent to all the Jews that were in the 127 provinces of King Ahasuerus, that they should have peace and receive truth, and observe the days of lots, and celebrate them with joy in their proper time, as Mordecai and Esther had appointed, and they undertook them to be observed by themselves and by their seed, fasts and cries, and the days of lots, and all things which are contained in the history of this book, which is called Esther. Chapter 10. And King Ahasuerus made all the land and all the islands of the sea tributary, and his strength and his empire and the dignity and greatness wherewith he exalted Mordecai are written in the books of the Medes and of the Persians, and how Mordecai of the race of the Jews was next after King Ahasuerus, and great among the Jews, and acceptable to the people of his brethren, seeking the good of his people, and speaking those things which were for the welfare of his seed. Then Mordecai said, God hath done these things. I remember a dream that I saw, which signified these same things, and nothing thereof hath failed. The little fountain which grew into a river, and was turned into a light, and into the sun, and abounded into many waters, is Esther, whom the king married, and made queen. But the two dragons are I, and Ammon. The nations that were assembled are they that endeavoured to destroy the name of the Jews. And my nation is Israel, who cried to the Lord, and the Lord saved his people. And he delivered us from all evils, and hath wrought great signs and wonders among the nations. And he commanded that there should be two lots, one of the people of God, and the other of all the nations. And both lots came to the day appointed already from that time before God to all nations. And the Lord remembered his people, and had mercy on his inheritance. And these days shall be observed in the month of Adar, on the 14th and 15th day of the same month, with all diligence and joy of the people gathered into one assembly, throughout all the generations hereafter of the people of Israel. Chapter 11. In the 4th year of the reign of Ptolemy and Cleopatra, Dositius, who said he was a priest, and of the Levitical race, and Ptolemy his son brought this epistle of Phurim, which they said Lysimachus, the son of Ptolemy, had interpreted in Jerusalem, in the 2nd year of the reign of Artaxerxes the Great, in the 1st day of the month Nisan. Mordecai, the son of Jair, the son of Sami, the son of Cis, of the tribe of Benjamin, a Jew who dwelt in the city of Susan, a great man, and among the first of the king's court, had a dream. Now he was of the number of the captives, whom Nabuchodonosor king of Babylon had carried away from Jerusalem, with Jeconias king of Judah. And this was his dream. Behold, there were voices and tumults and thunders and earthquakes, and a disturbance upon the earth. And behold, 2 great dragons came forth, ready to fight one against another. And at their cry all nations were stirred up to fight against the nation of the just. And that was a day of darkness and danger, of tribulation and distress, and great fear upon the earth. And the nation of the just was troubled, fearing their own evils, and was prepared for death. And they cried to God. And as they were crying, a little fountain grew into a very great river and abounded into many waters. The light and the sun rose up, and the humble were exalted, and they devoured the glorious. And when Mordecai had seen this, and arose out of his bed, he was thinking what God would do, and he kept it fixed in his mind, desirous to know what the dream should signify. Chapter 12. And he abode at that time in the king's court with Bagatha and Thara, the king's eunuchs, who were porters of the palace. And when he understood their designs, and had diligently searched into their projects, he learned that they went about to lay violent hands on King Artaxerxes, and he told the king thereof. Then the king had them both examined, and after they had confessed, commanded them to be put to death. But the king made a record of what was done, and Mordecai also committed the memory of the thing to writing, and the king commanded him to abide in the court of the palace, and gave him presents for the information. But Aman, the son of Amedati the Bugite, was in great honor with the king, and sought to hurt Mordecai and his people, because of the 2 eunuchs of the king who were put to death. Chapter 13. And this was the copy of the letter. Artaxerxes, the great king, who reigneth from India to Ethiopia, to the princes and governors of the 127 provinces that are subject to his empire, greeting. Whereas I reigned over many nations, and had brought all the world under my dominion, I wasn't willing to abuse the greatness of my power, but to govern my subjects with clemency and lenity, that they might live quietly without any terror, and might enjoy peace, which is desired by all men. But when I asked my counselors how this might be accomplished, one that excelled the rest in wisdom and fidelity, and was second after the king, Ammon by name, told me that there was a people scattered through the whole world, which used new laws, and acted against the customs of all nations, despised the commandments of kings, and violated by their opposition the concord of all nations. Wherefore, having learned this, and seeing one nation in opposition to all mankind using perverse laws, and going against our commandments, and disturbing the peace and concord of the provinces subject to us, we have commanded that all whom Ammon shall mark out, who is chief over all the provinces, and second after the king, and whom we honor as a father, shall be utterly destroyed by their enemies, with their wives and children, and that none shall have pity on them. On the 14th day of the 12th month Adar of this present year, that these wicked men going down to hell in one day may restore to our empire the peace which they had disturbed. But Mordecai besought the Lord, remembering all his works, and said, O Lord, Lord, Almighty King, for all things are in thy power, and there is none that can resist thy will, if thou determine to save Israel. Thou hast made heaven and earth, and all things that are under the cope of heaven. Thou art Lord of all, and there is none that can resist thy majesty. Thou knowest all things, and thou knowest that it was not out of pride and contempt, or any desire of glory, that I refused to worship the proud Aman, for I would willingly and readily for the salvation of Israel have kissed even the steps of his feet. But I feared lest I should transfer the honor of my God to a man, and lest I should adore anyone except my God. And now, O Lord, O King, O God of Abraham, have mercy on thy people, because our enemies resolve to destroy us and extinguish thy inheritance. Despise not thy portion, which thou hast redeemed for thyself out of Egypt, Hear my supplication, and be merciful to thy lot and inheritance, and turn our mourning into joy, that we may live and praise thy name, O Lord, and shut not the mouths of them that sing to thee. And all Israel with like mind and supplication cried to the Lord, because they saw certain death hanging over their heads. Chapter 14. Queen Esther also, fearing the danger that was at hand, had recourse to the Lord, and when she had laid away her royal apparel, she put on garments suitable for weeping and mourning. Instead of divers precious ointments, she covered her head with ashes and dung, and she humbled her body with fasts, and all the places in which before she was accustomed to rejoice, she filled with her torn hair. And she prayed to the Lord, the God of Israel, saying, O my Lord, who alone art our King, help me, a desolate woman, and who have no other helper but thee. My danger is in my hands. I have heard of my father, that thou, O Lord, didst take Israel from among all nations, and our fathers from all their predecessors, to possess them as an everlasting inheritance. And thou hast done to them as thou hast promised. We have sinned in thy sight, and therefore thou hast delivered us into the hands of our enemies, for we have worshipped their gods. Thou art just, O Lord. And now they are not content to oppress us with most hard bondage, but attributing the strength of their hands to the power of their idols, they design to change thy promises and destroy thy inheritance, and shut the mouths of them that praise thee, and extinguish the glory of thy temple and altar, that they may open the mouths of Gentiles, and praise the strength of idols, and magnify for ever a carnal king. Give not, O Lord, thy scepter to them that are not, lest they laugh at our ruin, but turn their counsel upon themselves, and destroy him that hath begun to rage against us. Remember, O Lord, and show thyself to us in the time of our tribulation, and give me boldness, O Lord, King of gods, and of all power. Give me a well-ordered speech in my mouth in the presence of the lion, and turn his heart to the hatred of our enemy, that both he himself may perish, and the rest that consent to him. But deliver us by thy hand, and help me, who have no other helper but thee, O Lord, who hast the knowledge of all things. And thou knowest that I hate the glory of the wicked, and abhor the bed of the uncircumcised, and of every stranger. Thou knowest my necessity, that I abominate the sign of my pride and glory, which is upon my head in the days of my public appearance, and detest it as a menstruous rag, and wear it not in the days of my silence, and that I have not eaten at a man's table, nor hath the king's banquet pleased me, and that I have not drunk the wine of the drink offerings, and that thy handmaid hath never rejoiced, since I was brought hither unto this day, but in thee, O Lord, the God of Abraham. O God, who art mighty above all, hear the voice of them that have no other hope, and deliver us from the hand of the wicked, and deliver me from my fear. Chapter 15. And he commanded her, no doubt but he was Mordecai, to go to the king, and petition for her people, and for her country. Remember, said he, the days of thy low estate, how thou wast brought up by my hand, because Aman the second after the king hath spoken against us unto death. And do thou call upon the Lord, and speak to the king for us, and deliver us from death. And on the third day she laid away the garments she wore, and put on her glorious apparel, and glittering in royal robes, after she had called upon God the ruler and Saviour of all, she took 2 maids with her, and upon one of them she leaned, as if for delicateness and overmuch tenderness she were not able to bear up her own body. And the other maid followed her lady, bearing up her train flowing on the ground. But she, with a rosy colour in her face, and with gracious and bright eyes, hid a mind full of anguish and exceeding great fear. So going in, she passed through all the doors in order, and stood before the king, where he sat upon his royal throne, clothed with his royal robes, and glittering with gold and precious stones, and he was terrible to behold. And when he had lifted up his countenance, and with burning eyes had shown the wrath of his heart, the queen sunk down, and her colour turned pale, and she rested her weary head upon her handmaid. And God changed the king's spirit into mildness, and all in haste and in fear he leapt from his throne, and holding her up in his arms till she came to herself, caressed her with these words, "What is the matter, Esther? I am thy brother, fear not. Thou shalt not die, for this law is not made for thee, but for all others. Come near then, and touch the scepter." And as she held her peace, he took the golden scepter, and laid it upon her neck, and kissed her, and said, "Why dost thou not speak to me?" She answered, "I saw thee, my lord, as an angel of God, and my heart was troubled for fear of thy majesty. For thou, my lord, art very admirable, and thy face is full of graces." And while she was speaking, she fell down again, and was almost in a swoon. But the king was troubled, and all his servants comforted her. Chapter 16. The great king Artaxerxes, from India to Ethiopia, to the governors and princes of 127 provinces, which obey our command, sendeth greeting. Many have abused unto pride the goodness of princes, and the honour that hath been bestowed upon them, and not only endeavour to oppress the king's subjects, but not bearing the glory that is given them, take in hand to practice also against them that gave it. Neither are they content not to return thanks for benefits received, and to violate in themselves the laws of humanity, but they think they can also escape the justice of God who seeth all things, and they break out into so great madness as to endeavour to undermine by lies such as observe diligently the offices committed to them, and do all things in such manner as to be worthy of all men's praise, while with crafty fraud they deceive the ears of princes that are well-meaning, and judge of others by their own nature. Now this is proved both from ancient histories and by the things which are done daily, how the good designs of kings are depraved by the evil suggestions of certain men. Wherefore we must provide for the peace of all provinces. Neither must you think, if we command different things, that it cometh of the levity of our mind, but that we give sentence according to the quality and necessity of times, as the profit of the commonwealth requireth. Now that you may more plainly understand what we say, I am the son of Amadathi, a Macedonian both in mind and country, and having nothing of the Persian blood, but with his cruelty staining our goodness, was received being a stranger by us, and found our humanity so great towards him, that he was called our father, and was worshipped by all as the next man after the king. But he was so far puffed up with arrogancy as to go about to deprive us of our kingdom and life. For with certain new and unheard of devices he hath sought the destruction of Mordecai, by whose fidelity and good services our life was saved, and of Esther, the partner of our kingdom, with all their nation, thinking that after they were slain, he might work treason against us, left alone without friends, and might transfer the kingdom of the Persians to the Macedonians. But we have found that the Jews, who were by that most wicked man appointed to be slain, are in no fault at all, but contrariwise use just laws, and are the children of the highest and the greatest, and the ever-living God, by whose benefit the kingdom was given both to our fathers and to us, and is kept unto this day. Wherefore know ye that those letters which he sent in our name are void and of no effect, for which crime both he himself that devised it, and all his kindred hang on gibbets, before the gates of this city Susan, not we, but God repaying him as he deserved. But this edict, which we now send, shall be published in all cities, that the Jews may freely follow their own laws, and you shall aid them, that they may kill those who have prepared themselves to kill them, on the 13th day of the 12th month, which is called Adar. For the Almighty God hath turned this day of sadness and mourning into joy to them. Wherefore you shall also count this day among other festival days, and celebrate it with all joy, that it may be known also in times to come, that all they who faithfully obey the Persians receive a worthy reward for their fidelity, but they that are traitors to their kingdom are destroyed for their wickedness. And let every province and city that will not be partaker of this solemnity perish by the sword and by fire, and be destroyed in such manner as to be made unpassable, both to men and beasts, for an example of contempt and disobedience. The Book of Daniel. Chapter 1. In the 3rd year of the reign of Joachim king of Judah, Nabuchodonosor king of Babylon came to Jerusalem and besieged it. And the Lord delivered into his hands Joachim the king of Judah, and part of the vessels of the house of God. And he carried them away into the land of Sennaar, to the house of his God, and the vessels he brought into the treasure house of his God. And the king spoke to Aspenaz, the master of the eunuchs, that he should bring in some of the children of Israel, and of the king's seed, and of the princes, children in whom there was no blemish, well-favoured, and skillful in all wisdom, acute in knowledge, and instructed in science, and such as might stand in the king's palace, that he might teach them the learning and the tongue of the Chaldeans. And the king appointed them a daily provision of his own meat, and of the wine of which he drank himself, that being nourished 3 years afterwards, they might stand before the king. Now there were among them of the children of Judah, Daniel, Ananias, Misael, and Azarias. And the master of the eunuchs gave them names: to Daniel, Baltasar; to Ananias, Sirach; to Misael, Meshach; and to Azarias, Abednego. But Daniel purposed in his heart that he would not be defiled with the king's table, nor with the wine which he drank. And he requested the master of the eunuchs that he might not be defiled. And God gave to Daniel grace and mercy in the sight of the prince of the eunuchs. And the prince of the eunuchs said to Daniel, I fear my lord the king, who hath appointed you meat and drink, who if he should see your faces leaner than those of the other youths your equals, you shall endanger my head to the king. And Daniel said to Melazar, whom the prince of the eunuchs had appointed over Daniel, Ananias, Misael, and Azarias, Try, I beseech thee, thy servants for 10 days, and let pulse be given us to eat, and water to drink, and look upon our faces, and the faces of the children that eat of the king's meat. And as thou shalt see, deal with thy servants. And when he had heard these words, he tried them for 10 days. And after 10 days their faces appeared fairer and fatter than all the children that ate of the king's meat. So Melazar took their portions, and the wine that they should drink, and he gave them pulse. And to these children God gave knowledge, and understanding in every book, and wisdom. But to Daniel the understanding also of all visions and dreams. And when the days were ended, after which the king had ordered they should be brought in, the prince of the eunuchs brought them in before Nabuchodonosor. And when the king had spoken to them, there were not found among them all such as Daniel, Ananias, Misael, and Azarias, and they stood in the king's presence. And in all matters of wisdom and understanding, that the king inquired of them, he found them 10 times better than all the diviners and wise men that were in all his kingdom. And Daniel continued even to the 1st year of King Cyrus. Chapter 2. In the 2nd year of the reign of Nabuchodonosor, Nabuchodonosor had a dream, and his spirit was terrified, and his dream went out of his mind. Then the king commanded to call together the diviners, and the wise men, and the magicians, and the Chaldeans, to declare to the king his dreams. So they came and stood before the king. And the king said to them, I saw a dream, and being troubled in mind, I know not what I saw. And the Chaldeans answered the king in Sirach, O king, live forever. Tell to thy servants thy dream, and we will declare the interpretation thereof. And the king answering said to the Chaldeans, "The thing is gone out of my mind, unless you tell me the dream and the meaning thereof. You shall be put to death, and your houses shall be confiscated. But if you tell the dream and the meaning of it, you shall receive of me rewards and gifts and great honor. Therefore tell me the dream and the interpretation thereof." They answered again and said, "Let the king tell his servants the dream, and we will declare the interpretation of it." The king answered and said, "I know for certain that you seek to gain time, since you know that the thing is gone from me. If therefore you tell me not the dream, there is one sentence concerning you, that you have also framed a lying interpretation, and full of deceit, to speak before me till the time pass away. Tell me therefore the dream, that I may know that you also give a true interpretation thereof." Then the Chaldeans answered before the king, and said, "There is no man upon earth that can accomplish thy word, O king, neither doth any king, though great and mighty, ask such a thing of any diviner or wise man or Chaldean. For the thing that thou askest, O king, is difficult, nor can anyone be found that can show it before the king, except the gods, whose conversation is not with men." Upon hearing this, the king, in fury and in great wrath, commanded that all the wise men of Babylon should be put to death. And the decree being gone forth, the wise men were slain, and Daniel and his companions were sought for, to be put to death. Then Daniel inquired concerning the law and the sentence of Arioch, the general of the king's army, who was gone forth to kill the wise men of Babylon. And he asked him that had received the orders of the king, why so cruel a sentence was gone forth from the face of the king. And when Arioch had told the matter to Daniel, Daniel went in and desired of the king that he would give him time to resolve the question and declare it to the king. And he went into his house and told the matter to Ananias and Misael and Azarias, his companions, to the end that they should ask mercy at the face of the God of heaven concerning this secret, and that Daniel and his companions might not perish with the rest of the wise men of Babylon. Then was the mystery revealed to Daniel by a vision in the night, and Daniel blessed the God of heaven, and speaking he said, "Blessed be the name of the Lord from eternity and for evermore, for wisdom and fortitude are his. And he changeth times and ages, taketh away kingdoms and establisheth them, giveth wisdom to the wise, and knowledge to them that have understanding. He revealeth deep and hidden things, and knoweth what is in darkness, and light is with him. To thee, O God of our fathers, I give thanks, and I praise thee, because thou hast given me wisdom and strength. And now thou hast shown me what we desired of thee, for thou hast made known to us the king's discourse." After this Daniel went into Arioch, to whom the king had given orders to destroy the wise men of Babylon, and he spoke thus to him, "Destroy not the wise men of Babylon. Bring me in before the king, and I will tell the solution to the king." Then Arioch in haste brought in Daniel to the king, and said to him, "I have found a man of the children of the captivity of Judah, that will resolve the question to the king." The king answered and said to Daniel, whose name was Baltasar, "Thinkest thou indeed that thou canst tell me the dream that I saw, and the interpretation thereof?" And Daniel made answer before the king, and said, "The secret that the king desireth to know, none of the wise men, or the philosophers, or the diviners, or the soothsayers can declare to the king. But there is a God in heaven that revealeth mysteries, who hath shown to thee, O King Nebuchadnezzar, what is to come to pass in the latter times. Thy dream and the visions of thy head upon thy bed are these. Thou, O King, didst begin to think in thy bed what should come to pass hereafter. And he that revealeth mysteries showed thee what shall come to pass. To me also this secret is revealed, not by any wisdom that I have more than all men alive, but that the interpretation might be made manifest to the king, and thou mightest know the thoughts of thy mind. Thou, O king, sawest, and behold, there was as it were a great statue. This statue, which was great and high, tall of stature, stood before thee, and the look thereof was terrible. The head of this statue was of fine gold, but the breast and the arms of silver, and the belly and the thighs of brass, and the legs of iron, the feet part of iron and part of clay. Thus thou sawest, till a stone was cut out of a mountain without hands, and it struck the statue upon the feet thereof that were of iron and of clay, and broke them in pieces. Then was the iron, the clay, the brass, the silver, and the gold broken to pieces together, and became like the chaff of a summer's threshing floor, and they were carried away by the wind, and there was no place found for them. But the stone that struck the statue became a great mountain, and filled the whole earth. This is the dream. We will also tell the interpretation thereof before thee, O king. Thou art a king of kings, and the God of heaven hath given thee a kingdom, and strength, and power, and glory, and all places wherein the children of men and the beasts of the field do dwell. He hath also given the birds of the air into thy hand, and hath put all things under thy power. Thou therefore art the head of gold, and after thee shall rise up another kingdom, inferior to thee, of silver, and another third kingdom of brass, which shall rule over all the world, and the fourth kingdom shall be as iron breaketh into pieces, and subdueth all things, so shall that break and destroy all these. And whereas thou sawest the feet and the toes, part of potter's clay and part of iron, the kingdom shall be divided, but yet it shall take its origin from the iron, according as thou sawest the iron mixed with the miry clay. And as the toes of the feet were part of iron and part of clay, the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly broken. And whereas thou sawest the iron mixed with miry clay, they shall be mingled indeed together with the seed of man, but they shall not stick fast one to another, as iron cannot be mixed with clay. But in the days of those kingdoms, the God of heaven will set up a kingdom that shall never be destroyed, and his kingdom shall not be delivered up to another people, and it shall break in pieces, and shall consume all these kingdoms, and itself shall stand forever, according as thou sawest that the stone was cut out of the mountain without hands, and broke in pieces the clay and the iron, and the brass, and the silver, and the gold. The great God hath shown the king what shall come to pass hereafter, and the dream is true, and the interpretation thereof is faithful. Then King Nebuchadnezzar fell on his face, and worshipped Daniel, and commanded that they should offer in sacrifice to him victims and incense. And the king spoke to Daniel, and said, Verily your God is the God of gods, and Lord of kings, and a revealer of hidden things, seeing thou couldst discover this secret. Then the king advanced Daniel to a high station, and gave him many and great gifts, and he made him governor over all the provinces of Babylon, and chief of the magistrates over all the wise men of Babylon. And Daniel requested of the king, and he appointed Sirach, Mesach, and Abednego over the works of the province of Babylon. But Daniel himself was in the king's palace. Chapter 3. King Nabuchodonosor made a statue of gold of 60 cubits high and 6 cubits broad, and he set it up in the plain of Dura of the province of Babylon. Then Nabuchodonosor the king sent to call together the nobles, the magistrates, and the judges, the captains, the rulers and governors, and all the chief men of the provinces, to come to the dedication of the statue which King Nabuchodonosor had set up. Then the nobles, the magistrates, and the judges, the captains and rulers, and the great men that were placed in authority, and all the princes of the provinces, were gathered together to come to the dedication of the statue which King Nabuchodonosor had set up. And they stood before the statue which King Nabuchodonosor had set up. Then a herald cried with a strong voice, "To you it is commanded, O nations, tribes, and languages, that in the hour that you shall hear the sound of the trumpet, and of the flute, and of the harp, of the sackbut, and of the psaltery, and of the symphony, and of all kind of music, ye fall down and adore the golden statue which King Nabuchodonosor hath set up. But if any man shall not fall down and adore, he shall the same hour be cast into a furnace of burning fire." Upon this, therefore, at the time when all the people heard the sound of the trumpet, the flute, and the harp, of the sackbut, and the psaltery, of the symphony, and of all kind of music, all the nations, tribes, and languages fell down and adored the golden statue which King Nabuchodonosor had set up. And presently, at that very time, some Chaldeans came and accused the Jews, and said to King Nabuchodonosor, "O king, live forever. Thou, O king, hast made a decree that every man that shall hear the sound of the trumpet, the flute, and the harp, of the sackbut, and the psaltery, of the symphony, and of all kind of music, shall prostrate himself and adore the golden statue. And that if any man shall not fall down and adore, he should be cast into a furnace of burning fire. Now there are certain Jews, whom thou hast set over the works of the province of Babylon, Sirach, Mesach, and Abednego. These men, O king, have slighted thy decree. They worship not thy gods, nor do they adore the golden statue which thou hast set up." Then Nabuchodonosor, in fury and in wrath, commanded that Sirach, Mesach, and Abednego should be brought, who immediately were brought before the king. And Nabuchodonosor the king spoke to them, and said, "Is it true, O Sirach, Mesach, and Abednego, that you do not worship my gods, nor adore the golden statue that I have set up? Now therefore, if you be ready at what hour soever you shall hear the sound of the trumpet, flute, harp, sackbut, and psaltery, and symphony, and of all kind of music, prostrate yourselves, and adore the statue which I have made. But if you do not adore, you shall be cast the same hour into the furnace of burning fire. And who is the God that shall deliver you out of my hand?" Sirach, Mesach, and Abednego answered and said to King Nabuchodonosor, "We have no occasion to answer thee concerning this matter. For behold, our God, whom we worship, is able to save us from the furnace of burning fire, and to deliver us out of thy hands, O king. But if he will not, be it known to thee, O king, that we will not worship thy gods, nor adore the golden statue which thou hast set up." Then was Nabuchodonosor filled with fury, and the countenance of his face was changed against Sirach, Mesach, and Abednego, and he commanded that the furnace should be heated 7 times more than it had been accustomed to be heated. And he commanded the strongest men that were in his army to bind the feet of Sirach, Meshach, and Abednego, and to cast them into the furnace of burning fire. And immediately these men were bound and were cast into the furnace of burning fire, with their coats and their caps, and their shoes and their garments. For the king's commandment was urgent, and the furnace was heated exceedingly, and the flame of the fire slew those men that had cast in Sirach, Meshach, and Abednego. But these 3 men, that is Sirach, Meshach, and Abednego, fell down bound in the midst of the furnace of burning fire. And they walked in the midst of the flame, praising God and blessing the Lord. Then Azariah, standing up, prayed in this manner, and opening his mouth in the midst of the fire, he said, Blessed art thou, O Lord, the God of our fathers, and thy name is worthy of praise, and glorious forever. For thou art just in all that thou hast done to us, and all thy works are true, and thy ways right, and all thy judgments true. For thou hast executed true judgments in all the things that thou hast brought upon us, and upon Jerusalem, the holy city of our fathers. For according to truth and judgment, thou hast brought all these things upon us for our sins. For we have sinned, and committed iniquity, departing from thee, and we have trespassed in all things, and we have not hearkened to thy commandments, nor have we observed nor done as thou hadst commanded us, that it might go well with us. Wherefore all that thou hast brought upon us, and everything that thou hast done to us, thou hast done in true judgment. And thou hast delivered us into the hands of our enemies that are unjust, and most wicked, and prevaricators, and to a king unjust and most wicked beyond all that are upon the earth. And now we cannot open our mouths. We are become a shame and reproach to thy servants, and to them that worship thee. Deliver us not up for ever, we beseech thee, for thy name's sake, and abolish not thy covenant, and take not away thy mercy from us, for the sake of Abraham thy beloved, and Isaac thy servant, and Israel thy holy one, to whom thou hast spoken, promising that thou wouldst multiply their seed as the stars of heaven, and as the sand that is on the seashore. For we, O Lord, are diminished more than any nation, and are brought low in all the earth this day for our sins. Neither is there at this time prince, or leader, or prophet, or holocaust, or sacrifice, or oblation, or incense, or place of firstfruits before thee, that we may find thy mercy. Nevertheless, in a contrite heart and humble spirit, let us be accepted, as in holocausts of rams and bullocks, and as in thousands of fat lambs. So let our sacrifice be made in thy sight this day, that it may please thee. For there is no confusion to them that trust in thee. And now we follow thee with all our heart, and we fear thee, and seek thy face. Put us not to confusion, but deal with us according to thy meekness, and according to the multitude of thy mercies, and deliver us according to thy wonderful works, and give glory to thy name, O Lord, and let all them be confounded that show evils to thy servants. Let them be confounded in all thy might, and let their strength be broken, and let them know that thou art the Lord, the only God, and glorious over all the world. Now the king's servants that had cast them in ceased not to heat the furnace with brimstone, and tow, and pitch, and dry sticks, and the flame mounted up above the furnace 49 cubits, and it broke forth and burnt such of the Chaldeans as it found near the furnace. But the angel of the Lord went down with Azarias and his companions into the furnace, and he drove the flame of the fire out of the furnace, and made the midst of the furnace like the blowing of a wind bringing dew. And the fire touched them not at all, nor troubled them, nor did them any harm. Then these three, as with one mouth, praised and glorified, and blessed God in the furnace, saying, Blessed art thou, O Lord, the God of our fathers, and worthy to be praised and glorified, and exalted above all for ever. And blessed is the holy name of thy glory, and worthy to be praised and exalted above all in all ages. Blessed art thou in the holy temple of thy glory, and exceedingly to be praised, and exceeding glorious for ever. Blessed art thou on the throne of thy kingdom, and exceedingly to be praised, and exalted above all for ever. Blessed art thou that beholdest the depths, and sittest upon the cherubims, and worthy to be praised and exalted above all for ever. Blessed art thou in the firmament of heaven, and worthy of praise and glorious for ever. All ye works of the Lord, bless the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all for ever. O ye angels of the Lord, bless the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all for ever. O ye heavens, bless the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all for ever. O all ye waters that are above the heavens, bless the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all for ever. O all ye powers of the Lord, bless the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all for ever. O ye sun and moon, bless the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all for ever. O ye stars of heaven, bless the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all for ever. O every shower and dew, bless ye the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all for ever. O all ye spirits of God, bless the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all for ever. O ye fire and heat, bless the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all for ever. O ye cold and heat, bless the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all for ever. O ye dews and hoar frosts, bless the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all for ever. O ye frost and cold, bless the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all for ever. O ye ice and snow, bless the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all for ever. O ye nights and days, bless the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all for ever. O ye light and darkness, bless the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all for ever. O ye lightnings and clouds, bless the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all for ever. O let the earth bless the Lord. Let it praise and exalt him above all for ever. O ye mountains and hills, bless the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all for ever. O all ye things that spring up in the earth, bless the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all for ever. O ye fountains, bless the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all for ever. O ye seas and rivers, bless the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all for ever. O ye whales, and all that move in the waters, bless the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all for ever. O all ye fowls of the air, bless the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all for ever. O all ye beasts and cattle, bless the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all for ever. O ye sons of men, bless the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all for ever. O let Israel bless the Lord. Let them praise and exalt him above all for ever. O ye priests of the Lord, bless the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all for ever. O ye servants of the Lord, bless the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all for ever. O ye spirits and souls of the just, bless the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all for ever. O ye holy and humble of heart, bless the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all for ever. O Ananias, Azarias, and Misael, bless ye the Lord. praise and exalt him above all forever. For he hath delivered us from hell, and saved us out of the hand of death, and delivered us out of the midst of the burning flame, and saved us out of the midst of the fire. O give thanks to the Lord, because he is good, because his mercy endureth for ever and ever. O all ye religious, bless the Lord, the God of gods, praise him and give him thanks, because his mercy endureth for ever and ever. Then Nebuchadnezzar the king was astonished, and rose up in haste, and said to his nobles, Did we not cast 3 men bound into the midst of the fire? They answered the king, and said, True, O king. He answered and said, Behold, I see 4 men loose, and walking in the midst of the fire, and there is no hurt in them, and the form of the 4th is like the Son of God. Then Nebuchadnezzar came to the door of the burning fiery furnace, and said, Sirach, Meshach, and Abednego, ye servants of the Most High God, go ye forth, and come. And immediately Sirach, Meshach, and Abednego went out from the midst of the fire, and the nobles, and the magistrates, and the judges, and the great men of the king being gathered together, considered these men, that the fire had no power on their bodies, and that not a hair of their head had been singed, nor their garments altered, nor the smell of the fire had passed on them. Then Nebuchadnezzar, breaking forth, said, Blessed be the God of them, to wit, of Sirach, Meshach, and Abednego, who hath sent his angel, and delivered his servants that believed in him. And they changed the king's word, and delivered up their bodies, that they might not serve, nor adore any god, except their own God. By me therefore this decree is made, that every people, tribe, and tongue, which shall speak blasphemy against the God of Sirach, Meshach, and Abednego, shall be destroyed, and their houses laid waste. For there is no other God that can save in this manner. Then the king promoted Sirach, Meshach, and Abednego in the province of Babylon. Nebuchadnezzar the king, to all peoples, nations, and tongues that dwell in all the earth, peace be multiplied unto you. The Most High God hath wrought signs and wonders toward me. It hath seemed good to me therefore to publish his signs, because they are great, and his wonders, because they are mighty. And his kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and his power to all generations. Chapter 4. I, Nebuchadnezzar, was at rest in my house, and flourishing in my palace. I saw a dream that affrighted me, and my thoughts in my bed, and the visions of my head troubled me. Then I set forth a decree that all the wise men of Babylon should be brought in before me, and that they should show me the interpretation of the dream. Then came in the diviners, the wise men, the Chaldeans, and the soothsayers, and I told the dream before them. But they did not show me the interpretation thereof, till their colleague Daniel came in before me, whose name is Balthasar, according to the name of my God, who hath in him the spirit of the holy gods, and I told the dream before him. Balthasar, prince of the diviners, because I know that thou hast in thee the spirit of the holy gods, and that no secret is impossible to thee. Tell me the visions of my dreams that I have seen, and the interpretation of them. This was the vision of my head in my bed. I saw, and behold, a tree in the midst of the earth, and the height thereof was exceeding great. The tree was great and strong, and the height thereof reached unto heaven. The sight thereof was even to the ends of all the earth. Its leaves were most beautiful, and its fruit exceeding much, and in it was food for all. Under it dwelt cattle and beasts, and in the branches thereof the fowls of the air had their abode. and all flesh did eat of it. I saw in the vision of my head upon my bed, and behold a watcher, and a holy one came down from heaven. He cried aloud, and said thus, Cut down the tree, and chop off the branches thereof. Shake off its leaves, and scatter its fruits. Let the beasts fly away that are under it, and the birds from its branches. Nevertheless leave the stump of its roots in the earth, and let it be tied with a band of iron and of brass among the grass that is without, and let it be wet with the dew of heaven, and let its portion be with the wild beasts in the grass of the earth. Let his heart be changed from man's, and let a beast's heart be given him, and let 7 times pass over him. This is the decree by the sentence of the watchers, and the word and demand of the holy ones, till the living know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men, and he will give it to whomsoever it shall please him, and he will appoint the basest man over it. I, King Nabuchodonosor, saw this dream. Thou, therefore, O Baltasar, tell me quickly the interpretation, for all the wise men of my kingdom are not able to declare the meaning of it to me. But thou art able, because the spirit of the holy gods is in thee. Then Daniel, whose name was Baltasar, began silently to think within himself for about 1 hour, and his thoughts troubled him. But the king, answering, said, Baltasar, let not the dream and the interpretation thereof trouble thee. Baltasar answered and said, My lord, the dream be to them that hate thee, and the interpretation thereof to thy enemies. The tree which thou sawest, which was high and strong, whose height reached to the skies, and the sight thereof into all the earth. And the branches thereof were most beautiful, and its fruit exceeding much. And in it was food for all, under which the beasts of the field dwelt, and the birds of the air had their abode in its branches. It is thou, O King, who art grown great and become mighty, for thy greatness hath grown and hath reached to heaven, and thy power unto the ends of the earth. And whereas the king saw a watcher and a holy one come down from heaven and say, Cut down the tree and destroy it, but leave the stump of the roots thereof in the earth, and let it be bound with iron and brass among the grass without, and let it be sprinkled with the dew of heaven, and let his feeding be with the wild beasts, till 7 times pass over him. This is the interpretation of the sentence of the Most High, which is come upon my lord the king. They shall cast thee out from among men, and thy dwelling shall be with cattle and with wild beasts, and thou shalt eat grass as an ox, and shalt be wet with the dew of heaven, and 7 times shall pass over thee, till thou know that the Most High ruleth over the kingdom of men, and giveth it to whomsoever he will. But whereas he commanded that the stump of the roots thereof, that is, of the tree, should be left, thy kingdom shall remain to thee after thou shalt have known that power is from heaven. Wherefore, O king, let my counsel be acceptable to thee, and redeem thou thy sins with alms, and thy iniquities with works of mercy to the poor. Perhaps he will forgive thy offences. All these things came upon King Nabuchodonosor. At the end of 12 months he was walking in the palace of Babylon. And the king answered and said, Is not this the great Babylon, which I have built to be the seat of the kingdom, by the strength of my power, and in the glory of my excellence? And while the word was yet in the king's mouth, a voice came down from heaven. To thee, O King Nabuchodonosor, it is said, Thy kingdom shall pass from thee, and they shall cast thee out from among men, and thy dwelling shall be with cattle and wild beasts. Thou shalt eat grass like an ox, and 7 times shall pass over thee, till thou know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men, and giveth it to whomsoever he will. The same hour the word was fulfilled upon Nabuchodonosor, and he was driven away from among men, and did eat grass like an ox, and his body was wet with the dew of heaven, till his hairs grew like the feathers of eagles, and his nails like birds' claws. Now at the end of the days, I, Nabuchodonosor, lifted up my eyes to heaven, and my sense was restored to me. And I blessed the Most High, and I praised and glorified him that liveth for ever. For his power is an everlasting power, and his kingdom is to all generations. And all the inhabitants of the earth are reputed as nothing before him. For he doth according to his will, as well with the powers of heaven, as among the inhabitants of the earth. And there is none that can resist his hand, and say to him, Why hast thou done it? At the same time my sense returned to me, and I came to the honor and glory of my kingdom, and my shape returned to me, and my nobles and my magistrates sought for me, and I was restored to my kingdom, and greater majesty was added to me. Therefore I, Nabuchodonosor, do now praise, and magnify, and glorify the King of heaven, because all his works are true, and his ways judgments, and them that walk in pride he is able to abase. Chapter 5. Balthazar the king made a great feast for 1,000 of his nobles, and everyone drank according to his age. And being now drunk, he commanded that they should bring the vessels of gold and silver, which Nabuchodonosor his father had brought away out of the temple, that was in Jerusalem, that the king and his nobles, and his wives and his concubines, might drink in them. Then were the golden and silver vessels brought, which he had brought away out of the temple that was in Jerusalem, and the king and his nobles, his wives and his concubines, drank in them. They drank wine, and praised their gods of gold, and of silver, of brass, of iron, and of wood, and of stone. In the same hour there appeared fingers, as it were of the hand of a man, writing over against the candlestick upon the surface of the wall of the king's palace. And the king beheld the joints of the hand that wrote. Then was the king's countenance changed, and his thoughts troubled him, and the joints of his loins were loosed, and his knees struck one against the other. And the king cried out aloud to bring in the wise men, the Chaldeans, and the soothsayers. And the king spoke, and said to the wise men of Babylon, Whosoever shall read this writing, and shall make known to me the interpretation thereof, shall be clothed with purple, and shall have a golden chain on his neck, and shall be the 3rd man in my kingdom. Then came in all the king's wise men, but they could neither read the writing, nor declare the interpretation to the king. Wherewith King Balthazar was much troubled, and his countenance was changed, and his nobles also were troubled. Then the queen, on occasion of what had happened to the king and his nobles, came into the banquet house, and she spoke and said, O king, live forever. Let not thy thoughts trouble thee, neither let thy countenance be changed. There is a man in thy kingdom that hath the spirit of the holy gods in him, and in the days of thy father knowledge and wisdom were found in him. For King Nabuchodonosor thy father appointed him prince of the wise men, enchanters, Chaldeans, and soothsayers. Thy father, I say, O king, because a greater spirit, and knowledge, and understanding, and interpretation of dreams, and showing of secrets, and resolving of difficult things, were found in him, that is, in Daniel, whom the king named Baltasar. Now therefore let Daniel be called for, and he will tell the interpretation. Then Daniel was brought in before the king, and the king spoke, and said to him, Art thou Daniel of the children of the captivity of Judah, whom my father the king brought out of Judea? I have heard of thee, that thou hast the spirit of the gods, and excellent knowledge, and understanding, and wisdom are found in thee. And now the wise men, the magicians, have come in before me, to read this writing, and show me the interpretation thereof. And they could not declare to me the meaning of this writing. But I have heard of thee, that thou canst interpret obscure things, and resolve difficult things. Now if thou art able to read the writing, and to show me the interpretation thereof, thou shalt be clothed with purple, and shalt have a chain of gold about thy neck, and shalt be the third prince in my kingdom. To which Daniel made answer, and said before the king, Thy rewards be to thyself, and the gifts of thy house give to another. But the writing I will read to thee, O king, and show thee the interpretation thereof. O king, the Most High God gave to Nebuchadnezzar thy father a kingdom, and greatness, and glory, and honor. And for the greatness that he gave to him, all people, tribes, and languages trembled, and were afraid of him. Whom he would, he slew, and whom he would, he destroyed, and whom he would, he set up, and whom he would, he brought down. But when his heart was lifted up, and his spirit hardened unto pride, he was put down from the throne of his kingdom, and his glory was taken away. And he was driven out from the sons of men, and his heart was made like the beasts, and his dwelling was with the wild asses, and he did eat grass like an ox, and his body was wet with the dew of heaven, till he knew that the Most High ruled in the kingdom of men, and that he will set over it whomsoever it shall please him. Thou also his son, O Baltasar, hast not humbled thy heart, whereas thou knewest all these things, but hast lifted thyself up against the Lord of heaven, and the vessels of his house have been brought before thee, and thou, and thy nobles, and thy wives, and thy concubines have drunk wine in them. And thou hast praised the gods of silver, and of gold, and of brass, of iron, and of wood, and of stone, that neither see, nor hear, nor feel. But the God who hath thy breath in his hand, and all thy ways, thou hast not glorified. Wherefore he hath sent the part of the hand which hath written this that is set down. And this is the writing that is written: Main, the cell, Phares. And this is the interpretation of the word. Main, God hath numbered thy kingdom, and hath finished it. The cell, thou art weighed in the balance, and art found wanting. Phares, thy kingdom is divided, and is given to the Medes and Persians. Then by the king's command, Daniel was clothed with purple, and a chain of gold was put about his neck, and it was proclaimed of him that he had power as the third man in the kingdom. The same night Baltasar the Chaldean king was slain, and Darius the Mede succeeded to the kingdom, being 62 years old. Chapter 6. It seemed good to Darius, and he appointed over the kingdom 120 governors to be over his whole kingdom, and 3 princes over them, of whom Daniel was one, that the governors might give an account to them, and the king might have no trouble. And Daniel excelled all the princes and governors, because a greater spirit of God was in him. And the king thought to set him over all the kingdom, Whereupon the princes and the governors sought to find occasion against Daniel with regard to the king, and they could find no cause nor suspicion, because he was faithful, and no fault nor suspicion was found in him. Then these men said, "We shall not find any occasion against this Daniel, unless perhaps concerning the law of his God." Then the princes and the governors craftily suggested to the king, and spoke thus unto him, "King Darius, live forever. All the princes of the kingdom, the magistrates and governors, the senators and judges have consulted together, that an imperial decree and an edict be published, that whosoever shall ask any petition of any god or man for 30 days, but of thee, O king, shall be cast into the den of lions. Now therefore, O king, confirm the sentence, and sign the decree, that what is decreed by the Medes and Persians may not be altered, nor any man be allowed to transgress it." So King Darius set forth the decree and established it. Now when Daniel knew this, that is to say, that the law was made, he went into his house, and opening the windows in his upper chamber toward Jerusalem, he knelt down 3 times a day, and adored, and gave thanks before his God, as he had been accustomed to do before. Wherefore those men carefully watching him found Daniel praying and making supplication to his God. And they came and spoke to the king concerning the edict. "O king, hast thou not decreed that every man that should make a request to any of the gods or men for 30 days, but to thyself, O king, should be cast into the den of the lions?" And the king answered them, saying, "The word is true according to the decree of the Medes and Persians, which it is not lawful to violate." Then they answered and said before the king, "Daniel, who is of the children of the captivity of Judah, hath not regarded thy law, nor the decree that thou hast made, but 3 times a day he maketh his prayer." Now when the king had heard these words, he was very much grieved, and in behalf of Daniel he set his heart to deliver him, and even till sunset he labored to save him. But those men, perceiving the king's design, said to him, "Know thou, O king, that the law of the Medes and Persians is, that no decree which the king hath made may be altered." Then the king commanded, and they brought Daniel, and cast him into the den of the lions. And the king said to Daniel, "Thy God, whom thou always servest, he will deliver thee." And a stone was brought, and laid upon the mouth of the den, which the king sealed with his own ring, and with the ring of his nobles, that nothing should be done against Daniel. And the king went away to his house, and laid himself down without taking supper, and meat was not set before him, and even sleep departed from him. Then the king, rising very early in the morning, went in haste to the lion's den, and coming near to the den, cried with a lamentable voice to Daniel, and said to him, "Daniel, servant of the living God, hath thy God, whom thou servest always, been able, thinkest thou, to deliver thee from the lions?" And Daniel answering the king said, "O king, live forever. My God hath sent his angel, and hath shut up the mouths of the lions, and they have not hurt me. Forasmuch as before him justice had been found in me, yea, and before thee, O king, I have done no offence." Then was the king exceeding glad for him, and he commanded that Daniel should be taken out of the den. And Daniel was taken out of the den, and no hurt was found in him, because he believed in his God. And by the king's commandment, those men were brought that had accused Daniel, and they were cast into the lion's den. they and their children and their wives, and they did not reach the bottom of the den before the lions caught them and broke all their bones in pieces. Then King Darius wrote to all people, tribes and languages dwelling in the whole earth, "Peace be multiplied unto you. It is decreed by me that in all my empire and my kingdom all men dread and fear the God of Daniel. For he is the living and eternal God forever, and his kingdom shall not be destroyed, and his power shall be forever. He is the deliverer and saviour, doing signs and wonders in heaven and in earth, who hath delivered Daniel out of the lion's den." Now Daniel continued unto the reign of Darius and the reign of Cyrus the Persian. Chapter 7. In the first year of Balthazar king of Babylon, Daniel saw a dream, and the vision of his head was upon his bed. And writing the dream, he comprehended it in few words. And relating the sum of it in short, he said, "I saw in my vision by night, and behold, the four winds of the heavens strove upon the great sea. And four great beasts, different one from another, came up out of the sea. The first was like a lioness, and had the wings of an eagle. I beheld till her wings were plucked off, and she was lifted up from the earth, and stood upon her feet as a man, and the heart of a man was given to her. And behold, another beast like a bear stood up on one side, and there were 3 rows in the mouth thereof, and in the teeth thereof. And thus they said to it, Arise, devour much flesh. After this I beheld, and lo, another like a leopard, and it had upon it 4 wings as of a fowl, and the beast had 4 heads, and power was given to it. After this I beheld in the vision of the night, and lo, a 4th beast, terrible and wonderful, and exceeding strong. It had great iron teeth, eating and breaking in pieces, and treading down the rest with its feet. And it was unlike to the other beasts which I had seen before it, and had 10 horns. I considered the horns, and behold, another little horn sprung out of the midst of them. And 3 of the first horns were plucked up at the presence thereof. And behold, eyes like the eyes of a man were in this horn, and a mouth speaking great things. I beheld till thrones were placed, and the Ancient of Days sat. His garment was white as snow, and the hair of his head like clean wool. His throne like flames of fire, the wheels of it like a burning fire. A swift stream of fire issued forth from before him. Thousands of thousands ministered to him, and 10,000 times 100,000 stood before him. The judgment sat, and the books were opened. I beheld because of the voice of the great words which that horn spoke, and I saw that the beast was slain, and the body thereof was destroyed, and given to the fire to be burnt, and that the power of the other beast was taken away, and that times of life were appointed them for a time and a time. I beheld therefore in the vision of the night, and lo, one like the Son of Man came with the clouds of heaven, and he came even to the Ancient of Days, and they presented him before him, and he gave him power and glory and a kingdom, and all peoples, tribes, and tongues shall serve him. His power is an everlasting power that shall not be taken away, and his kingdom that shall not be destroyed. My spirit trembled. I, Daniel, was affrighted at these things, and the visions of my head troubled me. I went near to one of them that stood by, and asked the truth of him concerning all these things. And he told me the interpretation of the words, and instructed me. These 4 great beasts are 4 kingdoms, which shall arise out of the earth. But the saints of the Most High God shall take the kingdom, and they shall possess the kingdom for ever and ever. After this I would diligently learn concerning the fourth beast, which was very different from all, and exceeding terrible. His teeth and claws were of iron. He devoured and broke in pieces, and the rest he stamped upon with his feet, and concerning the 10 horns that he had on his head, and concerning the other that came up, before which 3 horns fell, and of that horn that had eyes, and a mouth speaking great things, and was greater than the rest. I beheld, and lo, that horn made war against the saints, and prevailed over them, till the Ancient of Days came and gave judgment to the saints of the Most High. And the time came, and the saints obtained the kingdom. And thus he said, The fourth beast shall be the fourth kingdom upon earth, which shall be greater than all the kingdoms, and shall devour the whole earth, and shall tread it down, and break it in pieces. And the 10 horns of the same kingdom shall be 10 kings, and another shall rise up after them, and he shall be mightier than the former, and he shall bring down 3 kings, and he shall speak words against the High One, and shall crush the saints of the Most High. And he shall think himself able to change times and laws, and they shall be delivered into his hand until a time, and times, and half a time. And judgment shall sit, that his power may be taken away, and be broken in pieces, and perish even to the end, and that the kingdom, and power, and the greatness of the kingdom under the whole heaven may be given to the people of the saints of the Most High, whose kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and all kings shall serve him, and shall obey him. Hitherto is the end of the word. I, Daniel, was much troubled with my thoughts, and my countenance was changed in me. But I kept the word in my heart. Chapter 8. In the 3rd year of the reign of King Balthazar, a vision appeared to me. I, Daniel, after what I had seen in the beginning, saw in my vision when I was in the castle of Susa, which is in the province of Elam, and I saw in the vision that I was over the gate of Ulai, and I lifted up my eyes and saw, and behold, a ram stood before the water, having 2 high horns, and one higher than the other, and growing up. Afterward I saw the ram pushing with his horns against the west, and against the north, and against the south, and no beast could withstand him, nor be delivered out of his hand. And he did according to his own will, and became great. And I understood. And behold, a he-goat came from the west on the face of the whole earth, and he touched not the ground, and the he-goat had a notable horn between his eyes. And he went up to the ram that had the horns, which I had seen standing before the gate, and he ran towards him in the force of his strength. And when he was come near the ram, he was enraged against him, and struck the ram, and broke his 2 horns, and the ram could not withstand him. And when he had cast him down on the ground, he stamped upon him, and none could deliver the ram out of his hand. And the he-goat became exceeding great, and when he was grown, the great horn was broken, and there came up 4 horns under it towards the 4 winds of heaven. And out of one of them came forth a little horn, and it became great against the south, and against the east, and against the strength. And it was magnified even unto the strength of heaven, and it threw down of the strength and of the stars, and trod upon them. And it was magnified even to the prince of the strength, and it took away from him the continual sacrifice, and cast down the place of his sanctuary. And and strength was given him against the continual sacrifice because of sins, and truth shall be cast down on the ground, and he shall do and shall prosper. And I heard one of the saints speaking, and one saint said to another, I know not to whom that was speaking, how long shall be the vision concerning the continual sacrifice, and the sin of the desolation that is made, and the sanctuary, and the strength be trodden under foot? And he said to him, Unto evening and morning 2,300 days, and the sanctuary shall be cleansed. And it came to pass, when I Daniel saw the vision and sought the meaning, that behold, there stood before me, as it were, the appearance of a man. And I heard the voice of a man between Ulai, and he called and said, Gabriel, make this man to understand the vision. And he came and stood near where I stood. And when he was come, I fell on my face trembling. And he said to me, Understand, O Son of Man, for in the time of the end the vision shall be fulfilled. And when he spoke to me, I fell flat on the ground, and he touched me and set me upright. And he said to me, I will show thee what things are to come to pass in the end of the malediction, for the time hath its end. The ram, which thou sawest with horns, is the king of the Medes and Persians, and the he-goat is the king of the Greeks, and the great horn that was between his eyes, the same is the first king. But whereas when that was broken, there arose up four for it, 4 kings shall rise up of his nation, but not with his strength. And after their reign, when iniquities shall be grown up, there shall arise a king of a shameless face, and understanding dark sentences, and his power shall be strengthened, but not by his own force. And he shall lay all things waste, and shall prosper, and do more than can be believed. And he shall destroy the mighty, and the people of the saints, according to his will. And craft shall be successful in his hand, and his heart shall be puffed up, and in the abundance of all things he shall kill many. And he shall rise up against the prince of princes, and shall be broken without hand. And the vision of the evening and the morning, which was told, is true. Thou therefore seal up the vision, because it shall come to pass after many days. And I, Daniel, languished, and was sick for some days. And when I was risen up, I did the king's business, and I was astonished at the vision, and there was none that could interpret it. Chapter 9. In the first year of Darius the son of Ahasuerus of the seed of the Medes, who reigned over the kingdom of the Chaldeans, the first year of his reign, I Daniel understood by books the number of the years, concerning which the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah the prophet, that 70 years should be accomplished of the desolation of Jerusalem. And I set my face to the Lord my God, to pray and make supplication with fasting, and sackcloth and ashes. And I prayed to the Lord my God, and I made my confession, and said, I beseech thee, O Lord God, great and terrible, who keepest the covenant, and mercy to them that love thee, and keep thy commandments. We have sinned, we have committed iniquity, we have done wickedly, and have revolted, and we have gone aside from thy commandments and thy judgments. We have not hearkened to thy servants the prophets, that have spoken in thy name to our kings, to our princes, to our fathers, and to all the people of the land. To thee, O Lord, justice, but to us confusion of face, as at this day to the men of Judah, and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and to all Israel, to them that are near, and to them that are far off in all the countries whither thou hast driven them, for their iniquities by which they have sinned against thee. O Lord, to us belongeth confusion of face, to our princes, and to our fathers that have sinned. But to thee, the Lord our God, mercy and forgiveness, for we have departed from thee, and we have not hearkened to the voice of the Lord our God, to walk in his law, which he set before us by his servants the prophets. And all Israel have transgressed thy law, and have turned away from hearing thy voice, and the malediction and the curse, which is written in the book of Moses, the servant of God, is fallen upon us, because we have sinned against him. And he hath confirmed his words which he spoke against us, and against our princes that judged us, that he would bring in upon us a great evil, such as never was under all the heaven, according to that which hath been done in Jerusalem. As it is written in the law of Moses, all this evil is come upon us, and we entreated not thy face, O Lord our God, that we might turn from our iniquities, and think on thy truth. And the Lord hath watched upon the evil, and hath brought it upon us. The Lord our God is just in all his works which he hath done, for we have not hearkened to his voice. And now, O Lord our God, who hast brought forth thy people out of the land of Egypt with a strong hand, and hast made thee a name as at this day, we have sinned, we have committed iniquity, O Lord, against all thy justice. Let thy wrath and thy indignation be turned away, I beseech thee, from thy city Jerusalem, and from thy holy mountain. For by reason of our sins, and the iniquities of our fathers Jerusalem, and thy people, are a reproach to all that are round about us. Now therefore, O our God, hear the supplication of thy servant, and his prayers, and show thy face upon thy sanctuary, which is desolate, for thy own sake. Incline, O my God, thy ear and hear. Open thy eyes, and see our desolation, and the city upon which thy name is called. For it is not for our justifications that we present our prayers before thy face, but for the multitude of thy tender mercies. O Lord, hear. O Lord, be appeased. Hearken and do. Delay not for thy own sake, O my God, because thy name is invocated upon thy city and upon thy people. Now while I was yet speaking and praying and confessing my sins, and the sins of my people of Israel, and presenting my supplications in the sight of my God, for the holy mountain of my God. As I was yet speaking in prayer, behold, the man Gabriel, whom I had seen in the vision at the beginning, flying swiftly touched me at the time of the evening sacrifice, and he instructed me and spoke to me, and said, O Daniel, I am now come forth to teach thee, and that thou mightest understand. From the beginning of thy prayers the word came forth, and I am come to show it to thee, because thou art a man of desires. Therefore do thou mark the word, and understand the vision. 70 weeks are shortened upon thy people, and upon thy holy city, that transgression may be finished, and sin may have an end, and iniquity may be abolished, and everlasting justice may be brought, and the vision and prophecy may be fulfilled, and the saint of saints may be anointed. Know thou therefore, and take notice, that from the going forth of the word to build up Jerusalem again, unto Christ the Prince, there shall be 7 weeks and 62 weeks. And the street shall be built again, and the walls in straightness of times. And after 62 weeks Christ shall be slain, and the people that shall deny him shall not be his, and a people with their leader that shall come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary, and the end thereof shall be waste, and after the end of the war, the appointed desolation. And he shall confirm the covenant with many in 1 week. And in the half of the week the victim and the sacrifice shall fail, and there shall be in the temple the abomination of desolation, and the desolation shall continue even to the consummation and to the end. Chapter 10. In the 3rd year of Cyrus king of the Persians, a word was revealed to Daniel surnamed Baltasar, and a true word and great strength. And he understood the word, for there is need of understanding in a vision. In those days I Daniel mourned the days of 3 weeks. I ate no desirable bread, and neither flesh nor wine entered into my mouth. Neither was I anointed with ointment, till the days of 3 weeks were accomplished. And in the 24th day of the 1st month, I was by the great river, which is the Tigris. And I lifted up my eyes, and I saw, and behold, a man clothed in linen, and his loins were girded with the finest gold, and his body was like the chrysolite, and his face as the appearance of lightning, and his eyes as a burning lamp, and his arms, and all downward even to the feet, like in appearance to glittering brass, and the voice of his word like the voice of a multitude. And I, Daniel, alone saw the vision, for the men that were with me saw it not, but an exceeding great terror fell upon them, and they fled away, and hid themselves. And I, being left alone, saw this great vision, and there remained no strength in me, and the appearance of my countenance was changed in me, and I fainted away, and retained no strength. And I heard the voice of his words, and when I heard, I lay in a consternation upon my face, and my face was close to the ground. And behold, a hand touched me, and lifted me up upon my knees, and upon the joints of my hands. And he said to me, Daniel, thou man of desires, understand the words that I speak to thee, and stand upright, for I am sent now to thee. And when he had said this word to me, I stood trembling. And he said to me, Fear not, Daniel, for from the first day that thou didst set thy heart to understand, to afflict thyself in the sight of thy God, thy words have been heard, and I am come for thy words. But the prince of the kingdom of the Persians resisted me 21 days, and behold, Michael, one of the chief princes, came to help me, and I remained there by the king of the Persians. But I am come to teach thee what things shall befall thy people in the latter days, for as yet the vision is for days. And when he was speaking such words to me, I cast down my countenance to the ground, and held my peace. And behold, as it were the likeness of a son of man touched my lips. Then I opened my mouth and spoke, and said to him that stood before me, O my Lord, at the sight of thee my joints are loosed, and no strength hath remained in me. And how can the servant of my Lord speak with my Lord? For no strength remaineth in me, moreover my breath is stopped. Therefore he that looked like a man touched me again, and strengthened me. And he said, Fear not, O man of desires, peace be to thee. Take courage, and be strong. And when he spoke to me, I grew strong. And I said, Speak, O my Lord, for thou hast strengthened me. And he said, Dost thou know wherefore I am come to thee? And now I will return to fight against the prince of the Persians. When I went forth, there appeared the prince of the Greeks coming. But I will tell thee what is set down in the scripture of truth, and none is my helper in all these things, but Michael your prince. Chapter 11. And from the first year of Darius the Mede, I stood up, that he might be strengthened and confirmed. And now I will show thee the truth. Behold, there shall stand yet 3 kings in Persia, and the 4th shall be enriched exceedingly above them all. And when he shall be grown mighty by his riches, he shall stir up all against the kingdom of Greece. But there shall rise up a strong king, and shall rule with great power, and he shall do what he pleaseth. And when he shall come to his height, his kingdom shall be broken, and it shall be divided towards the 4 winds of the heaven, but not to his posterity, nor according to his power with which he ruled. For his kingdom shall be rent in pieces, even for strangers beside these. And the king of the south shall be strengthened, and one of his princes shall prevail over him, and he shall rule with great power, for his dominion shall be great. And after the end of years they shall be in league together. And the daughter of the king of the south shall come to the king of the north to make friendship, but she shall not obtain the strength of the arm, neither shall her seed stand, and she shall be given up, and her young men that brought her, thee and they that strengthened her in these times. And a plant of the bud of her roots shall stand up, and he shall come with an army, and shall enter into the province of the king of the north. And he shall abuse them, and shall prevail. And he shall also carry away captive into Egypt their gods, and their graven things, and their precious vessels of gold and silver. He shall prevail against the king of the north. And the king of the south shall enter into the kingdom, and shall return to his own land. And his sons shall be provoked, and they shall assemble a multitude of great forces. And he shall come with haste like a flood, and he shall return and be stirred up, and he shall join battle with his forces. And the king of the south being provoked shall go forth, and shall fight against the king of the north, and shall prepare an exceeding great multitude, and the multitude shall be given into his hand. And he shall take a multitude, and his heart shall be lifted up, and he shall cast down many thousands, but he shall not prevail. For the king of the north shall return, and shall prepare a multitude much greater than before. And in the end of times and years he shall come in haste with a great army and much riches. And in those times many shall rise up against the king of the south, and the children of prevaricators of thy people shall lift up themselves to fulfill the vision, and they shall fall. And the king of the north shall come, and shall cast up a mount, and shall take the best fenced cities, and the arms of the south shall not withstand, and his chosen ones shall rise up to resist, and they shall not have strength. And he shall come upon him and do according to his pleasure, and there shall be none to stand against his face, and he shall stand in the glorious land, and it shall be consumed by his hand. And he shall set his face to come to possess all his kingdom, and he shall make upright conditions with him, and he shall give him a daughter of women to overthrow it, and she shall not stand, neither shall she be for him. And he shall turn his face to the islands, and shall take many, and he shall cause the prince of his reproach to cease, and his reproach shall be turned upon him. And he shall turn his face to the empire of his own land, and he shall stumble and fall, and shall not be found. And there shall stand up in his place one most vile and unworthy of kingly honour, and in a few days he shall be destroyed, not in rage nor in battle. And there shall stand up in his place one despised, and the kingly honour shall not be given him, and he shall come privately, and shall obtain the kingdom by fraud. And the arms of the fighter shall be overcome before his face, and shall be broken. Yea, also the prince of the covenant. And after friendships, he will deal deceitfully with him, and he shall go up, and shall overcome with a small people. And he shall enter into rich and plentiful cities, and he shall do that which his fathers never did, nor his fathers' fathers. He shall scatter their spoils, and their prey, and their riches, and shall forecast devices against the best fenced places, and this until a time. And his strength and his heart shall be stirred up against the king of the south with a great army. And the king of the south shall be stirred up to battle with many and very strong succors. And they shall not stand, for they shall form designs against him. And they that eat bread with him shall destroy him, and his army shall be overthrown, and many shall fall down slain. And the heart of the two kings shall be to do evil, and they shall speak lies at one table, and they shall not prosper, because as yet the end is unto another time. And he shall return into his land with much riches, and his heart shall be against the holy covenant, and he shall succeed and shall return into his own land. At the time appointed he shall return, and he shall come to the south. But the latter time shall not be like the former. And the galleys and the Romans shall come upon him, and he shall be struck, and shall return, and shall have indignation against the covenant of the sanctuary, and he shall succeed, and he shall return and shall devise against them that have forsaken the covenant of the sanctuary. An arm shall stand on his part, and they shall defile the sanctuary of strength, and shall take away the continual sacrifice, and they shall place there the abomination unto desolation. And such as deal wickedly against the covenant shall deceitfully dissemble, but the people that know their God shall prevail and succeed. And they that are learned among the people shall teach many, and they shall fall by the sword, and by fire, and by captivity, and by spoil for many days. And when they shall have fallen, they shall be relieved with a small help, and many shall be joined to them deceitfully. And some of the learned shall fall, that they may be tried, and may be chosen, and made white even to the appointed time, because yet there shall be another time. And the king shall do according to his will, and he shall be lifted up, and shall magnify himself against every god. And he shall speak great things against the God of gods, and shall prosper till the wrath be accomplished. For the determination is made, and he shall make no account of the God of his fathers, and he shall follow the lust of women, and he shall not regard any gods, for he shall rise up against all things, but he shall worship the god Mauzim in his place, and a god whom his fathers knew not, he shall worship with gold and silver and precious stones, and things of great price. And he shall do this to fortify Mauzim with a strange god, whom he hath acknowledged. And he shall increase glory, and shall give them power over many, and shall divide the land gratis. And at the time prefix the king of the south shall fight against him, and the king of the north shall come against him like a tempest, with chariots, and with horsemen, and with a great navy. And he shall enter into the countries, and shall destroy, and pass through. And he shall enter into the glorious land, and many shall fall, and these only shall be saved out of his hand, Edom and Moab, and the principality of the children of Ammon. And he shall lay his hand upon the lands, and the land of Egypt shall not escape. And he shall have power over the treasures of gold and of silver, and all the precious things of Egypt. And he shall pass through Libya and Ethiopia. And tidings out of the east and out of the north shall trouble him. And he shall come with a great multitude to destroy and slay many. And he shall fix his tabernacle a Padmo between the seas, upon a glorious and holy mountain. And he shall come even to the top thereof, and none shall help him. Chapter 12. But at that time shall Michael rise up, the great prince, who standeth for the children of thy people. And a time shall come such as never was from the time that nations began even until that time. And at that time shall thy people be saved, every one that shall be found written in the book. And many of those that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some unto life everlasting, and others unto reproach, to see it always. But they that are learned shall shine as the brightness of the firmament, and they that instruct many to justice, as stars for all eternity. But thou, O Daniel, shut up the words, and seal the book, even to the time appointed. Many shall pass over, and knowledge shall be manifold. And I, Daniel, looked, and behold, as it were, 2 others stood, one on this side upon the bank of the river, and another on that side, on the other bank of the river. And I said to the man that was clothed in linen, that stood upon the waters of the river, how long shall it be to the end of these wonders? And I heard the man that was clothed in linen, that stood upon the waters of the river, when he had lifted up his right hand and his left hand to heaven, and had sworn by him that liveth for ever, that it should be unto a time and times and half a time. And when the scattering of the band of the holy people shall be accomplished, all these things shall be finished. And I heard, and understood not. And I said, O my Lord, what shall be after these things? And he said, Go, Daniel, because the words are shut up and sealed until the appointed time. Many shall be chosen and made white, and shall be tried as fire. And the wicked shall deal wickedly, and none of the wicked shall understand, but the learned shall understand. And from the time when the continual sacrifice shall be taken away, and the abomination unto desolation shall be set up, there shall be 1,290 days. Blessed is he that waiteth and cometh unto 1,335 days. But go thou thy ways until the time appointed, and thou shalt rest, and stand in thy lot unto the end of the days. Chapter 13. Now there was a man that dwelt in Babylon, and his name was Joachim. And he took a wife whose name was Susanna, the daughter of Helkias, a very beautiful woman, and one that feared God. For her parents, being just, had instructed their daughter according to the law of Moses. Now Joachim was very rich, and had an orchard near his house, and the Jews resorted to him, because he was the most honorable of them all. And there were 2 of the ancients of the people appointed judges that year, of whom the Lord said, Iniquity came out from Babylon from the ancient judges that seemed to govern the people. These men frequented the house of Joachim, and all that had any matters of judgment came to them. And when the people departed away at noon, Susanna went in and walked in her husband's orchard. And the old men saw her going in every day and walking, and they were inflamed with lust towards her. And they perverted their own mind and turned away their eyes, that they might not look unto heaven, nor remember just judgments. So they were both wounded with the love of her, Yet they did not make known their grief one to the other, for they were ashamed to declare to one another their lust, being desirous to have to do with her. And they watched carefully every day to see her. And one said to the other, "Let us now go home, for it is dinner time." So going out, they departed one from another, and turning back again, they came both to the same place, and asking one another the cause, they acknowledged their lust, and then they agreed upon a time when they might find her alone. And it fell out, as they watched a fit day, she went in on a time, as yesterday and the day before, with 2 maids only, and was desirous to wash herself in the orchard, for it was hot weather. And there was nobody there but the 2 old men that had hid themselves and were beholding her. So she said to the maids, "Bring me oil and washing balls, and shut the doors of the orchard, that I may wash me." And they did as she bade them. And they shut the doors of the orchard, and went out by a back door to fetch what she had commanded them. And they knew not that the elders were hid within. Now, when the maids were gone forth, the 2 elders arose and ran to her, and said, "Behold, the doors of the orchard are shut, and nobody seeth us, and we are in love with thee. Wherefore consent to us, and lie with us. But if thou wilt not, we will bear witness against thee, that a young man was with thee, and therefore thou didst send away thy maids from thee." Susanna sighed and said, "I am straitened on every side, for if I do this thing, it is death to me, and if I do it not, I shall not escape your hands. But it is better for me to fall into your hands without doing it, than to sin in the sight of the Lord." With that, Susanna cried out with a loud voice, and the elders also cried out against her. And one of them ran to the door of the orchard, and opened it. So when the servants of the house heard the cry in the orchard, they rushed in by the back door to see what was the matter. But after the old men had spoken, the servants were greatly ashamed, for never had there been any such word said of Susanna. And on the next day, when the people were come to Joachim her husband, the 2 elders also came full of wicked device against Susanna, to put her to death. And they said before the people, "Send to Susanna, daughter of Helcias, the wife of Joachim." And presently they sent, and she came with her parents and children, and all her kindred. Now Susanna was exceeding delicate and beautiful to behold, but those wicked men commanded that her face should be uncovered, for she was covered, that so at least they might be satisfied with her beauty. Therefore her friends and all her acquaintance wept. But the 2 elders, rising up in the midst of the people, laid their hands upon her head, and she, weeping, looked up to heaven, for her heart had confidence in the Lord. And the elders said, "As we walked in the orchard alone, this woman came in with 2 maids, and shut the doors of the orchard, and sent away the maids from her. Then a young man that was there came to her, and lay with her. But we that were in a corner of the orchard, seeing this wickedness, ran up to them, and we saw them lie together. And him indeed we could not take, because he was stronger than us, and opening the doors he leaped out. But having taken this woman, we asked who the young man was, but she would not tell us. Of this thing we are witnesses." The multitude believed them as being the elders and the judges of the people, and they condemned her to death. Then Susanna cried out with a loud voice and said, "O eternal God, who knowest hidden things, who knowest all things before they come to pass, thou knowest that they have borne false witness against me. And behold, I must die, whereas I have done none of these things, which these men have maliciously forged against me. And the Lord heard her voice. And when she was led to be put to death, the Lord raised up the Holy Spirit of a young boy, whose name was Daniel. And he cried out with a loud voice, I am clear from the blood of this woman. Then all the people, turning themselves towards him, said, What meaneth this word that thou hast spoken? But he, standing in the midst of them, said, Are ye so foolish, ye children of Israel, that without examination or knowledge of the truth you have condemned a daughter of Israel? Return to judgment, for they have borne false witness against her. So all the people turned again in haste, and the old men said to him, Come, and sit thou down among us, and show it us, seeing God hath given thee the honour of old age. And Daniel said to the people, Separate these two far from one another, and I will examine them. So when they were put asunder one from the other, he called one of them, and said to him, O thou that art grown old in evil days, now are thy sins come out, which thou hast committed before, in judging unjust judgments, oppressing the innocent, and letting the guilty to go free. Whereas the Lord saith, The innocent and the just thou shalt not kill. Now then, if thou sawest her, tell me under what tree thou sawest them conversing together. He said, Under a mastic tree. And Daniel said, Well, hast thou lied against thy own head? For behold, the angel of God, having received the sentence of him, shall cut thee in two. And having put him aside, he commanded that the other should come. And he said to him, O thou seed of Canaan, and not of Judah, beauty hath deceived thee, and lust hath perverted thy heart. Thus did you do to the daughters of Israel, and they for fear conversed with you. But a daughter of Judah would not abide your wickedness. Now therefore tell me, under what tree didst thou take them conversing together? And he answered, Under a home tree. And Daniel said to him, Well hast thou also lied against thy own head. For the angel of the Lord waiteth with a sword to cut thee in two, and to destroy you. With that all the assembly cried out with a loud voice, and they blessed God, who saveth them that trust in him. And they rose up against the two elders, for Daniel had convicted them of false witness by their own mouth. And they did to them as they had maliciously dealt against their neighbour, to fulfill the law of Moses. And they put them to death, and innocent blood was saved in that day. But Helcias and his wife praised God for their daughter Susanna, with Joachim her husband, and all her kindred, because there was no dishonesty found in her. And Daniel became great in the sight of the people from that day and thenceforward. And King Astyages was gathered to his fathers, and Cyrus the Persian received his kingdom. Chapter 14. And Daniel was the king's guest, and was honoured above all his friends. Now the Babylonians had an idol called Bel, and there were spent upon him every day 12 great measures of fine flour, and 40 sheep, and 60 vessels of wine. The king also worshipped him, and went every day to adore him. But Daniel adored his God. And the king said to him, Why dost thou not adore Bel? And he answered, and said to him, Because I do not worship idols made with hands, but the living God that created heaven and earth, and hath power over all flesh. And the king said to him, Doth not Bel seem to thee to be a living God? Seest thou not how much he eateth and drinketh every day? Then Daniel smiled and said, O king, be not deceived, for this is but clay within and brass without, neither hath he eaten at any time. And the king, being angry, called for his priests, and said to them, If you tell me not who it is that eateth up these expenses, you shall die. But if you can show that Bel eateth these things, Daniel shall die, because he hath blasphemed against Bel. And Daniel said to the king, Be it done according to thy word. Now the priests of Bel were 70, besides their wives and little ones and children. And the king went with Daniel into the temple of Bel. And the priests of Bel said, Behold, we go out, and do thou, O king, set on the meats, and make ready the wine, and shut the door fast, and seal it with thy own ring. And when thou comest in the morning, if thou findest not that Bel hath eaten up all, we will suffer death, or else Daniel that hath lied against us. And they little regarded it, because they had made under the table a secret entrance, and they always came in by it and consumed those things. So it came to pass, after they were gone out, the king set the meats before Bel, and Daniel commanded his servants, and they brought ashes, and he sifted them all over the temple before the king. And going forth they shut the door, and having sealed it with the king's ring, they departed. But the priests went in by night, according to their custom, with their wives and their children, and they ate and drank up all. And the king arose early in the morning, and Daniel with him. And the king said, Are the seals whole, Daniel? And he answered, They are whole, O king. And as soon as he had opened the door, the king looked upon the table, and cried out with a loud voice, Great art thou, O Bel, and there is not any deceit with thee. And Daniel laughed, and he held the king that he should not go in. And he said, Behold the pavement, mark whose footsteps these are. And the king said, I see the footsteps of men and women and children. And the king was angry. Then he took the priests and their wives and their children, and they showed him the private doors by which they came in, and consumed the things that were on the table. The king therefore put them to death, and delivered Bel into the power of Daniel, who destroyed him and his temple. And there was a great dragon in that place, and the Babylonians worshipped him. And the king said to Daniel, Behold, thou canst not say now that this is not a living God. Adore him therefore. And Daniel said, I adore the Lord my God, for he is the living God, but that is no living God. But give me leave, O king, and I will kill this dragon without sword or club. And the king said, I give thee leave. Then Daniel took pitch and fat and hair, and boiled them together, and he made lumps, and put them into the dragon's mouth, and the dragon burst asunder. And he said, Behold him whom you worshipped. And when the Babylonians had heard this, they took great indignation, and being gathered together against the king, they said, The king is become a Jew. He hath destroyed Bel, he hath killed the dragon, and he hath put the priest to death. And they came to the king, and said, Deliver us, Daniel, or else we will destroy thee and thy house. And the king saw that they pressed upon him violently, and being constrained by necessity, he delivered Daniel to them. And they cast him into the den of lions, and he was there 6 days. And in the den there were 7 lions, and they had given to them 2 carcasses every day, and 2 sheep. But then they were not given unto them, that they might devour Daniel. Now there was in Judea a prophet called Habakkuk, and he had boiled pottage, and had broken bread in a bowl, and was going into the field to carry it to the reapers. And the angel of the Lord said to Habakkuk, Carry the dinner which thou hast into Babylon to Daniel, who is in the lion's den. And Habakkuk said, Lord, I never saw Babylon, nor do I know the den. And the angel of the Lord took him by the top of his head, and carried him by the hair of his head, and set him in Babylon over the den in the force of his spirit. And Habakkuk cried, saying, O Daniel, thou servant of God, take the dinner that God hath sent thee. And Daniel said, Thou hast remembered me, O God, and thou hast not forsaken them that love thee. And Daniel arose and ate, and the angel of the Lord presently set Habakkuk again in his own place. And upon the 7th day the king came to bewail Daniel. And he came to the den, and looked in, and behold, Daniel was sitting in the midst of the lions. And the king cried out with a loud voice, saying, Great art thou, O Lord the God of Daniel. And he drew him out of the lion's den. But those that had been the cause of his destruction he cast into the den, and they were devoured in a moment before him. Then the king said, Let all the inhabitants of the whole earth fear the God of Daniel, for he is the Saviour, working signs and wonders in the earth, who hath delivered Daniel out of the lion's den.